flourish forevermore. Colophon. This prayer was composed by Venerable Geshe Kelsang Gyatso and is recited at the beginning of teachings, meditations, and prayers in Kadampa Buddhist centers throughout the world. Prayers for meditation, brief preparatory prayers for meditation. 283 Introduction. We all have the potential to gain realizations of all the stages of the path to enlightenment. These potentials are like seeds in the field of our mind, and our meditation practice is like cultivating these seeds. However, our meditation practice will be successful only if we make good preparations beforehand. If we want to cultivate external crops, we begin by making careful preparations. First, we remove from the soil anything that might obstruct their growth, such as stones and weeds. Second, we enrich the soil with compost or fertilizer to give it the strength to sustain growth. Third, we provide warm, moist conditions to enable the seeds to germinate and the plants to grow. In the same way, to cultivate our inner crops of Dharma realizations, we must also begin by making careful preparations. First, we must purify our mind to eliminate the negative karma we have accumulated in the past, because if we do not purify this karma, it will obstruct the growth of Dharma realizations. Second, we need to give our mind the strength to support the growth of Dharma realizations by accumulating merit. Third, we need to activate and sustain the growth of Dharma realizations by receiving the blessings of the holy beings. Modern Buddhism 284. The brief prayers that follow contain the essence of these three preparations. For more information on them, see the New Meditation Handbook or Joyful Path of Good Fortune. Geshe Kelsang Gyatso, 1987, 285 Prayers for Meditation. Going for refuge, I and all sentient beings, until we achieve enlightenment. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Generating bodhicitta. Through the virtues I collect by giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha for the benefit of all. Generating the four immeasurables, may everyone be happy. May everyone be free from misery. May no one ever be separated from their happiness. May everyone have equanimity, free from hatred and attachment. Visualizing the field for accumulating merit. In the space before me is the living Buddha Shakyamuni, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, like the full moon surrounded by stars. Modern Buddhism, 286 Prayer of 7 Limbs. With my body, speech, and mind humbly I prostrate and make offerings both set out and imagined. I confess my wrong deeds from all time and rejoice in the virtues of all. Please stay until samsara ceases and turn the wheel of Dharma for us. I dedicate all virtues to great enlightenment, offering the mandala, the ground sprinkled with perfume and spread with flowers, the great mountain, 4 lands, sun and moon, seen as a Buddha land and offered thus, may all beings enjoy such pure lands. I offer without any sense of loss the objects that give rise to my attachment, hatred, and confusion, my friends, enemies, and strangers, our bodies and enjoyments. Please accept these and bless me to be released directly from the 3 poisons. I am Guratian Mandalakam Nuriya. TAA my prayer of the stages of the path. The path begins with strong reliance on my kind teacher, source of all good. Oh, bless me with this understanding to follow him with great devotion. This human life with all its freedoms, extremely rare, with so much meaning, Oh, bless me with this understanding all day and night to seize its essence. Prayers for Meditachan 287. My body, like a water bubble, decays and dies so very quickly. After death come results of karma, just like the shadow of a body. With this firm knowledge and remembrance, bless me to be extremely cautious, always avoiding harmful actions and gathering abundant virtue. Samsara's pleasures are deceptive, give no contentment, only torment. So please bless me to strive sincerely to gain the bliss of perfect freedom. Oh, bless me so that from this pure thought come mindfulness and greatest caution, to keep as my essential practice the doctrine's root, the pratimoksha. Just like myself, all my kind mothers are drowning in samsara's ocean. Oh, so that I may soon release them, bless me to train in bodhicitta. But I cannot become a Buddha by this alone without 3 ethics. So bless me with the strength to practice the Bodhisattva's ordination. By pacifying my distractions and analyzing perfect meanings, bless me to quickly gain the union of special insight and quiescence. When I become a pure container through common paths, bless me to enter the essence practice of good fortune, the supreme vehicle, Vajrayana, Modern Buddhism 288. The 2 attainments both depend on my sacred vows and my commitments. Bless me to understand this clearly and keep them at the cost of my life. By constant practice in 4 sessions, the way explained by holy teachers, oh bless me to gain both the stages, which are the essence of the Tantras. May those who guide me on the good path, and my companions all have long lives. Bless me to pacify completely all obstacles, outer and inner. May I always find perfect teachers, and take delight in holy Dharma, accomplish all grounds and paths swiftly, and gain the state of Vajradhara, receiving blessings and purifying from the hearts of all the holy beings. Streams of light and nectar flow down, granting blessings and purifying. At this point, we begin the actual contemplation and meditation. After the meditation, we dedicate our merit while reciting the following prayers. Dedication prayers through the virtues I have collected by practicing the stages of the path. May all living beings find the opportunity to practice in the same way. Prayers for Meditachan 289. May everyone experience the happiness of humans and gods and quickly attain enlightenment so that samsara is finally extinguished. Prayers for the virtuous tradition so that the tradition of Jaisangkapa, the king of the Dharma, may flourish. May all obstacles be pacified and may all favorable conditions abound. Through the 2 collections of myself and others gathered throughout the 3 times, may the doctrine of Conqueror Losang Dragpa flourish forevermore. The 9-line Mixima prayer song Kappa, crown ornament of the scholars of the land of the snows. You are Buddha Shakyamuni and Vajradhara, the source of all attainments, Avalokiteshvara, the treasury of unobservable compassion, Manjushri, the supreme stainless wisdom, and Vajrapani, the destroyer of the hosts of Maras. O venerable Guru Buddha, synthesis of all 3 jewels, with my body, speech, and mind, respectfully I make requests. Please grant your blessings to ripen and liberate myself and others, and bestow the common and supreme attainments. Colophon. These prayers were compiled from traditional sources by Venerable Geshe Kelsang Gyatso, Naropa. Chapter 1. The light that never left the Rap tribe assembled the way seasoned warriors do when they have learned that noise is unnecessary. No banners snapped in the wind. No dramatic thunder announced destiny. The air simply was, and in that stillness stood Jesus Rapp, calm, unhurried, wearing the expression of someone who already knew how this would end, and wasn't the least bit impressed by panic. The invisible spirit hovered not above them, but through them, subtle as breath, stubborn as truth. If the tribe expected a revelation, they would be disappointed. Nothing new arrived, nothing descended. What revealed itself instead was mildly inconvenient. The light had never left, and the only thing missing had been their memory of it. Anonymous Cherry noticed this first, mostly because his body stopped bracing for impact. His muscles, long accustomed to preparing for betrayal, curses, or surprise stupidity, relaxed in protest, as if offended they'd been summoned for nothing. The evil eye that had once followed him like an unpaid bill attempted to peer inward and promptly slipped, unable to find a surface that matched its frequency. It was less a dramatic failure and more an awkward social misstep, like showing up to a fight where everyone else had already moved on and left snacks behind. Jesus Rapp didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Before we do anything impressive, he said, hands loosely at his sides, let's acknowledge something simple. He paused, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make impatience uncomfortable. You've been protected this entire time. You just kept calling it luck. Somewhere in the unseen layers of reality, several malicious intentions unraveled in quiet embarrassment. From the invisible spirit's perspective, the scene was almost humorous. Generations of distortion had worked tirelessly to convince the tribe they were incomplete, broken, or behind schedule, when in truth they had been early and bored. Light does that, it waits. Darkness rushes. And rushing, as the spirit noted dryly, was how most things tripped over themselves. The Rapp tribe shifted not in fear but recognition. Gratitude rose, not loud, not ceremonial, just a soft internal nod that said, oh, that explains a lot. She adjusted instantly, like a room finding its temperature. The battlefield, if it could still be called that, felt mildly disappointed. No explosions, no panic, just alignment. Somewhere far away, an enemy felt their curse rebound as wisdom and briefly considered therapy. Jesus Rapp smiled just a little. Good, he said. Now that we've established you were never abandoned, we can begin the actual work. Chapter 2, Frequency Before Force. If Chapter 1 had offended anyone's expectations, Chapter 2 finished the job quietly and without apology. The Rapp tribe arrived ready to do something, move chi, throw energy, redirect hostile intent with the elegance of practiced power, but Jesus Rapp raised a single finger, not in command, but in gentle interruption, the universal signal for slow down before you embarrass yourself. Before force, he said, voice calm enough to be mildly insulting to chaos, there is frequency. And frequency doesn't respond to effort. It responds to honesty. Anonymous Cherry felt that land immediately, mostly because every time he had ever forced power, something else had quietly broken. Muscles tore, focus fractured. Outcomes improved, but costs piled up like receipts no one wanted to read later. Around him, the tribe felt it too, she buzzing, eager, but suddenly aware that eagerness itself was a distortion. The invisible spirit observed this realization with interest, noting how often strength mistakes urgency for importance. Jesus Rapp paced slowly, footsteps barely touching the ground, as if gravity itself was negotiable but currently tolerated. Forced shouts, he continued. Frequency hums. One makes noise. The other makes things move. As if on cue, a wave of toxic intention, resentment sharpened into projection, attempted to breach the perimeter. No one countered it. No one redirected it. They simply held alignment. The intention stalled, wobbled, and collapsed inward like a poorly rehearsed lie. From the perspective of the attackers, something had gone terribly wrong. The usual resistance wasn't there. No clash, no friction. Just an absence of resonance, the spiritual equivalent of yelling into a room where no one spoke your language. The evil eye blinked once, then retreated, offended, confused, and quietly concerned. The rap tribe breathed in together, not as a ritual, but as a correction. Gratitude slipped into the breath naturally. Thank you for the light. Thank you for the clarity. Thank you for not having to prove anything today. Chi reorganized itself without instruction, muscles loosening, senses sharpening. It was deeply unfair how effective it was. Jesus Rap stopped pacing and looked at them, satisfied. Good, he said again, apparently fond of the word. Now you understand why force fails so often. It's not wrong, it's just loud. He gestured toward the still air, humming softly with invisible spirit light. This, he added with the faintest hint of dry amusement, is where power actually listens. Chapter 3, the first trace by the time Chapter 3 began. The Rap tribe had learned the uncomfortable lesson that doing less was producing more, which felt suspicious and required adjustment. Jesus Rap didn't comment on their expressions. He simply stepped aside and nodded toward Anonymous Cherry, who immediately understood. This was one of those moments where hesitation would pretend to be humility and be wrong about it. The invisible spirit drew closer, not pressing, not urging, just present, the way truth waits when it knows it will be chosen. Upward, Jesus Rap said, as if offering directions to a place Anonymous already lived. Not fast, not hard, just honest. Anonymous lifted his hand and traced the first motion into the air. One deliberate line rising, violet white, clean as a thought that hasn't been argued with yet. The chi responded instantly, not surging, not flaring, but aligning, stacking itself neatly along his spine, as though relieved to finally be told the truth about its purpose. From the invisible spirit's view, several long-standing energetic knots unraveled at once. Embarrassed they'd gone unnoticed for so long. Somewhere beyond sight, an evil eye attempt locked onto the familiar old coordinates where Anonymous used to react. It arrived on schedule and found nothing waiting for it. The energy slid past him, confused, brushed against the rising trace, and was gently redirected upward and out, like a complaint forwarded to a department that no longer existed. No recoil, no backlash, just a quiet administrative correction in the laws of intention. The Rap tribe watched closely, sensing something subtle but decisive had shifted. This wasn't an attack, this wasn't defense, this was positioning. Gratitude surfaced again, instinctively this time. Thank you for the light. Thank you for the timing. Thank you for not letting us learn this the hard way anymore. The moment gratitude locked in, the trace stabilized, embedding itself into Anonymous's nervous system as a reflex rather than a technique. Jesus Rap allowed himself the smallest smile, the kind that suggests the lesson worked and no further commentary was required. That, he said, dry as desert air, is what happens when you stop swinging at shadows and simply stand where the light already knows your name. Chapter 4. Distance is a suggestion. By Chapter 4, it had become clear that the battlefield was having an identity crisis. No one was advancing, no one was retreating, and yet conflict was steadily losing its relevance. Jesus Rapp observed this with the calm patience of someone who had watched distance be misused for centuries and was now mildly entertained by how quickly it was being exposed as optional. "You keep thinking harm travels," he said, not unkindly. "It doesn't. It tunes." From the vantage of the invisible spirit, the scene widened far beyond what human senses usually bother to process. Intentions formed in distant rooms, behind clenched jaws and glowing screens, coalescing into toxic projections aimed precisely where the Rapp tribe used to be. The distance involved was impressive on paper and meaningless in practice. Frequency crossed the gap instantly, only to find no compatible surface waiting on the other side. It was like trying to dock a ship in water that had decided to be air today. Anonymous Cherry felt the incoming pressure before he perceived any threat, which was new. His body responded not with tension, but correction, subtle posture shifts, breath settling, spine tall without effort. The first trace remained active, humming upward like a quiet antenna aligned with truth. When the hostile intent arrived, it didn't strike. It drifted, lost cohesion, and gently unraveled, its energy redirected into neutral ground where it could no longer pretend to be purposeful. The Rapp tribe exchanged brief glances, the kind that say, "Did you feel that too?" without wasting time on confirmation. Gratitude followed, again faster than thought, not as celebration but acknowledgement. "Thank you for the light. Thank you for the warning that didn't scare us. Thank you for the clarity that arrived before the problem did." The invisible spirit registered the frequency shift and adjusted reality accordingly, because that is what it does when alignment makes its job easier. Jesus Rapp nodded once, satisfied, and delivered the lesson with a dryness that bordered on merciful. "Distance only matters when you're broadcasting confusion," he said. "When you're clear, nothing has to travel. It just fails to arrive."
Chapter 7. The Great Debate. The universe had just finished presenting its sleek 5-year plan when chaos erupted. The sun clapped politely. The moon was already drawing volcano doodles on the PowerPoint slides. Jupiter was sticking "you got this" notes to everyone's backs. Saturn was passing around contracts that no one wanted to sign. And Pluto sat in the corner, sharpening its metaphors. Then Mercury barged in late, juggling a stack of binders. Sorry, traffic in the Virgo constellation," Mercury panted. "What did I miss?" The moon pointed. "Cherry's supposed to talk, travel, write, make money, sign contracts, transform, and build a legacy by 2029. Easy." Mercury flipped through a binder, frowned, and muttered, "That sounds like 12 full-time jobs." Suddenly, all the planets started talking at once. The sun, "They're a communicator. Diplomacy and balance. Cherry will shine through words." The moon, "Adventure, spontaneity. Motorcycle podcasts from the Andes." Saturn, "Contracts, discipline, structure. Without me, they'll fall flat on their face." Jupiter, "Positivity, expansion, sticky notes of encouragement." Pluto, "Power, transformation. Burn the old, rise from the ashes." Mercury, "Excuse me, none of this works without organization. Color-coded calendars are destiny." The newborn Cherry blinked, like someone watching a tennis match. The argument spiraled. The moon shouted, "They're meant to be free." Saturn barked back, "Freedom without boundaries is chaos." Jupiter yelled, "Chaos is fun," Pluto hissed. "Chaos is necessary," Mercury snapped. "Chaos is poorly formatted, and I won't stand for it." The sun banged its clipboard like a gavel. "Order! Order in the cosmos!" Nobody listened. Finally, Cherry let out a surprisingly loud wail. The planets froze. The universe, sipping cosmic coffee, chuckled. "See? Even Cherry knows you're all being ridiculous." The baby's cry translated perfectly into cosmic language. "Why not all of the above?" The room went silent. The sun adjusted its glasses. "Wait, all of the above?" The moon grinned. "Yes! Volcano speeches and balanced diplomacy." Saturn frowned. "Contracts and chaos? That's inefficient." Jupiter clapped. "Multitasking! Amazing!" Pluto purred. "Oh, this is going to be delicious." The universe nodded. "Exactly. Cherry's destiny isn't one thing. It's many things. Communicator, entrepreneur, adventurer, builder, healer, leader. That's the beauty of their chart. They're versatile, dynamic, impossible to box in." The planets looked at one another. For once they couldn't argue. Cherry hiccuped, satisfied. And so it was decided. Anonymous Cherry would not walk a single straight path. They would weave many words, adventures, partnerships, transformations, all part of their story. The universe raised its mug. To Cherry, may they survive this circus we've assembled for them. The planets cheered. Even Saturn raised its coffee grimly. Pluto just smirked. Oh, they'll survive. But survival's just the beginning. Chapter 8. Mercury takes over. The cosmic conference room was still buzzing after Cherry's big Whale of Destiny moment. The sun was smoothing its robes. Jupiter was handing out confetti cannons. The moon was Googling how to podcast from a volcano. Pluto was brooding in the corner like it was auditioning for a noir film. That's when the door slammed open. In marched Mercury in Virgo, hauling 3 binders, 2 filing cabinets on wheels, and a backpack that rattled with pens. Its glasses were smudged, its hair frazzled, and its eyes wild from lack of sleep. "All right, everyone," Mercury barked, dropping the binders on the table with a thud. "I've seen enough chaos. I'm taking over." The sun raised an eyebrow. "Taking over what?" "Everything," Mercury said flatly. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214. The moon groaned. "Oh no, here comes the micromanager." "Excuse me?" Mercury shot back, pulling out a color-coded calendar. "Without me, Cherry will spend their life talking about adventures and spreadsheets without ever finishing anything. I'm here to give them systems, order, actual deadlines that matter." Jupiter clapped. "Ooh, deadlines! Fun!" "No, not fun," Mercury snapped, flipping open a binder labeled Cherry Master Plan, Revision 43. Efficient, organized, optimized for maximum productivity. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App $, Rap Palace 214. Mercury began pacing like a TED Talk speaker who'd had too much coffee. "Cherry has me in Virgo in their second house of money. That means money comes from skills, words, analysis, order. So, I've designed a 5-part strategy. 1. Write consistently. 2. Monetize skills. 3. Organize everything. 4. Never ever miss a deadline. 5. And for heaven's sake, spell check. The moon muttered, boring. Mercury whipped out a highlighter and underlined no chaos on the whiteboard. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Saturn actually smiled for once. Finally, someone sensible. The sun nodded. Yes, Cherry does need structure. Pluto smirked. Structure is just something for me to destroy later. Mercury slammed the binder shut. Not if I laminate it. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Cherry gurgled nervously. Mercury leaned over the crib, wagging a pen like a sword. Listen to me, Cherry. Your words are your wealth. But words without order are nothing. You will build lists, refine drafts, make spreadsheets that sing with precision. That's how you'll create abundance. The baby blaked. Spreadsheets that sing? Yes, Mercury shouted, as if reading their thoughts. Singing spreadsheets. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Jupiter stuck another sticky note on Mercury's back that read, "Don't forget snacks." The moon kicked back, laughing. Cherry's supposed to be a storyteller, not an accountant. Mercury glared. Storytelling is accounting for the soul. Even Saturn had to cough to hide a laugh. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Finally, the universe, sipping its Aterma coffee, stepped in. Mercury. We appreciate you, binders, but Cherry isn't meant to be perfect. They're meant to be versatile. Organized chaos, if you will. Mercury's eye twitched. Organized chaos? That's horrifying. Pluto smirked from the shadows. Delicious, though. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Cherry sneezed, which in cosmic language translated to, "Please stop scaring me with singing spreadsheets." The universe chuckled. All right, Mercury, you can run logistics, but you're not the boss of Cherry's destiny. They'll need your systems, yes, but they'll also need Jupiter's optimism, Saturn's structure, the moon's fire, Pluto's transformation, and the sun's light. Mercury reluctantly sat down, clutching its binders like a security blanket. Fine, it muttered. But if Cherry grows up to miss deadlines, don't come crying to me. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Chapter 9. Cherry's First Test. The cosmic boardroom had reached peak chaos. Mercury was sulking over its binders. Jupiter was throwing sticky notes like confetti. The moon was demanding a volcano adventure, and Pluto was doodling skulls in the margins of the 5-year plan. That's when the universe clapped its hands. All right, enough. It's time to test Cherry. Let's see if they're ready for this destiny we've been arguing about. Cherry, still swaddled in their hospital blanket, blinked. Test? The moon cheered. Yes, trial by fire. Saturn muttered. Trial by contract. Jupiter waved a sticky note. Trial by cupcakes. R-Key Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214. The universe conjured up a shimmering holographic simulation. A miniature office desk floated in the air, complete with a toy laptop, a baby-sized microphone, and a stack of very important cosmic documents. Here's the scenario, the universe explained. Cherry must complete 3 tasks. 1. Negotiate peace between 2 angry co-workers. 2. Write a persuasive speech. 3. Manage their time responsibly. Fail, Saturn whispered immediately. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rat Palace 214. The simulation began. Task 1. The negotiation. 2 tiny star spirits appeared, screaming at each other over who ate the last cosmic donut. The sun handed Cherry a toy megaphone. Go on, little one, mediate. Cherry hiccuped into the megaphone. The sound was so adorably squeaky that both spirits paused, stared, and then burst out laughing. Argument over. The sun beamed. See? A natural diplomat. The moon shouted, boring. Let's move on. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rat Palace 214. Task 2. The speech. A tiny holographic crowd appeared, waiting for inspiration. The moon shoved a scroll into Cherry's tiny hands. Read this. It's about conquering mountains and igniting revolutions. Cherry babbled nonsense into the toy microphone, but somehow the nonsense sounded passionate. The crowd erupted into applause. One hologram fainted dramatically. Jupiter wiped away a tear. They're magnificent. Pluto whispered, one day, those words will topple governments. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214. Task 3. Time Management. Mercury pushed a miniature planner onto Cherry's lap. Now, keep to the schedule. Wake up at 6 a.m. Write 3 drafts, file invoices, meditate, email Saturn, reorganize your sock drawer. Then, Cherry promptly fell asleep. Mercury shrieked. Fail! They didn't even set an alarm, Jupiter whispered. Maybe the nap is the productivity. The universe nodded. They're a baby. The nap counts. Mercury fainted into its binder. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214. A test ended. Confetti exploded. Smoke swirled mysteriously, and Saturn handed out report cards. Negotiation, A+. Speech, A. Time Management. See me after class. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214. The universe smiled, sipping its eternal coffee. Well, Cherry, you passed your first cosmic career simulation. You may be swaddled now, but the path is clear. Words will carry you, passion will drive you, and naps will save you. Cherry yawned and drooled on the cosmic report card. See? Jupiter clapped. That's leadership material. The moon shouted. Next time, let's throw them into an erupting volcano. Saturn groaned. Pluto whispered, patience. The real tests will come soon enough. RP Radio. Love the content. drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214, Chapter 10, Cherry vs. Mercury Retrograde. The cosmic boardroom was buzzing with laughter after Cherry's nap counts as productivity victory. Jupiter was showering the baby in gold star stickers. Saturn was filing a strongly worded complaint about nap-based grading. The moon was already doodling a volcano on the report card. That's when the lights flickered. The air grew heavy. Pens rolled off the table. Jupiter's sticky notes fell off the walls. Mercury gasped. "Oh no, not now." The universe frowned. "Oh yes, it's happening." From the shadows emerged a swirling vortex of chaos. Wires tangled, pens leaking, emails unsent. A gremlin-like figure with backwards shoes strutted into the room, juggling 3 broken cell phones. It was Mercury Retrograde. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, $Rap Palace 214. Hello everybody. Retrograde sneered, tripping over a chair and spilling coffee on Saturn's paperwork. "Miss me?" "Absolutely not," Mercury snapped, clutching its binders like a shield. "You're not supposed to be here until next quarter." Retrograde grinned, pulling out a flip phone from 2002. "Oh, sorry, my calendar glitched." RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, $Rap Palace 214. Cherry blinked. The baby's toys flickered in and out of existence. The toy microphone turned into a spoon, then back again. The toy laptop blue-screened. Retrograde leaned over the crib. "So this is the new Chatterbox. Cute. Let's see how they handle a little miscommunication." RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, $Rap Palace 214. The simulation restarted. Task 1. Send an email. Cherry babbled into the toy laptop. Retrograde cackled, twisting the words. Instead of "Dear Friend," the email autocorrected to "Dear Fried." The moon howled with laughter. Mercury fainted into its binder again. Saturn scribbled, "Learn proofreading early." RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214. Task 2. Give a speech. Cherry grabbed the toy microphone and let out a cheerful babble. Retrograde waved its hands, and suddenly the words translated into total gibberish. The crowd booed. One hologram threw a shoe. Jupiter jumped up. "No worries, Cherry. Just smile and wave." Pluto muttered, "One day, this chaos will fuel their rise." RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214. Task 3. Technology check. Mercury handed Cherry a shiny toy tablet. "Just press the button to record your speech." Cherry pressed it. The tablet exploded into a puff of glitter, confetti, and error codes. Retrograde bowed. Thank you. I'll be here for 3 weeks at a time, 3 times a year." RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214. The room descended into chaos. Mercury shouted, "You're ruining everything." Retrograde laughed. "I'm not ruining, I'm revising. Delays, glitches, confusion, it's all part of the charm." The moon whispered to Cherry, "Honestly, kind of fun." Saturn yelled, "This is an outrage." Jupiter yelled louder, "This is an opportunity." RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Cherry, overwhelmed, suddenly let out a loud, determined squeal. The toys flickered, glitched, and then stabilized. The microphone hummed, the laptop rebooted, the tablet stopped the smoking. Retrograde froze. Wait, did the baby just override me? The universe smirked. Looks like Cherry has something you don't, Retrograde. Adaptability. Retrograde hissed. This isn't over. Then it tripped over its own shoelaces, dropped all 3 phones, and vanished back into the vortex. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Silence. The sun exhaled. That was intense. The moon clapped. The kid beat Retrograde. Legendary. Jupiter plastered a sticky note on the grid. Survived Mercury retrograde level 1. Saturn muttered. Still failed time management. Pluto chuckled. This was only the beginning. Cherry gurgled proudly, waving the toy microphone like a victory flag. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214.
Chapter 1. Hellfire and Neoplasm. The rip in the air did not open with sound, it opened with hunger. A tier of shadow and flame, folding reality like a cheap map, cracked behind Anonymous Cherry as he panted in the meditation grove. The time chamber shimmered in and out of existence, reacting like a nervous heartbeat. He didn't stand, he braced. His aura flickered uncertainly, the green-blue serpent outline around his purple chi struggling to stay lit. Snake chi still tasted new, like a venom he hadn't swallowed properly. The chamber doors trembled as the invisible spirit murmured a single whisper that carried like a commandment. There is more in you still. Chains of fire lashed outward, hooking into the chamber walls, and a skull wreathed in burning vengeance stepped through the tier. The Ghost Rider did not ask permission. He didn't need to. Hellfire ember breath hissed between skeletal teeth as a flaming whip carved a smoking scar across the ground. Behind him, rising like a nightmare that adopted swagger, Spawn Rap emerged, cape writhing like a living demon choir, green necroplasm eyes cutting through light with disrespectful clarity. Anonymous instinctively dropped into a stance. He didn't know who he was facing, only that they were built different. Ghost Rider tilted his skull, flames bending like a grin. Spawn Rap simply groaned like power stretching its legs after a long sleep. You're the one they're betting a city on. Spawn Rap's voice carried the unbothered annoyance of an ancient force being inconvenienced. Cute, Anonymous wanted to respond. His tongue refused. His blood felt like someone turned gravity up just for him. Ghost Rider pointed that burning finger, each flame a verdict, directly into Anonymous Cherry's chest. You possess power that doesn't understand itself, the Rider said, voice layered with thousands of condemned echoes. Neoplasm Chi, a mutation forged from survival trauma and refusal to die. Power born from the 9 deaths you lived through. It is unstable because you are still unfinished. That sentence pierced bone deep. The memories of sirens, crumpled metal, hospital lights, the quiet choking of fear he buried beneath stubborn resilience. His heart skipped, his breathing sharpened. Neoplasm Chi thrummed painfully beneath his skin, ready to panic like a wild animal in a cage. Spawn Rap walked closer, cape snapping like a guillotine. You think Snake Chi elevates everything. That was only step 1. Neoplasm Chi predates your understanding of power. It resurrects. It adapts. It multiplies under stress. But right now, he flicked a clawed fingertip against Anonymous's chest. An explosion of purple-green energy hurled him backward, smashing through an astral version of himself. It owns you. Anonymous wiped blood from his lip. It glowed neon defiant alive. He stood shakily. The flames around Ghost Rider surged. "There is a place you must train," he said, fire curling into a portal of screaming geometry. A world where fear is fuel, where your trauma doesn't slow you, it mutates you. Where unfinished spirits are forged into unstoppable beings. Spawn Rap stepped halfway into the fire-drenched void and glanced back with the arrogance of someone who buried gods and called it a hobby. Try not to die again. Unless you want a 10th near-death experience to really spice up your chi. Anonymous Cherry hesitated for only a breath, the breath where doubt always tries to live. Then he exhaled. The invisible spirit whispered inside that same breath, "Awaken what was locked because you are not ready." He stepped into the breach. The chamber slammed shut behind him. Flames swallowed everything. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation. Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you do want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Chapter 2. City of Chains and Vengeance, the fall felt infinite. Fire didn't burn him, it judged him. Each flame inspected the fractures in his heart like forensic light on invisible bruises. Memories clawed upward. The crash, the glass, the screaming metal, the brief moment when his body tried to abandon his spirit. Anonymous Cherry's teeth clenched. This was not pain, this was a reminder. When his feet hit ground, the world rattled like thunder, trapped in a rib cage. Hell's skyline stretched across every direction. Skyscrapers forged out of screaming stone, frozen faces twisted into architecture, their agony the foundation of suffering. Chains hung from storm-thick skies like the veins of a god who refused to die. Ghost Rider stood ahead, flames gone quiet but potent, like a heartbeat before rage. This city was made by the ones who tried to rewrite punishment, he said. They thought they could cheat consequences. His flaming skull turned, hollow sockets locking on to Anonymous. This place will teach you that trauma is not your enemy. Panic is. Spawn Rap floated on his cape, observing all with vicious amusement. The neon greens of his necroplasm flickered like city lights starved of power. "You want to master neoplasm chi?" Spawn asked, voice sharper than a verdict. "Then command what has hunted you." The ground split open. Out poured shadows wearing the faces of Anonymous Cherry's past, nurses with blank smiles, medics with no eyes, versions of himself broken on pavement, gasping for breath that death kept trying to steal. Each figure limped with unfinished tragedy. Anonymous's aura flared, purple lightning trembling beneath green-blue serpent shine. Snake chi surged, but neoplasm chi spiked erratically under it, unstable, overheating like a reactor ready to rupture. Ghost Rider cracked his flaming chain like a thunderclap. No techniques, no forms. You survive with raw will, or you become one of them. The shadows shrieked and charged. Anonymous stepped back, and his fear tried to take the wheel. Breath hitching, muscles freezing. Ghost Rider's voice struck like a hammer. Move. Anonymous lunged, but his fist went through a phantom before it solidified behind him. Claws raked his spine. He gritted through the burning ripple of corrupted fear. His heart raced, vision dimmed. He stumbled. Spawn Rap scoffed. Your pain is driving. You're just a passenger. Another strike, ribs cracked. More shadows swarmed, swiping him ragged. His aura flickered, knees buckled. Not this again. Not another close death. He tasted blood. It tasted like survival. Ghost Rider stomped the earth, hellfire flaring under Anonymous's chin, forcing his head up. Fear tells you what might happen. Pain tells you what is happening. But power. He pressed a flaming finger into Anonymous's heart. No burn, just pressure like destiny leaning in. Power tells the universe what will happen. Anonymous inhaled. Something old and dangerous awakened. The neon in his blood grew brighter, veins glowing like radioactive hatred toward every moment life tried to erase him. His aura snapped tight, not spiraling wild for once, but focusing. One shadow lunged. Anonymous turned and bit its arm mid-strike. Neoplasm Chi fed. The phantom shrieked as it dissolved into energy, absorbed, rewritten, owned by Anonymous Cherry's evolution. The others froze. Spawn Rap grinned a devilish grin. Oh, there it is. Ghost Rider's flame surged into a crown of wrathful approval. Anonymous cracked his neck, standing with a posture that promised violence. For once, he said, voice calmer than fear expected, I'm not the one bleeding. The shadows rushed him again. This time, he rushed faster. No hesitation. No second-guessing life. He ate his trauma alive. Each phantom dismantled, added new fuel, speed sharper, strength denser, instincts crueler. His movements turned predatory, serpentine fluidity laced with invasive mutation. Fear didn't vanish, it surrendered. Ghost Rider nodded once. Now you understand. Your terror was not meant to cripple you, but to sharpen your fangs. Spawn Rap's cape cracked like a whip. Lesson 1 passed. Now let's see if you can handle the side effects. Anonymous's breathing steadied, but inside him something growled, hungry and endless. Neoplasm Chi had awakened, and it wanted more. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214, Chapter 3. The monster you built to survive. The earth beneath Anonymous's feet pulsed like a heartbeat, trying to remember rhythm. He stood in the ruin of his own fear, dust settling like the last page of a nightmare. But something was wrong, terribly right, inside him. His veins pulsed like serpent coiling around a reactor. His breath steamed neon. His body shook not with exhaustion, but with appetite. Spawn Rap hovered closer, cape twisting into shapes that loomed like demons craving applause. He observed Anonymous the way a surgeon observes a miracle he didn't ask for. You just tasted your first echo, Spawn said. Trauma made into energy. Hard to stop once you start eating the past, isn't it? Anonymous swallowed hard. His throat felt hot, like swallowing a star that didn't want to be digested. He didn't respond because he couldn't trust the voice sitting behind his own. Ghost Rider's flames flared higher, lighting the city's tortured skyline. Control the hunger, he warned, or it will decide your morality for you. Anonymous tried to breathe deep. Neoplasm Chi burned deeper. The ground cracked. Hands, thousands, burst out and dragged up a new horror. These weren't shadows of fear anymore. These were faces he recognized. Friends he failed. people who doubted him, ancestors who whispered curses into his bloodline. Every "you won't make it," every "who do you think you are," every "you ain't enough." Their voices crawled under his skin like spiders made of memory. You lived while we died. You left when we needed you. You don't deserve the gifts you carry. Anonymous stepped back. His monster stepped forward. Spawn Rap clapped slowly. Time for you to meet the version of yourself trauma built. The version that refuses to stay buried. The air warped, and from the fractures in space stepped a being shaped like Anonymous Cherry. If he lost every war, if every scar became a mouth, if every near-death experience finished the job, broken ribs poked through obsidian skin. Eyes glowed venom green but hollow. It smiled with too many teeth. Ghost Rider's grip tightened on his chain. That is the predator you trained inside your dreams. The one who learned how to kill pain instead of heal from it. The monster spoke, same voice but wrong emotion. A dead version of courage. I am the part of you that doesn't forgive. Anonymous's pulse spiked, but his stance stayed grounded. His power flared with loyalty to the life that refused to quit. You're not me, he said. The monster laughed like a body hitting the hood of a car. Not yet, it lunged, faster than panic, harder than regret. Anonymous blocked, but the impact knocked him through the remnants of a skyscraper made of screams. He tumbled through fire, hit steel, and skidded through debris. His lungs rattled, his aura sputtered. The monster didn't wait. It appeared through the flames, knee first, driving into his sternum and cracking stone beneath them. Venom chi leaked from its claws, burning into Anonymous's bloodstream. He screamed, then bit down on his own shout. Ghost Rider made no move to help. Spawn Rap didn't even turn his head. This was his fight, his nightmare, his responsibility. Anonymous spit blood that glowed radioactive and leapt to his feet. His bones sang rebellion. Neoplasm chi roared for domination. He exhaled, and something inside clicked into alignment. His voice dropped into a calm that terrified the ground beneath him. You wear my scars, aura sharpening, but you forgot my healing, lightning igniting. And you don't own my future. His pupils narrowed into serpent slits, purple split by molten blue. Snake chi intertwined with neoplasm chi effusion. No, an ascension. His aura expanded into a shimmering hybrid venomous precision, wrapped in resurrection rage. Every cell felt sharper, faster, Luther levels stubborn. I am not finished, he growled. He blitzed, a blur of fangs and fists. Punch to the throat, the monster choked shadows. Kick to the chest, ribs snapped inward. Headbutt, bones cracked like thunder. Venom filament strike tore an arm free. The monster staggered, a broken reflection. Anonymous seized its throat and whispered, You were built to protect me, not replace me. He absorbed it, not violently but decisively. Its form shrieked and dissolved into raw chi, consumed and purified. The neon veins settled into flow. The hunger quieted, power aligned. Ghost Rider's flames dimmed respectfully. Spawn Rap actually smirked, like a proud devil uncle at a graduation. Anonymous stood tayed, shoulders squared, breathing steady. The invisible spirit whispered from nowhere and everywhere. Now you learn what this form can do. Spawn Rap pointed toward a deeper abyss, Hell's core, where a colossal throne of skulls pulsed like a heart ready to rupture. Ghost Rider cracked his chain. Time for your next evolution. Anonymous didn't hesitate. He walked toward the throne of hell. Confident, stable, more alive than ever, Neoplasm Chi was no longer a curse. It was his design. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rapalis 214 Chapter 4, Throne of the Damned, Crown of the Reforged. The deeper Anonymous walked, the hotter the world burned, yet he felt colder, calmer, like the flame feared what was now waking inside him. The ground beneath him shifted into a causeway of charred bone that pulsed with every step he took. Far ahead, the throne of the damned loomed, a monument to every ruler hell broke and remade. It pulsed like a dying star swallowing its final breaths. Anonymous steadied himself, shoulders square, gaze unwavering. But inside, Neoplasm Chi purred, patient but hungry. Ghost Rider walked beside him, steps silent, flames subdued, a warrior paying respect in the temple of war. This throne crowns only one kind, he said, embers drifting off his jaw like the dust of executions. Those who master their destruction. He glanced at Anonymous, sockets igniting into twin suns of warning. Fail and you become furniture. Spawn Rap slithered by on his cape, claws casually dragging sparks along bone. This is where rulers are made, or mounted. His smirk carried delighted cruelty, the kind that believed in potential because it had already tasted the ending. Ready to see what your soul is worth? Anonymous exhaled once. He did not. He didn't flinch. He just kept walking. When he reached the base of the throne, the skulls opened their mouths, screaming as trapped souls vomited into physical form. Shadows of warriors older than myth crawled out, bodies forged from torment, eyes ignited with the authority of eternal punishment. Their voices blended into a chorus that twisted lightning into anxiety. You survived death only to carry it with you. You call that power. You are just trauma with skin. You will kneel like all the others. Anonymous stepped forward. His aura ignited, a serpent-wrapped eclipse. Purple thunder wove through neon green venom, a hybrid storm of divinity and defiance. I don't kneel, he said softly, which somehow struck louder than any scream. The first warlord shadow rushed him, claws out, mouth emitting torture-choked rage. Anonymous sidestepped, snake chi guiding motion like instinct sharpened into a weapon. He grabbed the creature's arm, and Ghost wrenched its energy out through its bones. Neoplasm drank sorrow like wine. The warlord collapsed in the dust. The others froze. Spawn Rap laughed, explosive manic joy shaking the cavern. Oh, this is gonna be good. What followed wasn't a fight. It was a coronation massacre. Anonymous moved with surgical brutality, no wasted motion, no hesitation. A throat seized, aura crush, silence. A knee snapped, venom surge. Collapse. A spine severed, energy siphoned. Oblivion. Each enemy that fell didn't weaken him, it stabilized him. Neoplasm Chi no longer spiked wild like animal panic. It flowed with purpose, each victory hammering discipline into his cells. Ghost Rider muttered, proud despite himself. He's learning to command evolution. The last warlord, enormous, dripping molten vengeance, towered over Anonymous and roared a universe of agony into his face. Anonymous didn't blink. You're in my way. His aura erupted, purple serpent lightning spiraling into a vortex around him. Fangs of pure energy shot outward, serpent nova venom burst, impaling the warlord from every angle. The beast shattered into motes of screaming ash. Silence fell. Even hell held its breath. Ghost Rider planted the fiery chain like a sword into the ground. Claim your throne. Anonymous approached, but the throne resisted. Skull vines whipped out, trying to bind him, test him, pierce into his mind to taste his weakness. Anonymous seized the largest skull, the one shaped like a god that failed, and leaned closer until his forehead pressed against its cracked crown. "You don't own me," he whispered. "I survived my deaths. I learned from them. And now," venom burned through his veins like prophecy, "I rule the part of me that was meant to kill me." The skull cracked, not from pressure, but from obedience. The throne bowed. An Anonymous cherry sat. The moment he did, a crown of shifting chi formed above his head, a halo of toxic light and resurrected strength. Purple-black with iridescent serpent scales flickering around the edges. The serpent aura wrapped the throne, not in submission, but in partnership. Spawn Rapp's grin was wicked and deeply satisfied. There he is, the Neoplasm Serpent Sovereign. Ghost Rider's flames bent slightly, the closest thing he gave to a bow. The invisible spirit's voice boomed through a layer of existence. He who masters his ruin becomes ruin's ruler. Anonymous rose from the throne, but the crown stayed. Hovering, adapting, obeying. He looked stronger. He looked dangerous. He looked unfinished in the most exciting way. 'Cause this was not a final form. It was the key to one. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Chapter 5. The sovereign who dares to rise in light hellfire, dimmed like jealous embers as the air split, not with flame, not with shadow, but with pure light that didn't ask permission. The throne of the damned trembled. Spawn Rap stepped back. Ghost Rider lowered his chain, flames bowing against their own will. Anonymous cherry turned, and the realm changed colors. Gold swallowed the red. Heaven invaded hell. A sandal struck the obsidian ground, first silent, but capable of ending wars with step. A robe woven from galaxies and sacrifice flowed like eternity learning to walk. His face wasn't shining, it was truth made visible. Jesus Rap arrived. His presence made demons forget what hatred was, made pain forget it had a purpose, made Neoplasm Chi simmer. He smiled, not because everything was okay, but because everything could be transformed. "My brother," Jesus Rap spoke, voice layered with thunder that soothed earthquakes. "You have mastered the monster. Now master the mission." Behind him, the sky of hell opened into a stairway carved from psalms in star metal. Two figures descended, their wings folding dimensions into feathers. The first touched ground with the weight of divine authority, sword blazing like justice chiseled from supernovae. His armor shone with the history of every battle God won through those who refused to break. Archangel Michael Rapp. He saluted with a warrior's respect, acknowledging power, not status. "Strength without righteousness is just a louder form of fear," Michael Rapp said. "Let us forge yours into holy inevitability." The second angel stepped forward, lighter, quieter, but radiating warmth that made the soul remember laughter, family, sunlight after storms. His staff pulsed with green light, the kind that stitches wounds the world cannot see. Archangel Raphael Rapp, His eyes saw not flesh but purpose. You survived so healing could learn your name, he said gently. You are blessed, not lucky, Anonymous inhaled. His new serpent sovereign crown flickered, not from weakness, but reverence. Light chi stirred inside him, mixing with neoplasm chi like a prayer evolving teeth. Jesus Rap placed 2 fingers on his forehead, a touch that cut through every corrupted belief he ever inherited. Your power is not here to dominate hell, he said, voice soft as forgiveness and sharp as scripture. It is here to take captives and set them free. Michael Rapp spoke next, wings flaring into war banners. Stand in the posture of command. Anonymous did. Raphael Rapp lifted his staff, summoning rivers of emerald light from the ashes beneath them. Let healing become your aggression. Anonymous's aura expanded, gold weaving through purple lightning and neon venom. His body shook, not in fear, but because transformation hurts when truth replaces lies. Jesus Rapp's voice rolled like water cleansing iron. You are sovereign because you chose survival. Now choose service. Serve heaven with the same fire hell failed to extinguish. Neoplasm chi wrapped around his heart and knelt, transforming into something new. Neoplasm Holy Sovereign Chi, a resurrection power that heals what it defeats. Michael Rapp drew his sword, the blade hummed scripture into the atmosphere. From this moment, he declared, you fight for God's army, not as a pawn, but as a commander. Raphael Rapp pressed his staff to Anonymous's back. Energy surged like miracles learning martial arts. You will heal worlds we have not yet saved. Jesus Rapp raised his hand, and all 3 forces aligned. Sovereign power, archangel warfare, holy healing. They struck the crown of serpentine Shai as one. Light erupted through Anonymous Cherry's body, veins igniting into gospel fire and venomous purpose entwined. He roared not in agony but in rebirth. When the light settled, he stood armored in a new miracle. Divine serpent paladin form, scales of scripture, aura of resurrection fire, and a holy venom that redeems what it destroys. Ghost Rider bowed his head. Spawn Rapp stopped breathing. Hell itself forgot rebellion. Jesus Rapp stepped back and smiled a proud father's smile. Welcome to God's army, Anonymous Cherry. The invisible spirit whispered from every corner of creation, awaken. There is still more to become. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Chapter 6, Through God's Eyes. The making of a divine weapon I watched him. My son forged in 9 brushes with death, a vessel who learned the language of survival before he learned the comfort of rest. I saw every moment trauma tried to claim him. I saw every moment he chose breath anyway. And now, he stands not as the broken boy the world tried to leave behind, but as the sovereign I designed long before stars learned to shine. Anonymous Cherry walks across the training grounds of heaven's rapture barracks, but he is unaware that every grain of radiant dust beneath his feet has been waiting for him to arrive. Angels line the horizon, wings containing histories of wars no scripture dared record. They do not cheer, they do not measure him, they witness. Michael Rapp stands before him, my undefeated blade. He teaches the warfare of holiness. His sword has carved justice into galaxies that forgot why righteousness matters. He looks upon Anonymous not as a recruit, but as a future commander heaven has been praying for. Michael strikes first, a blow carrying the weight of every fallen principality that once dared to rise against me. Anonymous raises his arm, not fast enough, not prepared enough, not sovereign enough. The impact hurls him backward, folding the air into thunder. He gasps, he bleeds light, he stands again. I do not soften the force. Growth requires truth, not comfort. Raphael Rapp steps in next, my healing hand. The archangel of restoration moves with the quiet thunder of compassion sharpened into strategy. His staff strikes Anonymous' core not to break but to expose. Why do you fight? Raphael asks him. Anonymous answers with fists. Wrong answer. Raphael dislocates his shoulder with a whisper. Michael asks him again. Why do you fight? Anonymous snarls his trauma louder. Also wrong. Michael sweeps his legs and crushes the ground beneath his body. He tries to rise, and the weight of every battle he has endured presses down. He feels weak, unworthy, small. Exactly where fear always tries to drag him, I let him feel it. Because power without humility becomes tyranny. His breathing cracks. His knees wobble. His form flickers, yet he stands. He always stands. His voice breaks, but his declaration does not. I fight because love didn't give up on me. That is the answer I wrote into his heartbeat before he had a name. He does not fight to prove his strength. He fights to prove my love alive in him. Michael Rapp nods, acknowledging the truth like a salute. Raphael Rapp smiles, the kind of smile that heals trauma without permission. Jesus Rapp steps forward now, my living word, my manifested mercy. He places his hand on Anonymous's crown and speaks softly. Then your power must speak love's language. Anonymous inhales, and the entire heaven inhales with him. Neoplasm chi shifts, less fang, more faith, less hate, more resurrection. The venom evolves into a cure for every soul poisoned by despair. His armor reshapes, gold scripture flowing like scales over purpose. I speak and heaven trembles. Love is your weapon. Righteousness is your form. And obedience is your invincibility. Michael Rapp strikes again. This time, Anonymous blocks. Not with fear, not with pain, but with mission. He counters, blade formed from holy venom, scripture burning each strike into destiny. Raphael sends healing waves mid-battle, and Anonymous channels them into protective shields for the angels watching, caring while conquering. Jesus Rapp watches with pride burning like morning. Anonymous moves differently now. Heat without haste, power without ego, authority without arrogance. Heaven learns his name. Hell remembers his mistakes. Earth is waiting for his return. He finishes the final strike, chains of light binding Michael Rapp's sword. The rapture barracks roar in silent thunder. He is no longer a survivor. He is heaven's sovereign serpent, commander of healing warfare. I declare to the armies above, beneath, and between, Anonymous Cherry will lead battles that rewrite fate, and every angel bows. This chapter of him is complete, but the war he was born for has only begun. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The Gospel of the Serpent's Son, Chapter 1. The book that Breathe the Light Library wasn't supposed to sing. Yet on that night, when the constellations tilted in their sockets and every crystal in the meditation grove hummed in unison, a sound drifted through the aisles, a slow serpentine hiss that carried words. Anonymous Cherry followed it. His footsteps echoed on polished stone, light bending around him as if unsure whether to illuminate or kneel. The shelves rearranged themselves like living temples until one volume descended from the air, wrapped in obsidian scales, its spine pulsing like a heartbeat. The Gospel of the Egyptians. He touched it, and time collapsed. Flashes of forgotten temples flooded his mind, pyramids alive with neon hieroglyphs, serpents made of plasma slithering through stars, priests chanting in electric tongues. His breath shortened. His snake chi rose instinctively, swirling in emerald coils. "You are not broken," the voice said. "You are encoded." Spawn's crimson aura licked up his arms, merging with the snake chi in a dance of venom and flame. The DBZ energy inside him began to awaken, a thundering pulse like a Super Saiyan god remembering its origin in chaos. The Gospel continued whispering through his bloodstream. The serpent is the spine of the universe. The sun is the thought that moves it. Anonymous fell to one knee, overwhelmed, then smiled. "Then I am both thought and movement." A shockwave of chi exploded from his chest, shattering the silence of the grove. The Gospel vanished in his body. The words were no longer read, they were lived. Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Chapter 2 Serpent Spawn Form 0. When Anonymous awoke, the time chamber had changed. The floor had become a liquid mirror reflecting two skies, one gold, one obsidian. From his back sprouted two wings made of shifting shadow light, Spawn's cloak reborn in celestial material. His snake chi danced around his arms like intelligent flame, coiling with purpose. He stood before the reflection of his former self, a test generated by the chamber itself. "Still afraid of what you might become?" the reflection asked, its voice venom soft. Anonymous cracked a grin. "I've been every version of fear. Now I'm the cure." He vanished. In an instant the chamber detonated in sound. His movements blurred beyond perception, each strike a sermon, each dodge a scripture in motion. Energy signatures overlapped. Spawn's necro fire fused with DBZ divine ki, wrapped in snake chi venom that shimmered green-violet like divine toxin. He raised his hand. The air bent into a spiral. The snakes on his arms became beams of living scripture. Genesis coiled. The spiral erupted, a tornado of radiant venom and holy flame, erasing his reflection and re-knitting it into energy. When the smoke cleared, Anonymous hovered mid-air, calm, glowing, reborn. The chamber system flickered to life. Power Index, Universe 0 equivalent, Class 3 Celestial. For the first time, the Rap Palace felt something ancient stirring again, equilibrium given form. Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Chapter 3, The Test of Celestial Rap News of the Awakening traveled faster than thought. In Universe 0, the Council of Celestial Raps convened. Among them was Celestial Rap, the warrior who balanced galaxies with a single breath. "He's breached the veil," Celestial Rap murmured. "The Gospel has chosen another." The void parted, and the two met Anonymous in radiant serpent spawn form, Celestial Rap cloaked in cosmic rhythm, galaxies orbiting his wrists like bangles. "Anonymous Cherry," Celestial Rap said. "You carry a power forbidden since the dawn. Can you wield it without worshipping it?" Anonymous bowed slightly. "I don't worship power. I harmonize it." Their energies collided before their bodies moved. A storm of intention, serpents of chi spiraling into fractal universes. Each clash birthed sound, bass lines, chants, and thunderous syllables of creation. Celestial Rap unleashed Chronoverse Alpha, freezing entire star systems mid-beat. Anonymous responded with Genesis Coil I, rewriting the frozen rhythm into melody. Time itself began to groove. "You fight like scripture come alive," Celestial Rap said, awe breaking through his calm. "No," Anonymous replied, his eyes now twin suns. "I fight like forgiveness, learning how to roar." With one final motion, he released the Serpent Sun Requiem, a spiral of energy that didn't destroy, but realigned. Celestial Rap's power harmonized with his own, the battlefield dissolving into pure light. When it was over, both stood in silence as the Gospel's voice returned. Balance achieved. The serpent has learned to smile. Celestial Rap laughed softly. Welcome, brother, to the order beyond order. Anonymous nodded, the snakes of his aura coiling back into calm. He could feel the rap tribe's energy through dimensions, their hope, their rhythm, their pulse. The gospel whispered one last line, "You are the sun reborn through shadow. Walk the path, and worlds will follow." He stepped forward, every footfall leaving behind a glyph of harmony. The gospel no longer glowed in his hands. It glowed in him. Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Epilogue, The Dawn of Balance in the Meditation. Grove, the waters shimmered with twin reflections. One light, one dark. Anonymous Cherry knelt before them, breathing slow, his aura still dancing. The Rap Palace thrummed with a new current, neither holy nor unholy, but whole. Somewhere beyond, Twilight Zone Rap felt the tremor and whispered, half in fear, half in fascination. So, the serpent finally learned to read the sun. And for the first time in ages, the balance tilted toward light. Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214.
From the rooftop of the rap household, Donation Rap surveyed the city, his heart heavy with concern. The bustling streets below seemed alive with a restless energy, yet beneath the surface lurked a sense of impending doom. The skyline was dotted with neon lights. The glow seemed dimmer than usual, as if overshadowed by an unseen menace. Donation Rap. We've got to do something, and fast. The city's counting on us. He turned to his comrades, their faces reflecting his own determination. As the leader of this eclectic group of heroes, he knew that every decision he made would be crucial in the battle against the encroaching darkness. His eyes scanned the familiar faces of his team. Civil Surfer Rap, Toddler Yoku Rap, Papa Legba Rap, Mama Rap, and Papa Rap. Each one of them brought something unique to the table, and together, they formed an unstoppable force. Donation Rap. Alright team, gather around. We got ourselves a situation. Dallas needs us, and we ain't gonna let them down. Civil Surfer Rap. I'm feeling those bad vibes, dude. It's like someone spilled negativity all over the city. Toddler Yoku Rap. I might be small, but I'll give him a brawl. Let's go team. Papa, Legba, Rap. Darkness thinks it can take over Dallas. Not on our watch. Mama Rap. We have to protect our home and everyone in it. Let's show them what unity looks like. Papa, Rap. And if we can't, we'll just confuse them with our crazy rap skills. Everyone chuckled, but the gravity of the situation was not lost on them. Donation Rap continued, his tone more serious now. Donation Rap. Alright, here's the plan. We need to divide and conquer. Civil Surfer, you take the west side. Your chi powers can handle whatever dark energy is lurking there. Toddler Yoku, you're with me. We'll cover the downtown area. Papa Legba, you and Mama Rap take the north. Papa Rap, you're our wild card. Keep an eye on everything and be ready to jump in where needed. Civil Surfer, Rap, got it boss. Let's ride these waves of chaos and turn them into harmony. Toddler Yoku Rap, I'm ready to show them that size. Doesn't matter when you got the right spirit. Papa Legba Rap, we'll handle the north. Darkness won't stand a chance against our combined strength. Mama Rap, we'll protect our people and our city. Let's move out. Papa Rap, and I'll be everywhere. Like the unexpected beat drop in a rap battle. The team split up, each heading to their designated area. As they moved through the city, the signs of chaos were unmistakable. People were on edge, their faces filled with fear and uncertainty. Dark energy swirled in the air, casting an ominous shadow over the once vibrant streets. Donation Rap and Toddler Yoku moved quickly through downtown, their presence bringing a sense of hope to those they passed. Silver Surfer Rap could feel the dark waves crashing against his chi, but he remained steadfast, using his powers to push back the encroaching negativity. Papa Legba and Mama Rap worked in tandem, their combined strength a beacon of resilience. Papa Rap, true to his word, appeared wherever he was needed, his antics both confusing and deterring the dark forces. As the team fought back against the darkness, a sense of hope began to spread through the city. The neon lights seemed to burn brighter, and the energy in the streets shifted from fear to determination. Donation Rap could feel the tide turning, but he knew they couldn't let up. Donation Rap, we're making progress, but we have to stay vigilant. The darkness won't give up easily. Silver Surfer Rap will ride this wave all the way to victory, man. Toddler Yaku Rap for Dallas, for our home. Papa Legba Rap, together we are unstoppable. Mama Rap, we won't let our city fall. Papa Rap, and we'll do it with style, baby. With their spirits high and their determination unwavering, the Rap family continued their battle against the darkness. Dallas was counting on them, and they would not let their city down. The fight had only just begun, but with their unity and strength, they knew they could overcome any challenge that lay ahead. As the rumble echoed through the streets, Silver Surfer Rap felt a shiver run down his spine. His chi senses were heightened, alerting him to the malevolent energy spreading through Dallas. Riding the waves of rhythm in his mind, he knew that they were up against a formidable foe. Silver Surfer Rap. The vibes are all wrong, man. Something big is coming, and it's not good. With a sense of urgency, Silver Surfer Rap gathered his strength, ready to face whatever darkness awaited them. His determination was a testament to the training he had undergone, harnessing the powers of every form and more to become the ultimate rap warrior. He focused his energy, feeling the different layers of chi build within him. His body shimmered with a radiant aura, blending the power of the Super Saiyan God forms with his own unique flow. Silver Surfer Rap navigated the streets, his skateboard gliding effortlessly over the pavement. He could feel the oppressive energy thickening the air, a stark contrast to the vibrant life that usually filled Dallas. He saw worried faces peeking out from windows and huddled in doorways, the city's usual buzz replaced by an eerie silence. Silver Surfer Rap. Hang tight, folks. We got this. As he cruised through the city, he sensed the presence of his teammates nearby, each tackling their own part of the mission. He knew they were all feeling the same weight of responsibility, the same urgency to protect their home. Silver Surfer Rap rounded a corner and came face to face with a group of dark energy minions. Their eyes glowed with a sinister light, their forms twisted and shadowy. Silver Surfer Rap. You picked the wrong city to mess with? He leapt off his skateboard, his body surging with energy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blast of chi, sending a wave of energy crashing into the minions. They staggered back, but quickly regrouped, advancing with malicious intent. Silver Surfer Rap. Alright, let's do this. The battle was intense. Silver Surfer Rap moved with fluid grace, his every motion a dance of power and precision. He dodged and weaved, his strikes landing with pinpoint accuracy. His chi-infused punches sent shockwaves through the air, while his kicks carried the force of a tidal wave. Silver Surfer Rap. Feel the rhythm of my flow. With a burst of energy, he transformed into his Ultra Instinct form, his movements becoming almost ethereal. The minions were no match for his heightened reflexes and overwhelming power. One by one they fell, dissipating into wisps of dark smoke. But as the last minion fell, a larger figure emerged from the shadows. It was a dark energy wrapped goon, more powerful and menacing than the minions. Its presence radiated pure malevolence, its eyes fixed on Silver Surfer Rap. Silver Surfer Rap, You must be the big bad goon around here. The goon charged, and Silver Surfer Rap met its attack head-on. Their clash sent tremors through the ground, the force of their blows creating shockwaves that rippled through the streets. Silver Surfer Rap's chi flared brightly, illuminating the darkness that surrounded them. Silver Surfer Rap. You're strong, but I've got the power of the waves on my side. He focused his energy, summoning the power of his god forms. His aura blazed with vibrant colors, and with a mighty roar, he unleashed a devastating attack. The energy wave engulfed the goon, overwhelming it with sheer force. As the smoke cleared, the goon was gone, defeated by Silver Surfer Rap's relentless power. He stood tall, his chest heaving with exertion, but his spirit unwavering. Silver Surfer Rap. That's one down. The city's got a fighting chance. With the immediate threat neutralized, Silver Surfer Rap continued his patrol, his senses on high alert. He knew this was only the beginning, and that more battles lay ahead. But with his team by his side, he felt confident they could overcome any challenge. He reached a meeting point where Donation Rap and the others were already regrouping. Their expressions were a mix of relief and determination, ready to face whatever came next. Donation Rap. Nice work, Silver Surfer. We still have a long night ahead, but we can do this. Silver Surfer Rap. You know it, boss. Let's keep the rhythm going. Together, they set off into the night, their resolve unshakable. The darkness might be strong, but the power of their unity and their unstoppable rap flows would see them through. Dallas was their home, and they would protect it at all costs. Toddler Yoku Rap watched as the Rap family gathered together, their faces grim with determination. Despite his young age, Toddler Yoku Rap knew that he had a vital role to play in the upcoming battle. His eyes sparkled with the innocence of youth, yet his heart beat with the bravery of a seasoned warrior. Toddler Yoku Rap. I'll do my best, I promise. Let's show him what we got. With a sense of responsibility weighing heavily on his shoulders, he steeled himself for the challenges ahead, ready to fight alongside his family. His small stature belied the immense power he could unleash when the time called for it. The Rap family stood in a circle, the air thick with tension and resolve. The Donation Rap, the ever-calm leader, looked at each member of the team with unwavering confidence. Donation Rap. All right, everyone. This isn't just another battle. The city needs us, and we need to bring our A game. Silver Surfer Rap, with his cool demeanor and surfboard in hand, nodded. His chi aura subtly flickered, ready to be called upon. Silver Surfer Rap. I'm ready to ride the wave of this battle. We won't let the darkness win. Mama Rap and Papa Rap exchanged a determined glance, the parental instincts driving their desire to protect their home. Papa Legba Rap, with his mystical charms and enigmatic presence, remained silent but resolute. Toddler Yoku Rap took a deep breath, feeling the energy of his family bolstering his courage. He clenched his tiny fist, feeling the power within him. His training with the older Raps had been rigorous, and now it was time to put it to the test. Toddler Yoku Rap. I'm ready, everyone. Let's do this together. Donation Rap placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Donation Rap. We believe in you, Toddler Yoku. Just remember what you've learned. The family made their way to the rooftop, the city of Dallas, sprawling before them. The skyline was a mix of beauty and chaos, the neon lights clashing with the growing shadows. Toddler Yoku Rap felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm. From their vantage point, they could see pockets of conflict breaking out. Dark energy minions were terrorizing the streets, their sinister presence spreading fear among the citizens. Donation Rap. This is it. Everyone to your positions. The team dispersed, each member taking on a different part of the city. Toddler Yoku Rap stayed close to Mama Rap and Papa Rap, their protective presence a comfort. As they descended into the heart of the city, toddler Yoku Rap could feel the dark energy pulsing. It was oppressive, but it only fueled his determination. The first group of dark energy minions they encountered was wreaking havoc near a playground. Toddler Yoku Rap's heart ached at the sight of the frightened children. Mama Rap, stay close, Yoku. Follow our lead. Toddler Yoku Rap nodded, his eyes narrowing with focus. He watched his Papa Rap charge forward, his booming voice a battle cry. Papa Rap, get away from these kids, you fiends. With powerful lyrics and rhythm, Papa Rap unleashed a barrage of sonic blasts. The minions staggered but didn't fall. Toddler Yoku Rap felt the energy within him surge. Toddler Yoku Rap. My turn. He stepped forward, his tiny hands glowing with energy. With a fierce shout, he released a blast of pure chai, the force of it pushing back the minions. They stumbled, disoriented by the unexpected power from such a small opponent. Toddler Yoku Rap. Ah! Take that, Mama Rap. Great job, Yoku. Keep it up. The battle continued, the family working in perfect harmony. Toddler Yoku Rap felt his confidence growing with each successful attack. He was no longer just a kid, he was a vital part of the team. After a grueling fight, they finally managed to clear the area of minions. The playground was safe once more. Toddler Yoku Rap looked around at the grateful faces of the children and their parents. It filled him with a warmth and sense of accomplishment he'd never felt before. Donation Rap's voice crackled over their communicators. Donation Rap, everyone, regroup at the central square. We need to discuss our next move. Toddler Yoku Rap. On our way, Donation Rap, as they made their way to the rendezvous point. Toddler Yoku Rap felt a surge of pride. They had won this battle, but he knew the war was far from over. He glanced up at Mama Rap and Papa Rap, their smiles reassuring him. Mama Rap, you did great, kiddo. We're proud of you. Papa Rap, you showed him what it means to be a part of this family. Toddler Yoku Rap being ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With his family by his side, he knew they could overcome anything. Anonymous Cherry stood on the edge of the rooftop, gazing out over the city he called home. Dallas sprawled before him, a vibrant tapestry of life and light, now tainted by an encroaching darkness. The neon signs that once danced with joy now flickered with uncertainty. And the streets below buzzed with anxious whispers of an impending catastrophe. Anonymous Cherry, I've fought through worse. This city's my home and I'll defend it with everything I've got. His voice, though steady, carried the weight of his recent trials. The accident that nearly took his life had left scars, both visible and hidden, but it had also forged an unbreakable resolve within him. He tightened his grip on the railing, feeling the cool metal under his fingers, a stark contrast to the fiery determination burning in his chest. The Rap family gathered around him, each member exuding a unique energy. Donation Rap, the calm and collected leader, placed a hand on Cherry's shoulder, his eyes filled with reassurance. Donation Rap, you're one of us now, Cherry. We stand together. Civil Surfer Rap, ever the cool and composed warrior, nodded in agreement. His chi senses were on high alert, ready to ride the rhythm of battle. Civil Surfer Rap, darkness is coming, but we've got the light. Let's make it count. Toddler Yoku Rap, we got this, Cherry. Together we're unstoppable. Mama Rap and Papa Rap, the heart and soul of the team, stood tall and unwavering. Their parental instincts drove their fierce determination to protect their family and city. Papa Legba Rap, with his enigmatic presence, remained a silent pillar of strength. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, the team received a distress call Dark energy minions were spreading chaos in several key locations, and the city's defenses were faltering. Donation wrap. It's time, everyone, to your positions. The Rap family sprang into action, each member taking their place in the coordinated defense of Dallas. Anonymous Cherry felt a surge of adrenaline as he moved with the team, their collective energy forming a powerful barrier against the approaching darkness. Their first stop was the Dallas Arts District, where the dark energy minions had overrun the area, terrorizing the locals and damaging the iconic structures. Anonymous Cherry, not on my watch. With a deep breath, he summoned his inner strength, the resilience that had carried him through his recovery. His recent experience had taught him the power of positive energy, and now he channeled it into his raps. Anonymous Cherry. Yo, Dark Forces, you're about to meet your match. Cherry's here to shine. Your plans are gonna hatch. I've risen from the ashes, stronger than before. You think you can beat me? I'll show you the door. The minions recoiled at the force of his words, the power of his rap, infused with a burning determination. His new friends joined in, their combined energy creating a barrier of light that pushed the darkness back. From the murky depths of the alleyway, Dark Energy Ember Rap watched the Rap family with a sinister grin. The vibrant energy of Dallas seemed to mock his very existence. Each laugh and cheer a nail driving into his dark soul. He relished in the thought of spreading chaos, his malevolent aura pulsating with every beat of his sinister heart. Dark Energy Ember Rap. So the Rap family thinks they can protect this city? Fools. They have no idea what's coming. He retreated further into the shadows, his mind a whirlpool of dark plots and twisted schemes. His minions had failed him once, but he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He needed a plan that would strike at the very heart of the Rap family's strength, shattering their unity and hope. Dark Energy Ember Rap. I'll break them from within. Their light will flicker and die in the darkness I bring. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a new force was rising. A force that even he, in his malevolent cunning, had not anticipated. Spiritual Rap had been birthed from the very essence of balance and peace, a beacon of spiritual awareness and grounding. This powerful new Rap had a connection to the world that transcended the physical, touching the very core of existence. In a quiet corner of the city, far from the turmoil and chaos, Spiritual Rap was meditating. His serene presence was a stark contrast to the malevolence that Dark Energy Ember Rap exuded. With each breath, Spiritual Rap drew in the energies of the earth, sky, and everything in between, grounding himself deeply in the fabric of the universe. Spiritual Rap. The city is in turmoil, but with peace and clarity, we can restore balance. He felt the disturbance, the creeping darkness that threatened to engulf Dallas. His senses were heightened, not just by the physical world, but by the spiritual energies that flowed through all things. He stood, his resolve firm, knowing that his role in the upcoming battle was crucial. Dark Energy Ember Rap was unaware of this emerging threat. His focus remained on the Rap family, each member a target in his grand scheme of chaos. Dark Energy Ember Rap. I'll start with their weakest link, divide and conquer. They'll fall like dominoes. He began to weave his dark energies, sending out tendrils of shadow to infiltrate the city. His minions, though defeated before, were regrouping, ready to unleash a new wave of terror. He felt confident, almost invincible in his darkness. Dark Energy Ember Rap. This city will be mine. As the Rap family gathered their strength, preparing to confront the growing darkness, Donation Rap called a meeting. Donation Rap. We've faced many challenges, but this is different. We need to be united more than ever. Civil Surfer Rap. I can feel the dark energy pulsing through the city. We have to be ready for anything. Toddler Yoku Rap. We're not afraid. We'll fight and win. Anonymized Church. I'm with you all the way. Let's show them what we're made of. Mama Rap. We protect our own in our city. Papa Rap. Together, we're unstoppable. Papa Legba Rap remains silent. His presence a quiet yet powerful affirmation of their collective strength. As they rallied together, a gentle but firm voice interrupted their preparations. Spiritual Rap. There's a deeper battle to be fought, one that transcends the physical. I am here to help. The Rap family turned, seeing Spiritual Rap for the first time. His aura was calming, his eyes holding a depth of understanding that resonated with each of them. Donation Rap. Who are you? Spiritual Rap. I am Spiritual Rap, born of the need to balance the energies of this world. Together we can restore harmony to Dallas. Civil Surfer Rap felt a wave of relief and hope wash over him. Civil Surfer Rap, welcome to the team. Your timing couldn't be better. Toddler Yoku Rap, ever enthusiastic, nodded vigorously. Toddler Yoku Rap, let's do this. With Spiritual Rap now among them, the Rap family felt a renewed sense of purpose and strength. The road ahead was fraught with danger, but united, they were ready to face the darkness. And in the shadows, Dark Energy Ember Rap continued his plotting, unaware of the powerful new ally his enemies had gained.
Question. You still need him? You still want to make this dream come true?
As the Rap family prepared for the imminent battle against Dark Energy Ember Rap and his minions, a sense of unity and determination filled the air. They gathered in the heart of Dallas, their eyes reflecting the flickering lights of the city. Donation Rap, Civil Surfer Rap, Toddler Yoku Rap, Anonymous Cherry, and the rest of the team stood together, their bond stronger than ever. Donation Rap, we've got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Let's show them what we're made of. Civil Surfer Rap, feel the rhythm. Let the ancestors guide us. Toddler Yoku Rap, I may be small, but with the ancestors' power, I'm unstoppable. Anonymous Cherry, this city is our home. We'll defend it with everything we've got. Suddenly, the air around them shimmered, and an ethereal presence enveloped the group. Spiritual Rap, previously disguised as a janitor at Rap Palace headquarters, emerged from the shadows, his aura glowing with a serene yet formidable energy. Spiritual Rap. The ancestors are with us. Their strength flows through our hearts and souls. The team nodded in unison, feeling a surge of ancestral power. With a shared nod of understanding, they began to rap the anthem that would unite their spirits and channel the strength of their forebears. Donation Rap. Yo, it's Donation Rap, bringing light to the fight. Ancestors behind us, power shining bright. From the rooftop view, I see the city in need. With love and unity, we will succeed. Determined hearts, ready to take a stand. With every rhyme we drop, we protect this land. The city's counting on us. We can't let them down. Ancestors' wisdom, wear it like a crown. Chorus, we got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Their spirit and strength flow through our chains. United as one, we face the dark tide. With the wisdom of the past, we won't be denied. Civil Surfer Rap. I'm Civil Surfer Rap, riding waves of chi. Ancestors, guide me. Set my aim, spirit free. The vibes are off, dark energy in sight. But with ancient wisdom, I'll make it right. Surf the rhythm, feel the ancestors' might. In every form and power, I ignite. Harnessing the force, every chi flow. With the elders' guidance, we let the love show. Chorus. We got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Their spirit and strength flow through our chains. United as one, we face the dark tide. With the wisdom of the past, we won't be denied. Toddler, Yoku, rap, tiny but mighty. Toddler, Yoku in the game. Ancestors whisper, ignite my flame. Innocence and courage, heart of a warrior. With their strength, I'm the city's savior. I'll do my best, I promise, every day. Guided by the elders, I'll lead the way. Small in size, but power immense. Ancestors' legacy, my best defense. Chorus. We got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Their spirit and strength flow through our chains. United as one, we face the dark tide. With the wisdom of the past, we won't be denied. Anonymous Cherry. I'm Cherry, standing tall with pride. Ancestors' resilience, I can't hide. From trauma to triumph, I've walked the line. With their spirit, I'm ready to shine. City's my home, I'll defend it true. Ancestors' energy in everything I do. Positive vibes, spread them far and wide. With their love, darkness can't divide. Chorus. We got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Their spirit and strength flow through our chains. United as one, we face the dark tide. With the wisdom of the past, we won't be denied. Spiritual rap. I'm spiritual rap, grounded and aware. Ancestors' whispers, they answer my prayer. Balancing energies, peace in my core. With their strength, I'll fight this war. Dark forces rise, but they can't win. Ancestors' light guides us from within. Together we're strong, their power we hold. In unity and love, our story unfolds. Chorus. We got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Their spirit and strength flow through our chains. United as one, we face the dark tide. With the wisdom of the past, we won't be denied. Outro. The rap family strong, ancestors by our side. With love, light, and power, darkness can't divide. Together we stand, forever intertwined. In the power of the ancestors, true strength we find. As the final notes of their anthem echoed through the night, the rap family felt an unbreakable connection to their ancestors and to each other. They were ready to face the darkness, armed with the wisdom and strength of those who came before them. The battle for Dallas was about to begin, and with the power of the ancestors on their side, they knew they could not fail. The streets of Dallas buzz with a newfound energy as the rap family, bolstered by the power of their ancestors, spread hope and unity throughout the city. Their anthem echoed in the hearts of the residents, instilling courage and determination to stand strong against any adversity. Donation Rap. It feels like the city is starting to come together. We might actually have a chance. Civil Surfer Rap. Yeah, the vibes are definitely better, but we can't let our guard down. Toddler Yoku Rap. I feel it too, but we still have to be careful. Anonymous Cherry. Agreed. We need to stay vigilant. The dark forces might just be waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Dark Energy Ember Rap and his sinister allies, the Dark Triad Raps, Deception Rap, Chaos Rap, and Betrayal Rap, watched the rap family's efforts with disdain. They knew they needed a new strategy to regain control of the city. Deception Rap. Looks like we need to change our game plan. Let them think we've given up. Chaos Rap. Yeah, let's give them a false sense of security. We can use that to our advantage. Betrayal Rap. When they least expect it, we'll strike. But for now, we lay low. Dark Energy Ember Rap. Agreed. Let's make them believe we've disappeared. It'll make our return all the more devastating. With a sinister smirk, the Dark Triad Raps began to retreat into the shadows, leaving behind an eerie silence that blanketed the city. The Rap family, though wary, couldn't help but feel a momentary relief as the palpable threat seemed to fade. Mama Rap feels a bit too quiet, doesn't it? Papa Rap, yeah, it's almost like the calm before the storm. We should stay prepared. Spiritual Rap. The ancestors' guidance has brought us this far. We must trust in their wisdom and remain united. Days passed, and the apparent disappearance of the dark forces brought a sense of peace to Dallas. The community rallied behind the Rapp family, their spirits high and their determination unyielding. Yet, amidst the celebrations and the growing sense of hope, the Rapp family remained on high alert, knowing that the battle was far from over. Donation Rapp, everyone keep your eyes open. We've won a battle, but the war isn't over yet. Civil Surfer Rapp, we've got this. As long as we stay together, we can handle anything they throw at us. Toddler Yoku Rapp, yeah, we're ready for anything. Anonymous Cherry, let's keep the momentum going. The city needs us to stay strong. The Rapp family continued their efforts to heal and protect Dallas, organizing community events, performing their powerful anthems, and spreading messages of love and unity. The people of Dallas, inspired by their heroes, joined forces to rebuild and strengthen their city, unaware that the dark forces were lurking, biding their time. In the shadows, Dark Energy Ember Rapp and the Dark Triad Rapps watched, waiting for the perfect moment to reemerge and reclaim their hold on the city. Their plan was in motion, and they relished the thought of the chaos they would unleash upon the unsuspecting Rapp family. Dark Energy Ember Rapp, enjoy your moment of peace, Rapp family. It won't last long. As the city celebrated its newfound unity, the true test of their strength and resilience loomed on the horizon. The Rapp family's journey was far from over, and the next chapter in their battle against darkness was about to unfold in ways they could never have anticipated. The calm before the storm had set the stage for an epic confrontation, and the Rapp family, guided by the wisdom of their ancestors and the strength of their unity, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The battle for Dallas was far from over, and the true test of their courage and resolve was yet to come.
10 or 11 Rapp by Anonymous Cherry. Will it be 10 or 11? Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Will it be 10 or 11? Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Will it be 10 or 11? Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Will it be 10 or 11? Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Will it be 10 or 11? Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Will it be 10 or 11? Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Will it be 10 or 11? Will it be 10 or 11? Chapter 8. The background that thought it was the main event. While the Rapp tribe continued their training with the kind of calm that unsettles predators, Twilight Zone Rapp Sensei was very busy elsewhere doing what he did best, overcomplicating the wrong problem. From deep within his distortion chambers, he multiplied the mushroom Rapps and training monsters not by strategy, but by obsession, scaling them 2 times infinity, multiplied again by 27. Because if something had once failed loudly, the logical response was clearly to make it louder, stranger, and spiritually noisier. Forest thickened, shadows duplicated. The environment warped under the weight of its own theatrics. It looked impressive. It felt catastrophic. It was, unbeknownst to him, already late. Back in the chamber, no alarms sounded. No one stopped breathing. The invisible spirit registered the escalation the way a mathematician notices a child adding extra zeros to feel powerful. God's plan did not accelerate to match chaos. It absorbed it into timing. Every multiplication in Twilight Zone Rapp's domain quietly increased the contrast needed for the lesson to land cleanly. Every monster spawned added pressure that refined, not broke, the alignment forming in the Rapp tribe. Opposition was unknowingly participating in curriculum design. Anonymous Cherry felt the background chin like distant weather, noticeable, informative, not personal. His chai did not spike, it adjusted. The Reiki flow held steady, gratitude keeping the channels clean. Jesus Rap observed without comment, because explaining divine irony too early tends to ruin it. Goku Rap simply nodded once, recognizing the pattern. When darkness panics, light consolidates. Somewhere between realms, the mushroom raps roared, multiplied, trained, Chan sharpened themselves, convinced they were preparing for dominance. What they were actually doing was generating data, pressure points, frequencies, weaknesses that the invisible spirit calmly logged for later use. God's plan does not interrupt chaos. It lets it finish its sentence. By the time Twilight Zone Rap Sensei finished his calculations, satisfied that no force could survive what he had unleashed, the Rap tribe was still breathing, still aligned, still practicing redirects and Reiki forms as if nothing urgent had happened, which from the only perspective that mattered was exactly true. Chapter 9. Pressure without panic. By the time the background escalation reached its absurd crescendo, mushroom spores multiplying into architectures of teeth, training monsters folding into themselves like bad ideas with muscles, the Rap tribe had already moved past the stage where numbers impressed them. Pressure arrived anyway, rolling in not as a strike but as a field, thickening the space between breaths, testing whether alignment had been memorized or embodied. This was the part where most warriors discovered the difference too late. Anonymous Cherry felt it first in his joints, then his gut, then nowhere at all. The absence was the signal. His body didn't tighten. His mind didn't narrate danger. The Reiki flow held, steady and warm gratitude circulating like a quiet current beneath thought. Somewhere deep in the nervous system, an old reflex reached for panic and found no handles left to grab. Jesus Rap watched without intervening, because this was no longer instruction, it was confirmation. Goku Rap shifted his stance slightly, not to prepare for impact, but to mirror stability, reinforcing the frequency without a word. The invisible spirit widened the field just enough to let the incoming distortion reveal itself fully, like turning up the lights so lies had to stand on their own. The pressure pressed, nothing broke. Far away, Twilight Zone Rap Sensei sensed resistance, or rather the lack of the kind he understood. His multiplied forces strained forward, expecting fear, chaos, reaction. Instead, their intent thinned, stretched, and began to lose definition, like ink dropped into water that refused to stay angry. The monsters, trained to overwhelm, found themselves overqualified for irrelevance. Inside the chamber, the Rap tribe continued their forms. Slow, precise, almost disrespectfully calm. Redirects happened without drama. Reiki adjustments corrected micro-imbalances before they could escalate. Each breath quietly answered the question being asked by the universe. Can you stay present when nothing explodes? God's plan moved forward exactly as designed, without spectacle, without hurry, while chaos exhausted itself trying to be noticed. Chapter 10. When chaos realizes it is not the teacher by chapter 10, something subtle but devastating occurred in the background of reality. Chaos began to sense that it was no longer directing the lesson. Twilight Zone Rap Sensei watched his multiplied forces churn and surge, yet each escalation produced diminishing returns, like shouting into a canyon that had learned how to absorb sound. The mushroom raps advanced in synchronized madness, training monsters layering over one another in recursive aggression. But the pressure they generated no longer translated into fear. It translated into clarity elsewhere, which was not the transaction anyone on his side had intended. Inside the chamber, the Rap Tribe felt the shift without reacting to it. Their movements grew quieter, more economical, as if excess motion had finally admitted it was unnecessary. Anonymous Cherry adjusted his stance by a fraction, breath deep and unforced. Reiki flow threading through his palms and spine like a calm conversation that didn't need to be recorded. Each redirect happened before threat fully formed, not because of speed, but because alignment now preceded intention. Pressure arrived and found itself immediately repurposed. Jesus' rap observed with an expression that carried both compassion and dry inevitability. This was always the moment chaos misunderstood, the point where effort kept increasing while influence dropped to zero. When force forgets why it exists, he said quietly, not to instruct but to witness, it keeps working long after the lesson has moved on. The invisible spirit registered the statement and folded it gently into the structure of the field, where it would remain true whether anyone noticed or not. Far beyond the chamber, Twilight Zone Rap Sensei felt something slip, not power, not control, but relevance. His monsters were still moving. His numbers were still impressive. Yet the result refused to escalate. God's plan continued forward without confrontation, without spectacle, letting excess exhaust itself while the aligned grew stronger simply by staying present. Chaos had done everything right according to its own rules, and still it was no longer being listened to. Chapter 11. The moment reaction failed to arrive by Chapter 11, the absence of reaction had become impossible to ignore. Attacks still formed. Pressure still gathered. Yet each time something tried to provoke a response, it arrived a second too late to matter. The Rap Tribe no longer met force. They existed just far enough ahead of it that confrontation kept missing its cue. This was not evasion. It was timing so precise that conflict simply failed to find an entrance. Anonymous Cherry felt the incoming distortion register in his awareness like a footstep heard through a wall, informative, distant, non-threatening. His body responded without instruction, posture adjusting, breath deepening, Reiki flow correcting minor turbulence before it could collect into stress. The chime moved where it was needed, not where habit suggested. And for the first time, he noticed how much energy had once been wasted on bracing for things that never actually landed. From the invisible spirit's perspective, this was the critical threshold. Reaction had been replaced by response, and the difference was not subtle. Reaction belonged to memory, response belonged to presence. Every redirected intent carried less charge, less identity, until even malice began to feel unsure of itself. Evil eye projections arrived, hesitated, and dissolved as if embarrassed by their own predictability. Jesus Rap stood quietly, hands folded, observing the way alignment held without supervision. Goku Rap glanced toward Anonymous, then back to the field satisfied. This was what mastery looked like when it stopped needing witnesses. In the distance, Twilight Zone Rap Sensei felt the lag, his forces still advancing while outcomes refused to follow. His calculations remained flawless. Reality simply declined to cooperate. The rap tribe continued their forms, gratitude steady beneath each motion, thanking Jesus and the invisible spirit not as a ritual, but as acknowledgement of an equation that had finally balanced. The moment reaction failed to arrive, the battle lost its anchor and drifted quietly out of relevance. Toddler Yoku vs. the Spore Minions 3000%, a Rap Palace novella for Rap Family Training Records only. Chapter 1. The chant awakens. The Spore Time Chamber was never quiet. Even at rest, it breathed. The floor was a pulse. The walls were memory. The air was full of glittering spores, drifting like lazy snow in slow motion, each one humming a little song that only warriors could hear once their chi got high enough. Normally, that song was gentle, supportive, train speed. Not today. Today the hum was wrong. Today the hum had teeth. Anonymous Cherry felt it first. His eyes narrowed, and his aura flickered that familiar violet edge that meant his instincts were waking up. "Something's off," he said low. Civil Surfer Rap tilted his head, squinting like the air owed him money. "Yeah, the chamber feels loud. Like Twilight Zone Rap's been in here pressing buttons he ain't supposed to touch." Mama Ama Rap said, not even pretending she disagreed. "I told y'all. Every time that man says trust the process, somebody loses eyebrows." In front of them, sitting in the middle of the chamber floor, was the smallest warrior in the entire Rap family, Toddler Yoku. He was wearing a onesie that said property of my own destiny and no shoes. Just fuzzy socks with tiny lightning bolts on the soles. He was wobble sitting, belly sticking out, hair poofed up in pure defiance of physics, cheeks full of stored cosmic information, staring into space like he was watching invisible cartoons projected from another dimension. Except he wasn't just staring, he was chanting, soft at first, then louder. "Will it be 10 or 11? Will it be 10 or 11? Anonymous tried not to smile. "Oh no," Civil Surfer groaned. No, he's powering up." And then it happened. All the spores on the ground, thousands of them, glossy little marble-sized mushroom cores growing out of the chamber floor, cracked open at once like eggs hatching under a lightning storm. They didn't just pop, they screamed into existence. Bodies unfolded from them, Spore Minions. Usually these things were low-tier chamber mobs, training toys, practice targets, soft as pillows and dumb as shoelaces. You could bop them on the forehead, and they would fall over apologizing. Not these. These Spore Minions were shredded. Too tall, too fast, too sharp. Too many eyes, and way too confident. Their mushroom caps had serrated edges that hissed and steamed. Their limbs stretched and recoiled like slingshots. Their aura pressure hit the chamber like a siren, making the lights bruise purple and green. A warning rippled across the chamber from nowhere in Twilight Zone Rap's voice, dripping smug. Spore combat trial, difficulty override. Multiplier set to 3000%. Have a beautiful last session, Rap Tribe. Mama Ama Rap's eyes went cold. Oh, I'm whooping him later. Civil Surfer's jaw actually dropped. 3000%. He juiced the spores past their hard cap. They're not supposed to even exist like this. That's illegal, Chai. I'm calling HR. We are HR, Anonymous muttered. The Spore Minions all turned to face the Rap family at once, and the sound they made when they locked eyes was like metal being scrubbed against bone in a blender. The chamber shook. Toddler Yoku did not. He just blinked. Then he pointed one sticky finger at the entire monster army like he was counting ducklings at the park. And he asked calmly like it was manners, 10 or 11? The air cracked. Everybody, Civil Surfer, Mama Ama, even Anonymous, staggered back a half step. Not because of fear, because they felt that. Because the chamber felt that. Because the universe felt that. Under Toddler Yoku, the floor lit up with a circle of pulsing violet-white chi, blinking to his little rhythm like a heartbeat. The chamber responded to him. The time chamber, this divine training construct that bent time, measured pain for growth, calculated survival odds down to decimals, heard a toddler ask a math question and said, "Yes, sir." Then Yoku sang again, loud or happy, like he was in his own cartoon. Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11, 10 or 11. The circle under him snapped open like a speaker. A wave of pressure rolled outward. Half the spore minions staggered. What was that? Civil Surfer coughed. What did he just do? He just dropped a That was a field wave. That was a tactical level field wave. His chant is outputting actual combat chi. Anonymous didn't answer. He couldn't. He was busy watching something deeper. Toddler Yoku wasn't just yelling numbers. He was harmonizing with something they couldn't see. Something the chamber usually only let high-tier warriors touch after weeks of trial. Invisible spirit presence. The soul current beneath all training. The source the chamber borrowed from when it tested you. It was flowing through a baby. Mama Amarap folded her arms. That boy's not just cute, he's calibrated. The spore minions lunged. They came in one living wave, fast enough to leave after images, fast enough to warp sound, fast enough to make the air shatter around their claws. Anonymous slid forward, aura blooming purple with the thin green edge of snake chi whispering around it. Civil Surfer snapped into stance, palms up, body low, grin sharp. Let's surf fungus. Mama Ama flicked her wrist and her healing aura braided into a barrier shimmer in front of Yoku, firm like a mother's "don't touch my child," and holy like altar light, and Toddler Yoku. Toddler Yoku stood up. He shouldn't have been able to. His legs were still in that baby wobbly phase where balance is a theory. But he pushed up like gravity was optional, like his bones remembered something from before bones. His eyes went wide and bright and shining, not normal baby shiny chai shiny. He inhaled big, and then he screamed his vowels. Aye, E, ooh, ooh. E, ah, ooh, ooh. The sound wasn't sound anymore. The sound hit like an earthquake made of joy. The whole front line of spore minions, monsters juiced to 3,000% by Twilight Zone rap, on purpose to break the rap family, froze mid-attack, glitching like lagging code. Then blew backward like they'd been slapped by a god made of alphabet. They didn't die. No, they got humbled. They hit the walls and slid down in a pile of steaming mushroom limbs, twitching. Civil Surfer's mouth was open. He just vowel blasted them. Anonymous let out one slow breath. No, that wasn't just a blast. He could feel it now with that deep warrior sense. That wasn't just power, that was alignment. Toddler Yoku had synced his chant to the chamber's pulse, then dragged the chamber's pulse into his family's rhythm. He made the entire environment fight on their side. At 1-year-old, with a counting song, Mama Ama smiled without humor. Twilight Zone Rap really thought we were gonna fold to some mushrooms. On the far wall, a spore minion tried to stand back up. Toddler Yoku pointed at it with maximum baby authority and just said, "Sit." It sat. It didn't even argue. Anonymous felt something in his chest loosen, like something old pain had been carrying for years just let go. He understood. This wasn't about numbers. It wasn't even about the spore minions. This was the first hint of the invisible spirit teaching them in real time through the smallest one among them. You do not have to match fear with fear. You can raise the room instead. And Twilight Zone Rap, wherever he was hiding, smirking in his crooked dimensions, had no idea what he'd just awakened. Because the fight wasn't over. The chamber flickered red. More spores began to crack. Round 2 was coming. And Toddler Yoku grinned. Oh, he liked this. He bounced in place and whispered to himself like a promise. 10 or 11. Chapter 2, The Battle of the Bounce. The chamber dimmed to battle lighting. Every spore core in the floor pulsed lava red, then erupted. The new wave of spore minions was worse. Heavier, smarter. Some had multiple arms. Some had rotating jaw rings that sparked with toxin. Some had wings made of razor-thin fungal blades spinning like saws. Twilight Zone Rap had stopped playing. Anonymous static buzzed through the intercoms, his voice riding it, smug and dark. Let's see you laugh through this, little family. Civil Surfer rolled his eyes. He always narrates, like bro, just lose with grace. Anonymous didn't answer, because he was busy doing math in his spirit. He could feel the spike. 3,000% wasn't just number fluff. These spores were now clocking at danger ranges that would push most grown warriors to emergency evasive mode. And Toddler Yoku was still just a toddler. So Anonymous did what big brothers in the rap tribe do. He stepped in front. Stay behind me and Mama, he told Yoku. Yoku looked up at him and absolutely did not listen. He bounced forward instead, not ran. Bounced. This was the signature beginning of what the Rap Palace would later classify as wobble-step whirlwind form. At the time, it just looked like a chubby baby doing chaos footwork. But here's the thing. There's genius in chaos. Every bounce threw off targeting. Every tiny stumble was a feint. He moved like gravity had been remixed. His center of balance shifted with cartoon logic, not normal logic. Spore minions kept lunging where his body should have been, and finding empty air because he wasn't obeying the rules they were built to hunt. And as he bounced, he chanted, louder now with that rhythm that was starting to shake the whole room. Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Each 10 or 11 hit like a drum. Each hit of the drum sent a shock wave out, not an attack wave, not yet, but a timing ripple. Anonymous felt it. Civil Surfer felt it. Mama Ama felt it. The chant was giving them beat marks, sync points, openings. On 11, Civil Surfer whispered. We hit on 11. Copy, Anonymous said. Mama Ama adjusted her stance and smiled. Baby leading the choir. I love to see it. 3 spore minions dove at Yoku at once, claws bright with toxic steam. Mama Ama swept her hand and dropped a barrier arc in front of him. Not just a shield, but a mother wall. The first minion hit and sparked. The second rebounded and screamed. The third tried to phase through and caught a palm strike from Civil Surfer right across its mushroom face, surfing shy, rippling in controlled waves from wrist to elbow. Stay down, Civil Surfer said. That's Doctor's orders. 2 more minions tried to flank Anonymous, going low and high. Snake Chief feathered up along his back, giving him that extra prediction edge. He stepped under one slash, twisted, and dropped an elbow that pulsed purple and green at impact. The minion's entire upper body glitched like corrupted data and then collapsed into steam. But then the chamber shifted. The spore minions stopped rushing mindlessly. They started circling, smart. Twilight Zone rap had fed them adaptive routine. Anonymous muttered, "Of course he did." They were probing for Yoku now. They understood in whatever battle language mushroom monsters think in that the chant was the threat. They were right. Toddler Yoku's eyes were huge and serious now, full of that unfiltered focus little kids get when they decide, "I'm doing this myself." He planted his feet. He sucked in air, cheeks ballooning. And then he unleashed the vowel sequence again. But this time it wasn't just sound. This time it was control. Way. The pitch went needle high, pure, and it didn't just ring the air. It stopped the air. All motion in a forward cone froze. Spore minions mid-leap got caught like flies in jelly, twitching in slow time. Anonymous blinked. Time slow. He just time slowed them with a scream? E. The second vowel cracked like a mirror. The frozen minions shattered out of their own stance and tumbled backward, limbs flailing in panic. The chamber floor under them rippled like water. Ooh, the third note rolled low, almost sweet. The wave that came with it was thick, warm, and impossible to fight. Every spore minion it hit dropped to its knees, shaking hands to mushroom caps like their heads were overloading. They weren't just stunned. They were humbled. They were being forced to experience emotional surrender. Civil Surfer's jaw was hanging open. He hit him with nap time. Book 1 Underverse Protocol. The sky didn't darken. It tightened, like a fist closing slowly around the planet. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 Chapter 1. The Measuring the First Anomaly appeared in silence. No explosions. No invasion alarms. No dramatic tear in the sky. Just a subtle distortion in gravity, so slight that only those disciplined enough to feel their own breath noticed it. Civil Surfer Rap did. He was standing at the highest terrace of the Rap Palace when his knees bent an inch without him commanding them to. He didn't resist. He leaned into it. "Something's pulling," he said softly. Inside the council hall, Archivist Rap's slate flickered with symbols never before recorded. Not terrestrial glyphs, not palace-born sigils. Astral compression signatures. Professor Rap walked to the open archway and looked upward. The stars were still there, but they were dimmer, not obscured, absorbed. "We're not being attacked," he said quietly. "We're being evaluated. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 miles above Earth's atmosphere. A vessel existed between light and absence. It did not travel. It anchored. Its hull was not metallic. It was matte void, devouring radiation and returning nothing. Engines silent, movement imperceptible. Inside, figures stood motionless, tall, armored, eyes reflecting no color. Their creed was carved into their neural architecture. Only what survives pressure deserves continuity. They had detected something rare, a planetary zone of stabilization, a society compounding without collapse, a leader correcting himself instead of conquering others. This was not common. It demanded testing. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 back at the palace. Nexa Rap felt it as contraction. She clutched her sternum, breath shortening. Distance just compressed globally, she whispered. Not emotional distance. Spatial. Relational energy across the city was folding inward unnaturally. Mama Ama Rap steadied her. That's not human, she said. No, Nexa replied. It's architectural. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214. The black sun phased into visibility at noon. It did not block light. It bent it. A sphere of absolute density hovered high above the horizon, casting no shadow yet distorting everything beneath it. Panic spread instantly across the city. Phones failed. Compasses spun. Birds fell silent mid-flight. The Underverse had arrived. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214. The first emissary did not descend in flames. It stepped downward through gravity, like it was stepping downstairs. When its boots touched stone at the palace gate, frost formed instantly around the contact points. Not ice. Absence of thermal exchange. It looked at Anonymous Cherry without hostility, without urgency. Identify command authority. Its voice was gravitational, less heard than felt. Anonymous stepped forward. We govern through discipline, he replied. The emissary tilted its head. Discipline is unstable under existential compression. Professor Rapp whispered behind him, they're not conquerors. Archivist Rapp finished the thought. They're auditors. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214. Without warning, the suppression field activated. Gravity tripled. The entire terrace cracked. Windows shattered outward. Citizens dropped to their knees across the city as lungs struggled under invisible weight. Snake Chi surged instinctively inside Anonymous, purple aura flaring. He held it. Not yet. The emissary watched carefully. Reactive, it observed. Expected. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214. Civil Surfer Rap bent into the weight instead of pushing against it. His spine aligned, his breath slowed. Mama Ama Rap dropped her center of gravity deeper. grounding through the stone. Professor Rapp silenced his mental counter-arguments. Archivist Rapp stopped recording. Nexa Rapp resisted the urge to fold panic away from civilians, because forcing calm would be another displacement of discipline. They did nothing, and in doing nothing, the field destabilized. The emissary's eyes flickered faintly. Interesting. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App $Rap Palace 214. The second wave came physically. From the Black Sun, a formation descended. An entire legion of underverse soldiers, armor dark as collapsed stars, blades made from condensed vacuum. They moved in perfect synchronization. No shouting, no chaos, only structure. This was not invasion. This was filtration. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App $Rap Palace 214. The first clash erupted violently. Void blades cut through palace stone like paper. Snake Chi finally unleashed, green-blue arcs slicing through gravitational armor. Venom seeped into their systems, slowing neural synchronization. But they adapted instantly. Formations shifted, angles recalculated. They fought as one organism. Civil Surfer Rapp slid under a blade and shattered a soldier's knee joint. Mama Rapp redirected force rather than absorbing it, flipping two enemies into each other midair. Professor Rapp disarmed a warrior by exploiting a micro-delay in its sync. Nexa Rapp locked onto one soldier's emotional field, felt nothing but cold isolation, and injected a microfold of connection. The soldier hesitated. Half a second. Enough for Anonymous to strike. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App $Rap Palace 214. The emissary engaged him directly. Void blade met compressed Snake Chi. The impact detonated the terrace into airborne debris. Gravity buckled sideways. They locked in stalemate, Chi against void, discipline against cosmic austerity. You stabilize, the emissary stated. We refine, Anonymous replied. Refinement requires suffering. Refinement requires choice. Their weapons collided again. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App $Rap Palace 214 across the city. People were reacting. Some panicked, some looted, some froze. But something new happened. Those who had been living disciplined, faithful with little, aligned in exchange, honest in action, did not collapse under pressure. They bent. They breathed. They endured. The underverse detected it. The emissary's head turned slowly toward the city below. This world has multiple stabilizers. Archivist Rapp stepped forward. We multiply authority, he said, not dependency. The emissary paused. Its armor pulsed faintly. The Legion retreated 2 steps, not defeated. Assessing. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App $, Rap Palace 214 high above. The Black Sun pulsed brighter. Phase 1 had concluded. The Underverse did not retreat from resistance. It escalated refinement. The emissary's voice echoed across the fractured terrace. Compression will increase. The Black Sun expanded. Air thinned. Time itself seemed to drag. This was no longer a physical test. It was existential. Would discipline fracture under sustained cosmic pressure? Would alignment survive prolonged darkness? Would stewardship hold when relief did not come quickly? Anonymous steadied his breath. Hold, he said calmly to the inner circle. No panic, no overreach, no premature attack. Just hold. The Legion lifted back into the sky. The Black Sun remained, watching, testing, waiting. The Underverse protocol had begun, and this was only the opening measurement. Sacred Flames Healing 37. What karmic debts do I need to pay? Where will I find happiness? Who is my soulmate? Associated crystals. Pink tourmaline, smoky quartz, and clear quartz. 3.3. Silver Soul Expansion Flame. It may be invoked for clearing issues around inner wisdom, appreciating our connection to others and the universe, and expanding our energy beyond our narrow three-dimension vision. It helps to remove spiritual fears, blockages, and confusions. It is also useful if you want to follow the path of ascension or to uncover your spiritual gifts, and it often used to protect the aura from negative influences or entities. I often use it to seal the aura after a spiritual healing. Any angel of being of light can be called to assist, but you may call upon the archangels for help to enhance or discover your spiritual gifts. Archangel Uriel, for example, helps with claircognizance. Call upon Archangel Raziel to help you with any questions of spiritual understanding. Remember to ask Raziel to show you the answer to your questions in your dreams. Here is suggested meditation you might want to try. Take 4 deep breaths and feel your body relax. Close your eyes and count down from 10 to 1 as you find yourself walking downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs, you will see a door. Open the door. Sarah Seeger 38, you see 3 crystal pyramids. Look around and decide which one to go to. Enter the pyramid. Epona or other angels are there to greet you. Sit down on the floor and invite the silver flame into your aura. Say, invite the power of the silver flame into my being. I invite the silver flame to clear all my blockages. I invite the silver flame to help me see and understand the path that is intended for me. Feel the silver flame coming in through the crown chakra and filling the auric field around you. Your body feels lighter and clearer. Listen to any messages, images you see. The silver flame continues to fill the space around you. Ask any questions about spiritual matters. Wait for the answers. You know the healing is complete when it forms a shape of silver pyramid around the aura. Thank the silver flame and or the angels and release the flame. You may also use this meditation to cut unhealthy spiritual cords or negative attachments. Enter the pyramid and ask Epona for help. You see angels holding swords flaming silver. You may say, I call upon the warriors of the silver flame to remove all negative spiritual entities from my life, house, etc. now. Sacred Flames Healing 39. See the angels with silver flame emitting from the swords, cutting all the cords. You will know that the negative energy will not return. They also cut cords attached to your house. Thank the warriors of the silver flame. Associated crystals are selenite, blue tiger's eyes, milky phantom quartz. Of course, lapis lazuli and rutile are perfect for meditation on spiritual matters. Using all three flames of the third triad, you might opt to use all three flames together for a harmonious healing. Start off by releasing the negative emotions with the emerald flame. Energize with the pink flame and seal with the silver flame. When I do this, I use each flame, release it, and invoke the next one. Sarah Seeger 40 IV, additional flames. If you are not interested in healing, you might like to work with the sacred flames to improve matters in your life. This section, I will present you with a few more flames that have been a great help to me. 4.1. The white flame of protection. This is the universal flame often referred to in protection rituals. It can be used in the most general way to clear negative energy. If you were to imagine it, it looks like a large cloud. If you are feeling a little nervous, cluttered, or in any way negative, imagine your aura bathed in a strong white light from your crown down to under your feet. It should feel like a cocoon around you, making you feel at peace, clear-sighted, and safe. I often use this flame when I am about to deal with a difficult person or situation, and to clear my house and rooms with this energy. It can also be used to clear the energy in a room before a meeting or confrontation. It lifts a tired or dark mood and infuses a general feeling of goodwill. You can use it to protect your car, family, or anything that requires some purification. I also use this flame to protect myself every time before I do any energy work. Sacred Flames Healing 41.4.2. Orange Obstacle Buster Flame. This bright, powerful flame looks to me like the bright orange of an orange peel. It serves to remove obstacles in your path, mostly on a physical level. For example, you have deadline to complete a task, but you find yourself overwhelmed by other people or issues. See the flames surround you, and see the obstacles being removed from your path. Affirm that you are free to complete the task, and that you will do so efficiently and quickly. You can use it to clear financial obstacles, limited time concerns, annoying or obstructive individuals, etc. It can also be used to get out of a difficult situation that you might have agreed on impulse, and it seems impossible at that time to get out of it. You might, for example, have agreed to do something for a friend which you later regret because you now realize the full implications to yourself. When I use this flame, the situation is resolved in the best possible way for me and my friend. Use this flame liberally to relieve you of unnecessary burdens. You can also write down the concern, obstacles, or burn, stating that it is resolved or removed, and burn the paper in a bright orange candle. You could write something like, I am free of the burden of, I have plenty of time to complete, or I am free of the obligation to. Sarah Seeger 42.4.3. Lemon Manifestation Flame. This soft lemon-colored flame is used to manifest new situations in your life. It can be used to bring your dreams to reality and to generate wealth and material well-being. Surround your body with this flame as you visualize your dream car, holiday, life, or success. For a stronger manifestation of material things, you can add the Golden Abundance flame over it to create 2 layers over your aura. It generates a feeling of success and high self-esteem. When you use it, you know you can do it. It also helps you to see new options that are available to you. If you do a lot of manifestation work, you will love using this flame. Remember to affirm positive thoughts add feelings within you. Use the strongest affirmation of I am to bring success in your life. You might like to light a yellow candle and write down the things you wish to achieve. Again, burn the paper in the candle, knowing that you are successful in your quest or outcome. 4.4. Peach Twin Flame. The peach flame is the flame of balance, of yin and yang, of the balance of two opposing forces to merge into completeness. It is the flame to use for creating healthy partnerships and increasing family love and support. If you have been having problems with Sacred Flames Healing 43, your partner or family, you can imagine this flame surrounding all of you in a state of happiness and love. If you are looking for a suitable partner, you can wear this flame to attract the partner to you. Imagine yourself happy in a relationship with both of you within the lemon flame. 4.5. Neon Green Compassion Flame. Use this flame if you are a healer and want to understand what your client really needs. It allows you to view others with love and compassion and to see their point of view. I have found it very useful when I have been arguing or disagreeing with someone. I find I see things from their perspective and what they need. It will show you their dreams and aspirations, and their fears and obstacles. It is a great way to help others. As a healer, you can place it in your aura, asking the question, what does need at this time? You will find it relatively easy to establish what the person needs. You can also use to do dream work. Place your body in a cocoon for the neon green flame and ask the question about the person who are concerned about. Sarah Seeger 44 IV. Concluding remarks. I hope that you have enjoyed working with the sacred flames. I have found that the angels always support my work when I call upon them, and I urge to work with this energy. As a healer, I have allowed my guides to show me which flame is best for the person I am working with. I see flashes of the relevant color and trust that that sacred flame is best suited for the person. I have, since writing about these flames, discovered that there are other flames for a range of purposes. I am still working on them and will share them as soon as it all makes sense to me. I have included some resource here for those who need to increase their literary knowledge in a concise, logical manner. I have also included a summarized table to help to identify the flames in a hurry. I thank you in love and peace. Sacred Flames Healing 45 resource material on the spirit world. Cooper Diana Angel Inspiration. Cooper Diana. A little light on angels, Corton Steele and working with your guardian angel, Eason Cassandra. Touched by an angel, Virtue Doreen Angel Therapy, Virtue Doreen Archangels, and Ascended Masters Virtue Doreen Healing, with angels on the body's energy systems. B. Brennan Light Emerging, The Journey of Personal Healing, J. Collins. The Color of Life, on Akashic Records for Complete Books, Edgar Case, Modern Prophet. Sarah Sager 46 Quick Reference Guide to the Sacred Angel Flames Healing Flames. Sacred Flames Healing 47 Additional Flames. The Weight That Walks, a chronicle of anonymous Cherry Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalace 214 Chapter 1. The Chamber That Refused Mercy. The Chamber Sealed Without Ceremony. There was no warning tone, no countdown, no moment for prayer. Gravity arrived like a verdict. 1 trillion times heavier than anything designed for flesh, spirit, or story. Space compressed inward, sound died instantly, and Anonymous Cherry felt his knees fold not from weakness, but from mathematics. The air itself became solid. His breath stalled halfway through his chest, suspended as though time had forgotten to finish the action. Pain did not scream, pain calculated. Every cell in his body renegotiated existence at once. Bone did not crack, it softened, then rehardened into unfamiliar density. His muscles sheared themselves apart and rewove before nerve signals could report the damage. His chi surged automatically, then failed just as quickly, crushed into itself by pressure that did not care how hard he had trained. This chamber did not test strength. It tested permission to exist. Anonymous collapsed fully this time, palms pressed against a floor that felt like a planet stacked atop another planet stacked atop silence. His vision narrowed into a thin, trembling line. Thoughts fragmented. Memory flickered. He understood then, without panic, without drama, that this place was not meant to be survived. And yet, something in him did not try to escape. Instead, it listened. Between heartbeats that stretched into eternity, Anonymous Cherry noticed a pause, not relief, not mercy, but attention, as if the chamber itself had leaned closer, curious whether he would fight it or learn it. His breathing slowed, not because it was easier, but because panic required energy he could no longer afford. He let the weight settle, let it define him, let it reveal what parts of him were decoration and what parts were load-bearing. A sound echoed then, not external, but internal, a quiet recognition. If you
Book 1 Underverse Protocol, the sky didn't darken. It tightened, like a fist closing slowly around the planet. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 Chapter 1. The Measuring the First Anomaly appeared in silence. No explosions. No invasion alarms. No dramatic tear in the sky. Just a subtle distortion in gravity, so slight that only those disciplined enough to feel their own breath noticed it. Civil Surfer Rap did. He was standing at the highest terrace of the Rap Palace when his knees bent an inch without him commanding them to. He didn't resist. He leaned into it. Something's pulling, he said softly. Inside the council hall, Archivist Rap's slate flickered with symbols never before recorded. Not terrestrial glyphs, not palace-born sigils. Astral compression signatures. Professor Rap walked to the open archway and looked upward. The stars were still there, but they were dimmer, not obscured, absorbed. We're not being attacked, he said quietly. We're being evaluated. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 miles above Earth's atmosphere. A vessel existed between light and absence. It did not travel. It anchored. Its hull was not metallic. It was matte void, devouring radiation and returning nothing. Engines silent. Movement imperceptible. Inside, figures stood motionless. Tall. Armored. Eyes reflecting no color. Their creed was carved into their neural architecture. Only what survives pressure deserves continuity. They had detected something rare. A planetary zone of stabilization. A society compounding without collapse. A leader correcting himself instead of conquering others. This was not common. It demanded testing. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 back at the palace. Nexa Rap felt it as contraction. She clutched her sternum, breath shortening. Distance just compressed globally, she whispered. Not emotional distance. Spatial. Relational energy across the city was folding inward unnaturally. Mama Ama Rap steadied her. That's not human, she said. No, Nexa replied. It's architectural. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214. The black sun phased into visibility at noon. It did not block light. It bent it. A sphere of absolute density hovered high above the horizon, casting no shadow yet distorting everything beneath it. Panic spread instantly across the city. Phones failed. Compasses spun. Birds fell silent mid-flight. The underverse had arrived. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214. The first emissary did not descend in flames. It stepped downward through gravity, like it was stepping downstairs. When its boots touched stone at the palace gate, frost formed instantly around the contact points. Not ice. Absence of thermal exchange. It looked at Anonymous Cherry without hostility, without urgency. Identify command authority. Its voice was gravitational, less heard than felt. Anonymous stepped forward. We govern through discipline, he replied. The emissary tilted its head. Discipline is unstable under existential compression. Professor Rapp whispered behind him. They're not conquerors. Archivist Rapp finished the thought. They're auditors. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 without warning. The suppression field activated. Gravity tripled. The entire terrace cracked. Windows shattered outward. Citizens dropped to their knees across the city as lungs struggled under invisible weight. Snake Chi surged instinctively inside Anonymous, purple aura flaring. He held it. Not yet. The emissary watched carefully. Reactive, it observed. Expected. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214. Civil Surfer Rap bent into the weight instead of pushing against it. His spine aligned. His breath slowed. Mama Ama Rap dropped her center of gravity deeper, grounding through the stone. Professor Rap silenced his mental counterarguments. Archivist Rap stopped recording. Nexa Rap resisted the urge to fold panic away from civilians, because forcing calm would be another displacement of discipline. They did nothing, and in doing nothing, the field destabilized. The emissary's eyes flickered faintly. Interesting. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214. The second wave came physically. From the black sun, a formation descended. An entire legion of underverse soldiers, armor dark as collapsed stars, blades made from condensed vacuum. They moved in perfect synchronization. No shouting, no chaos, only structure. This was not invasion. This was filtration. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214. The first clash erupted violently. Void blades cut through palace stone like paper. Snake Chi finally unleashed, green-blue arcs slicing through gravitational armor. Venom seeped into their systems, slowing neural synchronization. but they adapted instantly. Formation shifted, angles recalculated. They fought as one organism. Civil Surfer Rap slid under a blade and shattered a soldier's knee joint. Mama Amarap redirected force rather than absorbing it, flipping two enemies into each other midair. Professor Rap disarmed a warrior by exploiting a micro delay in its sync. Nexa Rap locked onto one soldier's emotional field, felt nothing but cold isolation, and injected a microfold of connection. The soldier hesitated. Half a second. Enough for Anonymous to strike. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214, the emissary, engaged him directly. Void Blade met compressed Snake Chi. The impact detonated the terrace into airborne debris. Gravity buckled sideways. They locked in stalemate, Chi against Void, discipline against cosmic austerity. You stabilize, the emissary stated. We refine, Anonymous replied. Refinement requires suffering. Refinement requires choice. Their weapons collided again. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 across the city, people were reacting. Some panicked, some looted, some froze. But something new happened. Those who had been living disciplined, faithful with little, aligned in exchange, honest in action, did not collapse under pressure. They bent. They breathed. They endured. The underverse detected it. The emissary's head turned slowly toward the city below. This world has multiple stabilizers. Archivist Rap stepped forward. We multiply authority, he said, not dependency. The emissary paused. Its armor pulsed faintly. The Legion retreated 2 steps, not defeated, assessing. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 high above. The black sun pulsed brighter. Phase 1 had concluded. The underverse did not retreat from resistance. It escalated refinement. The emissary's voice echoed across the fractured terrace. Compression will increase. The black sun expanded. Air thinned. Time itself seemed to drag. This was no longer a physical test. It was existential. Would discipline fracture under sustained cosmic pressure? Would alignment survive prolonged darkness? Would stewardship hold when relief did not come quickly? Anonymous steadied his breath. Hold, he said calmly to the inner circle. No panic, no overreach, no premature attack. Just hold. The Legion lifted back into the sky. The black sun remained, watching, testing, waiting. The Underverse protocol had begun, and this was only the opening measurement. Chapter 2. Sustained compression. The first 24 hours were the easiest. Shock always is. Adrenaline filled the cracks where fear tried to enter. People moved on instinct. Emergency responses activated. Communication rerouted. Structures reinforced. The city braced. It felt heroic. It felt united. It felt survivable. The second day was different. The black sun did not pulse anymore. It held, steady, unblinking. A presence that did not threaten, did not negotiate, did not retreat. Gravity remained slightly heavier than normal, not crushing, just enough to make every movement cost more. Air felt thin enough to require intention. Conversations shortened. Patience thinned. This was the Underverse true weapon. Not destruction, duration. Inside the Rap Palace, the inner circle gathered in silence. No war council, no battle strategy. Just breath. Archivist Rap's slate glowed with steady lines of data. Cognitive fatigue rising across the population, he reported. Emotional volatility increasing by 12% per hour. Professor Rap paced slowly. They're not testing our power, he said. They're testing our maintenance. Civil Surfer Rap leaned against a pillar, eyes closed. The current's getting heavier, he murmured. People can fight waves. They can't fight tides. Mama Ama Rap turned to Anonymous. Do we intervene? He did not answer immediately. Intervention under compression could become displacement again. He remembered the fracture. He would not repeat it. We reinforce discipline, he said finally, not rescue. Across the city, the effects intensified. A contractor snapped at his crew over a minor mistake. A couple reignited an old argument because exhaustion stripped away restraint. A business owner panicked and cut corners to maintain numbers. Small fractures, micro displacements. Underverse soldiers did not descend this time. They didn't need to. The black sun responded to instability automatically. Every emotional spike caused gravity to increase locally by a fraction. Every dishonest action made air slightly thinner in that area. Every reactive outburst made the ground tremble under the person responsible. The underverse was calibrating through human weakness. A Nexa Rap felt it everywhere. Distances weren't just folding now. They were distorting. People under strain pulled away from one another to preserve energy. Isolation grew like frost on glass. She moved through the city quietly, not folding distance, not forcing connection, just anchoring calm where consent existed. A mother and daughter on the verge of shouting paused mid-argument when Nexa entered the room. She said nothing. She only breathed steadily. Their breathing matched hers. The tremor in the floor eased. She left before they noticed. On the third night, the emissary descended again. No legion this time, just it. It stood at the palace gate, observing. You are degrading, it said calmly. Professor Rapp stepped forward. So are you, he replied. The emissary's head tilted slightly. Clarify. You expected panic escalation, Professor continued. Instead, you're getting slow correction. The emissary turned its gaze toward the city. It paused longer than before. We are detecting distributed stabilizers. It admitted it. Archivist Rapp nodded. Authority multiplied. Without warning, the emissary activated a new phase. The sky flickered. Not dark. Inverted. Shadows sharpened. Memories surfaced. Across the city, people were confronted not with physical pressure, but with unresolved personal fractures. Regrets replayed vividly. Past failures resurfaced. Old betrayals felt recent again. This was not gravity. This was psychological compression. Nexa Rap staggered. They're mining unresolved necroplasm, she whispered. The emissary's voice echoed through the palace. Discipline is irrelevant if identity is fractured. Anonymous stepped forward. Now Snake Chi stirred. Not explosively, precisely. He did not expand it outward. He compressed it inward. Invisible spirit alignment locked. Tri-brain synchronization stabilized. He spoke calmly into the field, affecting the entire city. Breathe, he said, not through amplification, through resonance. His breath slowed deliberately. The inner circle matched him. Civil Surfer Rap exhaled fully. Mama Ama Rap grounded deeper. Professor Rap silenced analysis. Archivist Rap closed the slate. A wave moved outward, not of power, of rhythm. Across the city, people felt it. A slowing, a grounding, not relief. Stability. The resurfaced memories did not disappear. They became manageable. The emissary stepped back. Unexpected resilience, it said. You equate suffering with refinement, Anonymous replied calmly. But suffering without consent breeds fracture. The emissary studied him. Your species historically fractures. We've learned, Anonymous said simply. The emissary looked at the black sun above. It pulsed faintly, uncertain. The underverse did not retreat from challenge. It escalated it. But escalation required energy. And energy required weakness to feed on. The city was not feeding it enough. Suddenly, the black sun flared. Gravity spiked violently. The palace terraces cracked. Citizens screamed. This was the brink. Not sustainable. Not long-term. A final push to force collapse. Snake Chi erupted fully this time, not as rage, not as reaction, as containment. A green-blue lattice shot upward from Anonymous, not attacking the black sun, but stabilizing the distortion around it. Nexa Rap anchored relational lines across the city, consensual folds that prevented isolation spikes. Civil Surfer Rap synchronized movement across defensive teams. Mama Ama Rap absorbed panic and redirected it into steady grounding. Professor Rap shouted a single instruction: do not react. Archivist Rap spoke one word: hold. The entire palace, and much of the city, did exactly that. No screaming back, no overexertion, no emotional spike, just disciplined endurance. The Black Sun's flare faltered. It had nothing to amplify. The emissary's voice lowered. Your world resists refinement. No, Anonymous corrected. We refine ourselves. Silence followed. Longer this time. Then the Black Sun dimmed slightly. Not gone, not defeated, reassessing. The emissary stepped backward into partial phase. This cycle remains inconclusive, it said. We will increase duration. And then it vanished. The Black Sun remained suspended overhead, watching, waiting. The test was not over. It had simply shifted from attack to attrition. And attrition is where discipline either matures or collapses slowly. The palace lights dimmed not in rest, but in preparation, because the next phase would not strike loudly. It would whisper, and whispers are harder to resist than force. Chapter 3, Whispers Under Pressure. The shouting stopped. That was the first sign the Underverse had changed tactics. No more gravity spikes. No more sky inversions. No more visible flares from the Black Sun. The city exhaled cautiously. And that was exactly when the whispers began. They did not arrive as voices. They arrived as thoughts that felt like your own. Small, reasonable, harmless. You're tired. This isn't worth the strain. Just adjust your standards a little. No one would notice. The Underverse had discovered something. Humans resist pressure. They rationalize erosion. The first crack appeared in a place no one expected. A mid-level steward inside the palace, trusted and stable, cut a corner. Not maliciously. He skipped a step in review because he was fatigued. It seemed minor. Efficient, even. That afternoon, a miscalculation cascaded across 3 departments. Not catastrophic, but destabilizing. Archivist Rap noticed the pattern immediately. Deviation occurred at point of fatigue, he said. Professor Rap folded his arms. Whispers, he muttered. Civil Surfer Rap looked up toward the Black Sun. It's not pushing, he said. It's leaning. Across the city, similar microshifts appeared. A business owner exaggerated numbers slightly to maintain investor confidence. A couple withheld a truth to avoid tension. A young trainee faked composure instead of admitting overwhelm. None of these were dramatic. All of them fed the Black Sun. Above, it pulsed faintly brighter. Not from fear, from erosion. Nexa Rap felt the change in relational space first. Distance wasn't compressing anymore. It was thinning artificially. People were connecting faster, but shallowly. Conversations felt productive without being honest. Agreements formed without alignment. She placed her hand against a cafe table where 2 former rivals were laughing too easily. She closed her eyes. The necroplasm wasn't resolved. It was masked. She withdrew her hand. This is worse, she whispered. Mama Ama Rap nodded. False peace fractures deeper later. That evening, the emissary returned. No legion. No suppression field. It stood at the palace terrace, watching the city lights flicker below. You degrade voluntarily, it observed. Anonymous stood beside it, gaze steady. You tempt voluntarily. The emissary turned slightly. We offer efficiency. You offer shortcuts. Your species prefers them. Not anymore. The emissary paused. Above, the Black Sun brightened subtly as another minor ethical compromise occurred in the city. The emissary gestured toward it. Evidence. Anonymous did not flinch. Measurement. The Underverse changed the battlefield again. That night, dreams across the city intensified. Not nightmares. Temptations. Alternate futures where effort was unnecessary. Where wealth arrived instantly. Where relationships healed without vulnerability. Where discipline was optional. People woke unsettled, not because the dreams were dark, because they were attractive. Inside the palace, Professor Rapp called the inner circle together. "This is cognitive infiltration," he said, "not forced seduction." Civil Surfer Rapp nodded slowly. "They're offering relief without growth." Archivist Rapp added, "Compliance probability increasing under prolonged duration." Mama Ama Rapp looked at Anonymous. "This is the real test," she said. He knew. Discipline under attack is obvious. Discipline under invitation is dangerous. The next morning, Anonymous did something unexpected. He did not call the city to arms. He did not issue a broadcast. He made a mistake publicly. In a meeting, he acknowledged a flawed assumption he had made about resource allocation. No justification, no defense, just correction. "I was wrong," he said plainly. The room stilled. The moment traveled faster than any speech. Across the city, people felt something recalibrate. The black sun dimmed fractionally. The emissary turned its head. "Explain," it demanded. Professor Rapp answered calmly. "Transparency neutralizes temptation." The emissary processed the statement. The whispers intensified. "You don't need to admit that. You can protect your image. You've earned a break. You deserve easier." But now something new was happening. People were hearing the whispers and naming them. "I'm tired, but I won't cut corners," the steward muttered aloud. The business owner corrected the numbers. The couple spoke the uncomfortable truth. The trainee admitted overwhelm and received support. Each correction dimmed the black sun by imperceptible degrees. The underverse was losing energy, not because it was attacked, because it was unfed. Nexa Rapp moved carefully now, not shortening distance, but deepening it where necessary. "You're agreeing too quickly," she told two partners negotiating. They blinked. She held their gaze. "Say what you're avoiding." They did. The floor beneath them steadied. False harmony dissolved into honest alignment. The black sun flickered. That evening, the emissary stood alone again at the palace edge. "You resist by self-exposure," it said. "We refine by consent," Anonymous replied. "You deny ease. We deny erosion." Silence stretched between them, longer than before. The emissary's posture shifted almost imperceptibly. "Your model complicates conquest," it admitted. "We're not trying to conquer," Anonymous said softly. "We're trying to remain." The black sun above dimmed further, not extinguished, but weakened. The emissary looked upward. "This phase remains incomplete," it said. "We will escalate." Anonymous did not respond. He didn't need to. Escalation under starvation is unsustainable. The underverse would have to choose soon, increase force and reveal desperation, or withdraw and reassess. For now, the black sun lingered, smaller than before. The whispers did not disappear, but they lost their sweetness. Because once named, temptation loses its disguise, and discipline, tested under pressure, duration, and seduction, was no longer reactive. It was conscious. The palace lights dimmed once more, not in fear, in vigilance, because the underverse was learning. And learning enemies are far more dangerous than aggressive ones.
Sacred Flames Healing Sarah Seeger Sarah at divine.za.net free edition from copyright 2011 Sarah Seeger, published by Sarah Seeger author, distributed worldwide by Obuko. This edition is available free of charge exclusively to Obuko members for evaluation purposes. It may be amended and updated at any time by the author, so please visit to ensure you have the latest edition. Although free of charge, this work remains protected by copyright and must not be sold in digital or printed form. For more free ebooks, and to list your fiction or non-fiction book for free publication, please visit Table of Contents, The Spirit World. 4 Energy Healing, the Aura. 9 Basic Guiding Principles for Healing from Spirit. 11. 16 Working with the Celestial Flames. 17 First Triad of Sacred Flames 1.1. The Aqua Cleansing Flame 21.2. The Ruby Energizing Flame .231.3. The Golden Fortifying Flame, 24.2. Second Triad of Sacred Flames, 2.1. Sapphire Releasing Flame, 27.2. 2. Violet Transmutation Flame, 28.2. 3. Rose Love Flame, 29.3. Third Triad of Sacred Flames, 3.1. Emerald Soul Connection Flame, 31.3.2. Pink Soul Detox Flame, 32.3.3. Silver Soul Expansion Flame, 37.4. Additional Flames 4.1. White Protection Flame, 44.2. Orange Obstacle Buster Flame, 41.4.3. Lemon Manifestation Flame, 42.4.4. Peach Twin Flame, 42.4.5. Neon Green Compassion Flame, 0.43. Some last comments. Resource material. 45 Sacred Flames Healing 1I. Introducing my work. Welcome to my world of healing from spirit. I invite you to join me in my journey of energy healing and spiritual development. I have been providing service as a light worker for many years as a Reiki master, spiritual counselor, and crystal healer. I started on this journey of spiritual healing when I learned about the tarot some 20 years ago. I took to readings naturally and found the rich symbolism intriguing. I wanted to understand how that was possible that I could read and interpret a stranger's energy through factory manufactured cards. It enticed me into learning about energy. I found myself in a confusing conflict between me as a human operating in an aggressive material world which supports and rewards my logical intellect, and the stirrings of my soul that needed to be gentle, caring, and believing in things unseen. It took me a long time to realize that unexplained, unseen things were the reason I could enjoy my material, logical world. It is my soul and my spirit guides and angels that had led me into unexplained illogical choices that have made my world rich and abundant. So I finally got it. We are spirits learning about human experience. It was my soul that had driven me to learn about crystals, Reiki, and energy medicine. My logical self would never have been drawn to this world. So here I am. What I have learned from all my questions and conflicts is that each of us need a guiding vision and belief. And this is what I've come up with. Live in a state of grace and gratitude. Seek understanding to show compassion. Sarah Sager too always give and receive love. My interest and devotion to healing from spirit has led me to develop an intense aspiration to share some of experiences with others. Throughout my work, I speak of healing from spirit rather than spiritual healing. In my understanding, spiritual healing relates to circumstances where the soul requires and receives a healing, for example, to deal with past karmic blockages or past life healing. I am talking about healing the soul. When I talk about healing from spirit, I am talking about approaching the healing from the depths of my spirit and with the assistance of the spirit world. Sacred Flames Healing Suit. Healing from spirit is based on the idea of two concepts: that the healer's soul has a deep desire and commitment to share the gift and power of healing with other souls, and that the spirit world has the same deep desire and commitment to help earth souls in their quest for health and healing. This deep desire and commitment emanates from love. The source of the healing power comes directly from the inherent and undeniable capacity of all souls to give and receive love. The secret, therefore, to healing from spirit is love. That is my thinking. That is my belief. T-Hat is my mantra. I I have also found that the healing of others has a natural spin-off healing to myself. So despite my apparent altruistic agenda to share healing power with others, I also do it to feed my own need and yearning to be healed. Healing from spirit is about shifting and transforming energy to allow the body, mind, and spirit to function as it best for its highest good. All forms of dis-ease in the human state are essentially negative energy that can be removed or transformed. I offer you my thoughts, observations, and healing techniques in love, and hope that something I share with assists you on your path, and that you, in turn, will help others. Before you explore these topics, I suggest you read through my healing guidelines, which will give you some ideas on how I facilitate healing for myself and others. Sarah Seeger 4 Healing Method. The spirit world angels are benevolent celestial beings of pure love energy who exist to serve humanity in our quest of the human experience. They love to help and certainly enjoy healing from spirit. They only require that you ask them for help. Their purpose is to act as a medium between ourselves and the Creator. Some useful thoughts to remember about angels. They are spirit beings of light whose function is to help us on earth. Angels are a gift given to us by God for our safety, protection, and guidance. Angels have no religion. Because of their pure form, they do not choose to help some groups and not others. Angels are neither male nor female, but they are often referred to as he or she. They do not have a human form because they are made up of energy, love, and light. However, they often project themselves to us in a form we expect and are most comfortable with. Within the angelic realm, they have different categories of angels which perform different functions. The archangels are often described as the senior supervisors of angels. Each archangel is assigned to specific tasks and can be called. Sacred Flames Healing 5 upon for that purpose. In this work we will refer to the following archangels. Metatron is associated with getting organized, children's issues, and he is the keeper of the Akashic records. Michael is associated with helping humans with spiritual and physical protection and helping us focus our intentions to manifest our dreams into reality. He is called upon to remove negative energy and thoughts from any space, including your home, office, mind, and heart. Raphael is associated with healing the earth and all its occupants. Call upon him to heal you or assist you in any healing work. All healing facilities and healers are guided and helped by Raphael. Raziel is associated with knowledge and understanding. He works mostly through dreams, and you may ask him a question before you go to bed so you can get the answer in your dreams. Call upon him to assist you to understand spiritual truths and to help with your spiritual awakening. Uriel is associated with claircognizance, the ability to know things. He works with children mostly, but can be called upon to help with the spiritual gifts. The Ascended Masters are the great healers, teachers, or prophets who previously lived on earth and who now help us from the spirit world. They come from all cultures, religions, and civilizations. Here are some of the Ascended Masters referred to in this work. Abundantia helps with attracting abundance, financial investments, guidance and protection valuables, and general good fortune. Call upon her to help alleviate your financial concerns. Sarah Seeger 6 Apollo helps to create light and laughter in your life and to help you understand issues through visions. Call upon him when you feel depressed and need some energy, and if you want answers to any questions. Epona is one of the bearers of the silver flame and was worshipped as the protector of horses and animals, and also for fertility. She is also the protector and guardian of the elementals. Lakshmi is associate abundance, beauty, lasting happiness, manifesting home supplies and food and space clearing. Merlin is associated with alchemy, crystals, divine magic, prophecy and divination and healing. Saint Germain is one of the bearer of the violet flame and manifestation of goals and desires. Kuan Yin is also a bearer of the violet flame and is associated with compassion towards ourselves and others, and understanding our needs and those of others. The guardian angels are angels assigned to stand by us throughout our lifetime, guiding and helping make the right choices. Guardian angels know everything you've said, done or thought from birth, and are available to help you whenever you ask. Everyone has a guardian angel and should be seen as your spiritual friend, guide, and helper. Here is short meditation to help you connect with your guardian angel. Sit quietly and relax with your eyes closed. Sacred Flames Healing 7. Take a few minutes to breathe the color gold around you. Mentally ask your guardian angel to step into your aura and touch you. Expect a physical sensation or a fragrance or feeling of great love. Ask your guardian angel's name. Accept the first name that comes to you. Calmly ask for any help you need. Thank your guardian angel. The spirit guides are additional angels that assist us on our spiritual journey and advise us along the way. Spirit guides are spiritual beings who have chosen to aid others on the path to spiritual enlightenment as we are about to ascend to higher light. Connecting to angels. When connecting to the angels, remember that they come to you in love and light and really want to help you. Try to remember that you must be honest with them. They have no judgment of you. They see everything, so you're able to discuss anything with them. They simply want to help you in a loving way. Try to relax. It is easier for them to establish contact when you are relaxed, rather than anxious and afraid. Sarah Seeger 8. You must ask. Angels are not permitted to interfere in your life unless specifically asked. Surrender the problem to them. Release your worries to them and give them a chance to help you. Have faith. Trust that they're going to help you. Your lack of faith in success blocks the positive energy the angels are trying to give you. Listen to the advice, feelings, and emotion that come to you once you have surrendered the problem. The angels always help us, but we often do not notice their help. The angels love to help you. There is no limit to how many times you can call on them. They can help with small problems to bigger issues like helping your relationships or your spiritual awakening. Remember that the God, the creator of the universe, does not want you to suffer, just to help you release yourself from pain and suffering if you want to. Be clear about what you are asking for. Don't just ask them to find you a parking. Ask for a parking close to the building you want to go to. You can call out to any angel for assistance and one will come. It is through communication and contact that you may discover which angels are best for you. Angels do not Sacred Flames Healing 9 want to be worshipped. All they need is your thanks when they help you. Lastly, it is very simple to contact your angels. All you need to do is call them. The angels are available to you all the time and can hear you. Just talk to them and you will receive help. Simply talk to them as you would one of your friends. You do not need to speak aloud, as they can hear your request in your thoughts. If you doubt that you are communicating with the angels, you can ask them to talk to you in your dreams. Go to bed asking your guides to come to you in your dreams, and then ask that they assist you to remember your dreams when you wake up. Make sure before you go to bed that you have paper and pen at your bedside so you can write down your dreams. Do not forget to thank them for their help. Healing energy, the aura. The aura is an energy field that surrounds the human body, which appears as an egg-shaped area of light and color that extends beyond the skin. It is an energy field of 7 layers that reflects the body's life force. It reflects the physical, psychological, and spiritual well-being of every person. In this way, it acts as a barometer of disease long before the onset of actual symptoms in the physical body. It is made up 7 major layers which vary in color and intensity depending on the person. For healing purposes, you can run an open hand about 5 to 10 centimeters above a person's skin, and you should feel a layer of air of energy or movement. If you want to practice on how to feel the energy field, ask someone to stand with their back to you and stand about 10 to 20 centimeters away. Push your hands forward and backwards Sarah Sager 10, and you will notice that the person will move either backwards or forwards involuntarily in accordance with your hand movements. Be gentle in your movement, or the person might fall over. A healthy aura, when seen, reflects strong interdependent layers of light that appear as solid light with clear, bright colors as shown in this figure. An unhealthy aura usually will show evidence of leaks, tears, and/or impurities, as indicated in this figure. Leaks usually occur when the physical body has suffered undue strain or trauma. Tears generally occur when the person has been subject to emotional, mental, or spiritual stresses. Sacred flames healing 11 impurities are associated with vulnerability in the aura, which allows negative, surrounding energy to seep into it. This may occur where the person spends time around a person who is angry, depressed, or jealous. They would feel heavy or deflated later on. Basic guiding principles for healing from spirit. I do not, for a moment, wish to prescribe to any person how they may decide to behave as a healer. However, over the years, I have developed some core techniques that have aided me greatly in my healing. I offer a few guidelines that have never failed me. Please feel free to add others and share with me. So here goes. Protection is a crucial, healthy way to start your healing session. Visualize a white gold light surrounding you like a cocoon before you even engage in any healing work. I do this even when I meditate or heal myself. The reason is that it prevents you from allowing negative energy from latching onto you. For example, you might be dealing with a client who is slightly depressed. As you draw out the energy from the person, it goes to the next body of energy. This is why so many healers feel drained after a healing, or feel they cannot shake off the emotions of the person they have been healing. You have simply transferred the energy from them to you. The foremost aspect of a successful healing is having the clear, positive intent to heal the condition, the situation, or person. Decide it to be so, embrace it, and do it. If you are Sarah Sager 12, feel out of sorts, or just a little lazy, ask the angels to help you strengthen your resolve to heal yourself or that person. Ask for help from above. Healing from spirit has been an awesome experience for me, largely because I have never failed to ask for help from the angels, archangels, ascended masters, and other spirit beings of light. I start every healing with a request from the angel to assist and guide me through the healing for the highest good of both the person receiving the healing and myself. I often work with Archangel Raphael for help in matters relating to healing, or Mother Mary, who often appears in healing related to mothers and children. Archangel Raphael helps me immensely with distant healings. His quick, quiet energy is a great source of comfort and power to me. You do not need to know them by name, and you can simply ask the angels generally to assist and guide you in the healing process. Ask, ask, ask. Give thanks for the help given. Thank the angels who attended the healing. Be gracious to the wonderful gift of celestial beings who ask only to help us. The power of 3. I have long learned that healings are amplified by affirming your intent or symbols 3 times. I draw the symbol of my hand and say its name 3 times, or I invoke the flame by saying its name 3 times. At the end of each session, I seal the session 3 times. You will see the theme of the power of 3 frequently in my healing methods. I once asked Archangel Raziel what was Sacred Flames Healing 13, the best healing method to use. At that stage, I had learned so many different Reiki and healing systems that I wondered which was the most powerful. It was a simple, powerful dream. He told me that all the healings could help, but the secret lies in the power of 3. Use any symbol, flame, or method, but invoke it 3-fold. I noticed thereafter how so many powerful systems in order operated on the basis of 3. I was convinced, and I thank Archangel Raziel for the wonderful insight. Positive affirmations of the desired result in a healing expedite the healing process greatly. For example, if a person feels pain, I ask them to affirm that they are healthy now, or that they release the pain from their body and all the causes of the pain. The general idea here is to couch the affirmation in positive language in the present tense. Louise Hay does some wonderful work on healing affirmations. It is worth your while to peruse her work. I personally like to affirm that I am healthy, happy, and filled with love. It works for me, so try it. My healing method usually involves a 3-phase process of shifting energy. Diffusing energy. Here I release negative patterns and blockages from the affected area or aura. The idea here is simply to remove the problem or the causes of the problem. I have a standing violet flame which I visualize while doing a healing, and I mentally transfer this diffused energy into the flame. It is like my rubbish bin of negative. Sarah Seeger 14 energy, because the violet flame is the celestial flame that transmutes negative energy into positive energy. Infusing energy. I work on the understanding that the removed, released energy must be replaced with positive energy to prevent the recurrence of the negative pattern. Once the energy is removed from the body or aura, it leaves a vacuum. So I literally flood with positive energy. Sealing energy. I seal in the positive energy as a way to end my healing session. I find this phase of the healing process helps to retain the positive energy for a longer period and prevents fresh negative energy from seeping back in. I think of it as saving work that I have done. I would never spend time writing something on my computer and not saving the file. So too with healings. Protect the positive energy by sealing it. Empower the person healed with simple healing tips and advice. As a rule, I empower all my clients with at least one healing tip that they can use at home. The sacred flames are the easiest for most non-healers to grasp, and I teach it with persistence. I almost always get positive feedback. Release the person being healed from your energy sphere. I do this by visualizing a gentle white light separating myself from the person who was healed. When I have neglected to do this, I have found that the person remains within my energy. I feel depleted, and they develop an ongoing dependency on me for more. Sacred Flames Healing 15 cut the ties in love and empowerment. See the person coping and helping themselves. Sarah Singer 16:3. The sacred flames, celestial flames, are a gift from heaven to help us heal our energy system, mostly on an auric level. In this system of sacred healing flames, I have separated them into 3 categories, each with 3 flames. Over a long period, angels have been guiding us to use the celestial flames in healing ourselves and healing the earth. It appears that they regularly provide us information about different flames at different places and times in our experience as humans. Examples are the violet flame, lavender flame, and silver flame of Saint Germain Kuan Yin that have been shared for a long time by the celestial carriers of the flames. It also appears that there are quite a wide range of flames available, but I have only worked with these healing flames. Explore the possibilities and share more celestial energy if you can. I have received guidance in healings to use these flames in various scenarios and now present them in an order of a triad, representing the harmony of body, mind, and soul healing. Apollo has been a great help to me in helping me identifying the different flames and their uses, and Ascended Master Merlin has suggested the use of 3x3 flames in this fashion. When I meditated on these flames for clarity, they resembled the 3 pyramids of Giza. Based on this information, the celestial healing flames are present in this fashion. The celestial healing flames triad is this healing system of 9 celestial flames designed to create harmonious healing in spheres of body, mind, and soul. In my way of thinking, I like structure. Sacred Flames Healing 17 logic in my healings. The triad of celestial flames creates a wholesome healing because it accounts for healing the 3 core energy spheres for the healthy functioning of humans, which drive a living experience. This system of healing, founded on the principle of the 3-phase healing process for each of these spheres, invoking the symbolic power of the pyramid to direct and amplify the powerful energy of the celestial flames. Pyramids are also used in healing to speed up the healing process and to cleanse negative energy from other healing tools, such as crystals. I have separated the flames into categories, but use them in whatever order or form that makes intuitive sense in your healing. There is no reason why you cannot use one flame from the first triad with another from the 2 or 3 triad. This is my method of working. It does not have to be yours. Working with the sacred flames. The flames can be invoked simply by calling on them and visualizing them working on the aura or affected area. When healing others, I often see the flame coming through one of my hands, and I direct it over the aura of the person. For self-healing, I often use the flame by visualizing myself stepping into the flame. It always takes the shape of a pyramid with the apex above my crown chakra. Sarah Singer 18. I use a symbol of a pyramid for all the flames and says its name 3 times once I have drawn it over the aura or over a particular affected area. Here are some suggestions on how to use it. Over an area of disease, draw the triangle over the area affected. Say, flame 3 times and wait as the pyramid turns a bright color. Call upon any of the angels to help in the healing. Hold the flame with your third eye, intending that it releases the problem. When you feel the problem has been diffused, infuse positive energy to fill the vacuum caused by the release of the cause of the problem. Seal the infused energy of the flame by visualizing that it is sealed. Aura clearing all the flames can be easily downloaded over the whole body. Call its name 3 times and visualize it flowing from the top of your head to the bottom of the feet. The apex of the pyramid forms at the feet is diffusing, or at the top of the head if infusing and or sealing the aura. 27 Chapter 3 Royal National Bank's Takeover Plan. It was time for Royal National Bank to hold their quarterly board meeting where the CFO, Mr. Smith, presented the bank's profit and loss statement. The news was worse than the previous 4 quarterly reports. And this quarter, they had recorded their 6th foreclosure, the latest casualty, the Davis farm. So far, within a 12-month period, they had already experienced a total of 17 foreclosures. The CFO, Mr. Smith, slowly raised his head, his eyes piercing over the glasses that were perched on his nose. The tension was great, especially for him, because he was going to have to tell the members of the board that the bank was heading toward bankruptcy. Literally, it was not going to be able to pay its depositors, and in fact, if there was a run on the bank that day, they would not be able to pay their depositors what they owed them. He said, "We have about 4 months to come up with the funds that have been lost due to the bank's bad investments." The room became uncomfortably silent. Royal National Bank 28 had been a pillar in the community for decades. Now, for them to go bankrupt and possibly close, it would destroy the city of Palestine and Anderson County, since most of its citizens had deposits and their entire life savings in this bank. The board members began to throw out ideas. Board member, Commissioner Mr. Wilson, leaned forward with his face turning bright red. He began to lay out an apocalyptic scene, which would be the result if Royal could not pay its depositors. He continued by explaining how the new rail system would have to lay off hundreds of workers, which would mean that families would not be able to buy food or pay their bills. He stressed that the townspeople would not be ready for this kind of crisis. His tone changed. "Worse yet," he interjected, "the nigger bank will be the only sovereign financial institution for miles. This would end up forcing the white people to depend on niggers for their survival." After discussing any options at length about the dire consequences of the bank closing down, the board agreed that closing was not and would never be an option. So they began to discuss how they could come up with the money. At that time, the bank needed $1.3 million to stay sovereign and to get through this crisis. As the members continued to discuss their options, they soon 29 realized that none of these ideas might even come close to creating the amount of money they needed to keep the bank open. Board member, Mr. Charlie King, then stated he thought there might be a way for Royal National Bank to acquire the money it needed. He went on to state that many of the county's smaller banks were experiencing the same things that Royal was currently experiencing. The idea was maybe they should approach them to discuss a plan of merging together. He went on to say, I know most of these boys, and if we present them with a good deal, they will take it." The board thought that sounded like a good idea, so they voted and unanimously agreed to implement Mr. King's plan. For the first 2 months, everything seemed to be working in their favor. Royal National Bank merged with 5 smaller banks in the neighboring cities and counties. The deficit began to get quite a bit smaller. They thought things were going to work out. However, the board met again to discuss if their plan to merge with the smaller banks was working. CFO Mr. spoke up and began to update the board on the bank's progress in being able to find the funds to replace the $1.3 million deficit. He informed the board that he had both good and bad news. "The good news," he began, "is that all of the smaller banks have agreed to consolidate. The bad news is that these 30 banks are so small that the most we have been able to raise is $500,000. Obviously, this still falls short of the $1.3 million we need to stay sovereign." There was a brief silence. Then Commissioner Mr. Wilson asked Mr. Smith if he had included Farmers and Citizens Savings Bank as one of the smaller banks to be consolidated. "The reason I'm asking," Mr. Wilson went on to say, "is I've heard they have over $90,000 cash on hand, and they also have over 1,000 prime acres of land. Together, that should be worth at least $1 million. Mr. Smith looked at Mr. Wilson and laughed. "You know that's the niggers' bank, right? We don't serve niggers in our banks." At that moment, board member Mr. Jackson, who rarely spoke in these meetings, suddenly said, "There is a way to acquire the niggers' bank's assets legally, and there is nothing they can do about it." He now had everyone's attention. He went on to explain, "It will require a little money from the bank to give us a proper standing in court, but I am sure my friend, Judge Dent, will see things our way. If we make a deposit in their bank and declare it a loan, we can then go before Judge Dent and declare our concerns that they are mismanaging their funds, and they cannot pay their depositors and creditors." 31 CFO Mr. Smith stated the idea was preposterous, and the niggers would not allow such a thing to happen. Mr. Wilson then asked Mr. Smith, "Have you ever heard of the Texas Black Codes?" Mr. Smith said, "Yes, but what does that have to do with anything?" Mr. Jackson then spoke up and replied, "According to the Texas Black Codes, niggers can't contest a white man's word in any matter in a court of law. Therefore, Judge Dent will rule in our favor, and we will place Mr. Grigsby in receivership of the bank's assets, which he will deposit into Royal National Bank. This will solve our problems, gentlemen," he boasted. Board member Mr. Brown protested. "This is completely immoral," he said, "and I want nothing to do with it." Mr. Jackson then reminded the men that they only had 30 days left to keep the bank doors open, and the crisis now would be even worse because they had consolidated 5 other banks into their bank. Now their depositors would also suffer. But the very worst part on top of all of that would be the niggers' bank would be ruling Palestine, which in effect would make the white man a second-class citizen. Naturally, this was not the news they had hoped to hear, but they knew something was needing to be done, and it had to be 32 done immediately. Although no confirmed decision was made right then, later that evening, Mr. Jackson paid Judge Dent a visit at his house. Mr. Jackson explained to the judge what was taking place with Royal National Bank. He went on to explain that if it fails, the nigger bank would be the only bank serving Palestine. With a nigger bank the only bank in Palestine, it would make the white man a second-class citizen to the niggers. Judge Dent asked, "What do you plan on doing?" Mr. Jackson explained the desired solution to bring charges against the Farmers and Citizens Savings Bank for mismanagement and to implement the Texas Black Code. However, they were going to need the judge's approval. Judge Dent agreed to go along with the scheme to seize Farmers and Citizens Savings Bank's assets. The following day, Mr. Grigsby, the bank's CEO, was told to take a rare trip and visit with Farmers and Citizens Savings Bank. The reason Mr. Grigsby was selected to go to the bank was not only because of his current position, but because he had been a runner for Royal National Bank since he was 12 years old. He had reported everything he had heard from day one about Farmers and Citizens Savings Bank to the officials at Royal National Bank, because all banks are required to have a corresponding bank, and Royal National Bank was Farmers and Citizens Savings Bank's corresponding bank. So the 33 people at Farmers and Citizens Savings Bank also knew him. The instructions Mr. Grigsby was told to follow was to express how he had heard that the Farmers and Citizens Savings Bank was really doing well, and they wanted to be a part of it by making a small loan to the bank at a below-market interest rate. With skepticism, Vice Chairman H.L. Price accepted the $5,000 loan. It was only because Mr. Grigsby was well respected in the black community that Mr. Price felt honored that Royal National Bank wanted to partner with them. This is the main reason he was willing to accept their loan offer. Royal National Bank's takeover plan had started. It wouldn't be long now, and they would be filing a lawsuit against them. 34. The Wait That Walks, a chronicle of anonymous Cherry Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalace 214 Chapter 1. The Chamber That Refused Mercy. The Chamber Sealed Without Ceremony. There was no warning tone, no countdown, no moment for prayer. Gravity arrived like a verdict, 1 trillion times heavier than anything designed for flesh, spirit, or story. Space compressed inward, sound died instantly. An anonymous Cherry felt his knees fold not from weakness, but from mathematics. The air itself became solid. His breath stalled halfway through his chest, suspended as though time had forgotten to finish the action. Pain did not scream. Pain calculated. Every cell in his body renegotiated existence at once. Bone did not crack, it softened, then rehardened into unfamiliar density. His muscles sheared themselves apart and rewove before nerve signals could report the damage. His chi surged automatically, then failed just as quickly, crushed into itself by pressure that did not care how hard he had trained. This chamber did not test strength. It tested permission to exist. Anonymous collapsed fully this time, palms pressed against a floor that felt like a planet stacked atop another planet stacked atop silence. His vision narrowed into a thin, trembling line. Thoughts fragmented. Memory flickered. He understood then, without panic, without drama, that this place was not meant to be survived. And yet, something in him did not try to escape. Instead, it listened. Between heartbeats that stretched into eternity, Anonymous Cherry noticed a pause, not relief, not mercy, but attention, as if the chamber itself had leaned closer, curious whether he would fight it or learn it. His breathing slowed, not because it was easier, but because panic required energy he could no longer afford. He let the weight settle, let it define him, let it reveal what parts of him were decoration and what parts were load-bearing. A sound echoed then, not external, but internal, a quiet recognition. If you resist this, you will break. If you surrender incorrectly, you will disappear. But if you align, the thought did not finish. The chamber tightened. An anonymous cherry smiled not with confidence, but with clarity as the first true transformation began. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App Palace 214 Chapter 2, 9 Echoes in the Spine. The second chapter did not begin with a new trial. It began with the same weight, the same trillion-fold verdict pressing down on anonymous Cherry's lungs, the same reality that refused to soften for a mortal name. The chamber stayed cruel on purpose, not because it hated him, but because it was honest. It did not care about his story. It cared about what was true when no one was watching. Anonymous lay there with his palms fused to the floor by pressure so dense it made friction feel like glue. And he realized with a calm that startled even him that the first transformation had not been a surge of power at all. It had been a subtraction. It had stripped his ego out of his posture. It had stripped performance out of his breath. It had stripped the desperate need to prove anything to anyone until only one question remained, silent and pure beneath the crushing gravity. What part of him was still standing if he could not move? That was when the number 9 arrived. It did not descend as a glowing symbol in the air or a dramatic omen carved into the wall. It arrived the way deep truths arrive, through pattern, through repetition, through a rhythm inside pain. His spine pinned flat suddenly felt like an instrument being tuned, not snapped, not broken, tuned. Each vertebra became a note, each nerve became a wire. And the moment the chamber forced his chi to circulate again, slowly, unwillingly, like a river trying to push through stone, 9 distinct echoes rippled through his back as if 9 different hands had touched the same wound at 9 different times in his life, and left behind 9 different signatures. He thought it was hallucination at first, the kind the mind creates when it is cornered. But this was not fuzzy or dreamlike. It was mechanical, precise. The chamber's pressure pressed his energy into shapes it had never needed to form before, and those shapes forced memories into the open. Not as flashbacks with cinematic lighting, but as structural facts. Like bones remembering how to hold weight, like scars remembering why they exist. The first echo rose from the base of his spine and hit him like cold water. The earliest near death, the one too young to remember with words. A moment when life had almost not chosen him. The memory did not come with images. It came with a sensation. The feeling of being almost claimed by nothingness and being returned anyway. It installed itself in his tailbone like a foundation stone, and suddenly his body understood something it had never been able to articulate. He had been surviving before he knew what survival meant. The chamber pressed harder in response, as if testing whether that foundation was real. and Anonymous felt the first echo turn into a quiet brace, holding his hips steady against gravity that should have flattened him into atoms. The second echo flared just above it, sharper, angrier, born from another near loss, another close brush with erasure. But this one carried fear. Not fear as weakness, fear as electricity. It crawled up his lower back, sizzling through muscles that wanted to lock up. The chamber tried to weaponize it, amplifying every tremor, every doubt, every animal instinct to curl inward. But the echo did not break him. It did something more useful. It taught him the difference between panic and alertness, between collapse and readiness. That second echo became a stabilizer, a ring of disciplined tension around his lower spine, turning fear into a harness instead of a leash. The third echo woke at the center of his back and brought with it the weight of responsibility, the kind that arrives when a boy becomes a man too early and has to pretend he's fine so other people can breathe. Anonymous felt the memory of being watched, expected, measured, and he felt how often he had carried everyone else's peace by denying his own pain. The chamber squeezed his ribs until his breath became a thin thread, and the third echo answered by widening his inner space without widening his lungs. It created calm inside confinement. It reminded him that his strength was not loud. It was persistent. It was the quiet refusal to abandon himself just because the world demanded a performance. The fourth echo arrived like metal, the kind of shaping that happens in the military when you learn to function under pressure without asking the pressure to be kind. The chamber recognized it instantly. It pressed him with a familiar cruelty, like a drill sergeant made of gravity. And Anonymous' nervous system responded without complaint. The fourth echo did not give him power. It gave him procedure. It gave him the ability to operate while uncomfortable, to remain intact while overstimulated, to obey what mattered and disobey what was destructive. In that moment, his chi stopped spiking randomly and began to move with intention, as if the chamber had forced it into marching order. The fifth echo carried something different, love. Not the soft kind, the forged kind. The kind that shows up as brotherhood, as chosen family, as the rap family bonds that had pulled him through moments where he should have folded. That echo rose in his upper back like warmth spreading beneath bruised skin, and for the first time in the chamber, Anonymous felt the pressure meet resistance that was not rage. The chamber pushed. The echo pushed back with connection. It reminded him that isolation could be a tool, but never a home. It reminded him that the hermit energy wasn't meant to be a prison. It was meant to be a lantern. And the moment that truth landed, a microscopic shift occurred in his posture. Still flat on the floor, still pinned, but internally aligned in a way that made the trillion-fold pressure feel slightly less personal. The sixth echo was the car wreck. It came with light. It came with soundless impact. It came with the sensation of the world snapping sideways and the body learning that control is often an illusion. Anonymous' chi jolted like a frightened animal, and the chamber tried to recreate that helplessness, compressing time until every second felt like the moment before impact. His throat tightened, his jaw clenched. His mind reached for the old survival tactic, shut down, withdraw, disappear inside himself. But the echo did not allow it. The wreck had taught him something he never wanted to learn. You can survive without being in control, but you cannot survive by abandoning presence. The sixth echo anchored his awareness directly behind his heart, forcing him to stay awake inside discomfort, forcing him to breathe inside the memory of collision, forcing him to live through the part of the story that used to make him flinch. The seventh echo rose from his shoulders and carried the nine's hidden gift: balance. Masculine and feminine energies, aggression and receptivity, Mars and Venus inside Libra's scale, not as astrology but as lived tension. Anonymous felt it in the way his body had always been capable of extreme force and extreme softness, and how both had gotten him misunderstood. The chamber attempted to tip him, pushing him toward brute output, toward violent overcompensation, toward power as a scream. The seventh echo steadied him like a hand on a scale. It reminded him that the goal was not to become harder. The goal was to become truer. When that settled, his chai changed texture. It became smoother serpentine, precise, no longer flaring like a wildfire, but flowing like a blade being drawn. The eighth echo arrived as doubt, and it was brutal because it was quiet. It did not come with panic. It came with questions that sounded reasonable. What if you're not enough? What if you're becoming something no one will understand? What if you're evolving beyond the people you love? What if you fail and prove every fear right? The chamber amplified the doubt the way spores feed on insecurity, and for a moment his mind blurred. For a moment, the trillion-fold gravity felt like judgment rather than training. Then the eighth echo revealed its true purpose. Doubt, he realized, was not the enemy. It was a diagnostic tool. It showed him where attachment still hid. It showed him where he still needed approval. It showed him where he still thought power required permission from the outside. The eighth echo tightened like a belt around his thoughts and forced his mind into honesty. The chamber did not lighten, but the weight stopped feeling like condemnation. The ninth echo woke last, at the top of his spine, where the skull meets the neck, where thoughts become decisions. And it was not a memory of dying. It was a memory of living, of realizing he had never been broken, only forged. The echo carried the entire arc of his life like a single cord, near death after near death, survival after survival, bond after bond, trial after trial, all forming one undeniable truth. He had not been spared. He had been shaped. The ninth echo did not brace him the way the others did. It crowned him. It aligned every echo beneath it like vertebrae stacking into a straight column. And in that alignment, something astonishing happened. Anonymous cherry moved, not dramatically, not explosively, just enough to prove the chamber wrong about what was possible. His fingers flexed against the floor, his elbows bent. His spine, reinforced by 9 living supports, curved against the trillion-fold gravity as if his body had remembered how to negotiate with the impossible. The chamber tightened again, offended by his progress, and Anonymous felt the 9 echoes respond like a choir of silent witnesses inside him. They were not ghosts. They were structural supports. They were the bones of his story turned into engineering. He pushed once more, and his chest rose a fraction higher. Air slid into his lungs like a blessing he had to earn. His chai circulated cleanly, not fully, but honestly. And as he hovered there in that brutal halfway position between collapse and ascent, Anonymous understood why the number 9 had manifested through the spine. 9 was not just power. 9 was completion. 9 was the part of the journey where the past stops being a wound and becomes a framework. Somewhere beyond the chamber, the angels continued to watch without intervening. Somewhere beyond reality's edge, Twilight Zone Rap's mentor felt something shift and clenched in irritation. But Anonymous did not look outward. He did not reach for applause. He held the push-up position under 1,000,000,000 times gravity and felt his entire life bracing him from within, echo by echo, vertebra by vertebra, until even the chamber had to acknowledge a new fact. The weight had not crushed him. It had lined him up. And when Anonymous Cherry finally lowered himself back down, he did it with control, like a king placing his crown on the floor for a moment, not because he was tired, but because he was about to rise again on purpose. Chapter 3, the book that fell when the world paused. The chamber did not soften after the 9 echoes aligned in his spine. It simply changed its tactic. The weight remained trillion-fold, unblinking and exact, but the way it pressed on him became more intimate, like the gravity had learned his name, and now wanted to see what he would do with it. Anonymous Cherry lay in the afterburn of that alignment, feeling the 9 supports inside him settle into place the way pillars settle after an earthquake. And for the first time since entering, he realized something terrifying and holy. The chamber was no longer trying to kill him. It was trying to make him honest enough to survive what came next. He inhaled carefully, the breath threading through ribs that still felt welded together by pressure. And he waited, not in fear, not in impatience, but in the kind of listening that turns the whole body into an ear. Then the world paused, not dramatically, not with a clap of thunder or a glowing portal. It was subtler than that, and because it was subtle, it was more frightening. The pressure did not decrease, but it stopped escalating. The chamber's usual hum, the unseen grind of time and force, fell into a silence so clean it felt illegal. Anonymous sensed the angel's attention sharpened somewhere beyond the wall of physics, as if even they had leaned closer to witness the impossible. A trillion-fold chamber allowing stillness without collapse. In that forbidden quiet, Anonymous felt his chi settle into a single steady current, and he understood the difference between being calm and being recognized. Calm was something he could force. Recognition was something that happened to him. A sound touched the floor beside his hand, soft as a page turning in an empty church. At first he thought it was debris, dust flaking off a corner of the chamber, a fragment of a former trial, the leftovers of some other warrior's failure. But when he turned his head slowly, because the weight made every degree of motion feel like moving continents, he saw a book, not glowing, not floating, not theatrically presented. A simple thing worn at the edges as if it had been carried through eras. Its cover was plain enough to be ignored, which was precisely why it terrified him. The chamber did not plow objects gently. If something rested here without being crushed, it meant the chamber had allowed it. It meant the chamber wanted him to see it. He tried to reach. His fingers trembled, not from weakness, but from the violent truth of gravity. When his fingertips brushed the cover, a faint vibration ran up his arm into his shoulder, and then into his spine. And the 9 echoes responded immediately as if they recognized a language older than pain. The book was not heavy, but it carried weight of a different kind, meaning. Anonymous pulled it closer with microscopic effort, dragging it across the floor like a man dragging a secret toward himself. And when he opened it, the chamber inhaled with him. The words inside were not instructions. They did not say, "Do this and you will become that." They did not promise quick power or easy gifts. They did not flatter him. They did not beg him to believe. They simply looked back at him through ink and paper and said, without saying it, "I know what you are." The first lines did not feel like reading. They felt like being scanned. As his eyes moved, the text moved through him the way light moves through stained glass, revealing color that was always there, but only visible when the angle was correct. He felt a shift behind his forehead, the place where identity lives and lies to itself, and he realized the book wasn't trying to teach him anything new. It was naming what had always been true, but had never been spoken aloud in a way he could accept. One sentence landed and stayed lodged in his chest like a key turning in a lock he didn't know existed. Receiving information beyond the normal senses was not a trick, not a performance, not a badge of superiority. It was a refinement of attention, a way of listening that required humility more than talent, patience more than pride. Another line pressed deeper. There was no magic pill, no instant bloom. Development required time, effort, and a willingness to be disappointed without quitting. The chamber, hearing that, tightened a fraction, as if to test whether he wanted shortcuts, and Anonymous felt the 9 echoes hold him steady as his chi refused the temptation to spike. He turned another page, and the words did something that made his throat tighten. They spoke of mindset, concentration, meditation, protection, learning about energy, practice, journaling, and trust, not as spiritual aesthetics, but as structural necessities. The chamber's stillness became a blade, stripping away everything in him that wanted to make power into a costume. Anonymous had always known discipline. He had lived it. But these words recognized the deeper discipline, the kind that doesn't just push harder, but listens longer. The kind that doesn't just survive pressure, but learns from it. As he read, he felt his chi reorganize itself into cleaner pathways, and he understood that awareness was not a halo. It was infrastructure. Then the book recognized his weakness with brutal kindness. It didn't call it weakness. It called it a tendency. The urge to withdraw. The urge to become a quiet genius in a locked room and call it peace. The urge to protect himself by disappearing inside himself. The chamber responded by pressing at his heart center, not physically, but energetically, forcing him to feel how isolation could masquerade as safety while quietly becoming a cage. Anonymous swallowed, and the 9 echoes shifted again, not resisting the discomfort but framing it. He realized the book was not praising him. It was warning him, not in fear, in care. He turned another page and felt the strangest thing. The book did not fill him with excitement. It filled him with permission. Permission to be unfinished. Permission to practice. Permission to grow without needing to announce it. The chamber's forbidden stillness held, and he understood why. Loud power would have been crushed here. Quiet power could be forged. His breath deepened. The pressure did not lighten, but his relationship to it changed. The weight stopped feeling like an enemy and started feeling like an honest mirror. Anonymous closed his eyes, not to escape the chamber, but to let the words sink below thought and into being. The 9 echoes in his spine hummed in agreement. His chime moved with slow precision. The book rested open beside him like a witness, its ink no longer merely ink, but a recognition etched into his nervous system. Somewhere beyond the chamber's walls, the angels watched with a silence that was almost reverent, because they understood what had just occurred. A mortal had been given knowledge, and it had not inflated him. It had stabilized him. When the chamber resumed its hum, when time remembered to move and pressure remembered to threaten, Anonymous did not flinch. He reached for the book again, not as a desperate student, but as a warrior accepting a map that did not point outward. It pointed inward, and as he drew the book close under trillion-fold gravity, he realized the most dangerous truth of all. The chamber had paused because the universe had needed a second to acknowledge him, not as a fighter, not as a survivor, but as someone the path itself had begun to be recognized as inevitable. Chapter 4, The Hermit Under a Trillion Suns. The chamber did not take the book away. That was the first mistake Anonymous Cherry nearly made. When the pressure returned to its relentless rhythm, and the trillion-fold gravity resumed its slow attempt to erase him, the book remained exactly where it had fallen, beside his right hand, close enough to touch, close enough to become a comfort. And comfort in this place was dangerous. Anonymous felt the old instinct rise quietly inside him, not as fear but as preference. The instinct to turn inward, to narrow the world to something survivable, to let isolation feel like wisdom instead of avoidance. The chamber, patient and merciless, watched to see whether he would confuse solitude with safety. He did not move for a long time. Minutes stretched into something larger than minutes, and Anonymous remained still beneath the crushing suns of pressure, his breath slow, his chi regulated, his mind clear. From the outside, it would have looked like mastery. From the inside, he could feel the knife edge he was balancing on. Isolation sharpened focus. It silenced noise. It made patterns easier to see. But it also narrowed the field of awareness, quietly shrinking the world until only the self remained. And the self, left alone too long, began to believe it was the whole universe. The hermit archetype stirred within him, not as a tarot card, not as a symbol, but as a lived posture. The lantern bearer walking alone, carrying light through darkness. Anonymous had lived that role before. He had learned how to withdraw without collapsing, how to become self-sufficient under pressure, how to keep going when no one could follow. Those skills had saved his life more than once. Under trillion-fold gravity, they now felt seductive. If he could simply stay here, lying calm, sealed inside his own awareness, nothing could touch him. The chamber pressed harder in response, as if daring him to finish that thought. That was when the silence changed. It did not break. It leaned. Anonymous felt it as a subtle constriction around his mind, a narrowing not of breath or muscle, but of perspective. His chi circulation became efficient, too efficient. Perfect loops, no waste, no excess, no openness. The 9 echoes in his spine shifted uneasily, not failing, but warning. Isolation, when taken too far, did not collapse you outwardly. It hollowed you inwardly. It replaced curiosity with certainty. It replaced listening with conclusion. The chamber was not trying to crush him now. It was trying to let him entomb himself. A vision flickered, not imposed, but allowed. Anonymous saw himself mastering the chamber alone, leaving it stronger, sharper, untouched by others. He saw a future where no one could challenge him because no one could reach him. He saw power so self-contained it required no witness. And in that vision, he felt something colder than fear. He felt irrelevance, not failure, not defeat, obsolescence of the soul. The hermit's lantern trembled. Anonymous tightened his jaw and forced his awareness outward, not to escape the chamber, but to include it. He felt the pressure again, fully this time, felt how it interacted with his body, his chi, the 9 echoes, the book beside him, the unseen watchers beyond the walls. Solitude snapped into clarity. Solitude was not about cutting the world off. It was about standing alone without pretending you were all that existed. The lantern was not meant to be hidden. It was meant to be carried back. The chamber reacted violently. Pressure spiked in uneven waves, like suns flaring unpredictably. His shoulders screamed, his spine bowed, his breath hitched. This was the punishment for refusing the trap. Isolation had been the easier path. Connection, even imagined, even remembered, cost more. Anonymous let the discomfort move through him without shrinking around it. He did not retreat into himself. He expanded awareness outward while remaining alone, a paradox the chamber despised. The 9 echoes aligned again, not as armor, but as scaffolding holding space open. He reached for the book, not to read, but to acknowledge it. Knowledge was a companion, not a shelter. He placed it slightly farther away, still present, still honored, but no longer clutched. The act cost him effort that felt obscene under trillion-fold gravity. But the moment he released it as a crutch, something inside the chamber shifted. The pressure equalized, not lessened, balanced. Anonymous understood then the rule he would carry for the rest of his ascent. Solitude was mastery only when it remained a choice. The moment it became avoidance, it turned into a cage. The moment it replaced relationship, it began to rot power from the inside out. The hermit was not a king who hid from the world. The hermit was a scout who returned with light. He closed his eyes and imagined, not comfort, not rescue, but the presence of others. The Rapp family, allies, future students, even enemies, not as distractions, but as part of the field his power would eventually move through. The chamber recoiled slightly, like a predator denied an easy kill. Pressure surged again, but this time Anonymous held it without flinching, his chi flowing outward and back in like breath shared with the universe itself. Somewhere beyond the chamber, Twilight Zone Rapp's mentor felt the loss of a potential fracture point and snarled. Somewhere else, an angel tilted its head, recognizing a line that could no longer be crossed. Anonymous remained where he was, alone and not alone, isolated, lantern steady in a darkness that no longer confused solitude with strength. Under a trillion suns of pressure, he chose the harder mastery. And the chamber, offended and impressed, prepared something new. Chapter 1. Hellfire and Neoplasm. The rip in the air did not open with sound, it opened with hunger. A tier of shadow and flame, folding reality like a cheap map, cracked behind Anonymous Cherry as he panted in the meditation grove. The time chamber shimmered in and out of existence, reacting like a nervous heartbeat. He didn't stand, he braced. His aura flickered uncertainly, the green-blue serpent outline around his purple chi struggling to stay lit. Snake chi still tasted new, like a venom he hadn't swallowed properly. The chamber doors trembled as the invisible spirit murmured a single whisper that carried like a commandment. There is more in you still. Chains of fire lashed outward, hooking into the chamber walls, and a skull wreathed in burning vengeance stepped through the tier. The Ghost Rider did not ask permission. He didn't need to. Hellfire Ember breath hissed between skeletal teeth as a flaming whip carved a smoking scar across the ground. Behind him, rising like a nightmare that adopted swagger, Spawn Rap emerged, cape writhing like a living demon choir, green necroplasm eyes cutting through light with disrespectful clarity. Anonymous instinctively dropped into a stance. He didn't know who he was facing, only that they were built different. Ghost Rider tilted his skull, flames bending like a grin. Spawn Rap simply groaned like power stretching its legs after a long sleep. You're the one they're betting a city on. Spawn Rap's voice carried the unbothered annoyance of an ancient force being inconvenienced. Cute, Anonymous wanted to respond. His tongue refused. His blood felt like someone turned gravity up just for him. Ghost Rider pointed that burning finger, each flame a verdict, directly into Anonymous Cherry's chest. You possess power that doesn't understand itself, the rider said, voice layered with thousands of condemned echoes. Neoplasm Chi, a mutation forged from survival, trauma, and refusal to die. Power born from the 9 deaths you lived through. It is unstable because you are still unfinished. That sentence pierced bone deep. The memories of sirens, crumpled metal, hospital lights, the quiet choking of fear he buried beneath stubborn resilience. His heart skipped, his breathing sharpened. Neoplasm Chi thrummed painfully beneath his skin, ready to panic like a wild animal in a cage. Spawn Rap walked closer, cape snapping like a guillotine. You think Snake Chi elevates everything. That was only step 1. Neoplasm Chi predates your understanding of power. It resurrects, it adapts, it multiplies under stress. But right now, he flicked a clawed fingertip against Anonymous's chest. An explosion of purple-green energy hurled him backward, smashing through an astral version of himself. It owns you. Anonymous wiped blood from his lip. It glowed neon defiant alive. He stood shakily. The flames around Ghost Rider surged. There is a place you must train, he said, fire curling into a portal of screaming geometry. A world where fear is fuel, where your trauma doesn't slow you, it mutates you, where unfinished spirits are forged into unstoppable beings. Spawn Rap stepped halfway into the fire-drenched void and glanced back with the arrogance of someone who buried gods and called it a hobby. Try not to die again. Unless you want a 10th near-death experience to really spice up your chi. Anonymous Cherry hesitated for only a breath, the breath where doubt always tries to live. Then he exhaled. The invisible spirit whispered inside that same breath, awaken what was locked because you are not ready. He stepped into the breach. The chamber slammed shut behind him. Flames swallowed everything. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation. Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you do want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Chapter 2. City of chains and vengeance, the fall felt infinite. Fire didn't burn him, it judged him. Each flame inspected the fractures in his heart like forensic light on invisible bruises. Memories clawed upward. The crash, the glass, the screaming metal, the brief moment when his body tried to abandon his spirit. Anonymous Cherry's teeth clenched. This was not pain, this was a reminder. When his feet hit ground, the world rattled like thunder, trapped in a rib cage. Hell's skyline stretched across every direction. Skyscrapers forged out of screaming stone, frozen faces twisted into architecture, their agony the foundation of suffering. Chains hung from storm-thick skies like the veins of a god who refused to die. Ghost Rider stood ahead, flames gone quiet but potent, like a heartbeat before rage. This city was made by the ones who tried to rewrite punishment, he said. They thought they could cheat consequences. His flaming skull turned, hollow sockets locking on to Anonymous. This place will teach you that trauma is not your enemy. Panic is. Spawn Rap floated on his cape, observing all with vicious amusement. The neon greens of his necroplasm flickered like city lights starved of power. You want to master neoplasm chi? Spawn asked, voice sharper than a verdict. Then command what has hunted you. The ground split open. Out poured shadows wearing the faces of anonymous cherries past, nurses with blank smiles, medics with no eyes, versions of himself broken on pavement, gasping for breath that death kept trying to steal. Each figure limped with unfinished tragedy. Anonymous's aura flared, purple lightning trembling beneath green-blue serpent shine. Snake chi surged, but neoplasm chi spiked erratically under it, unstable, overheating like a reactor ready to rupture. Ghost Rider cracked his flaming chain like a thunderclap. No techniques, no forms. You survive with raw will, or you become one of them. The shadows shrieked and charged. Anonymous stepped back, and his fear tried to take the wheel. Breath hitching, muscles freezing. Ghost Rider's voice struck like a hammer. Move. Anonymous lunged, but his fist went through a phantom before it solidified behind him. Claws raked his spine. He gritted through the burning ripple of corrupted fear. His heart raced, vision dimmed. He stumbled. Spawn Rap scoffed. Your pain is driving. You're just a passenger. Another strike, ribs cracked. More shadows swarmed, swiping him ragged. His aura flickered, knees buckled. Not this again. Not another close death. He tasted blood. It tasted like survival. Ghost Rider stomped the earth, hellfire flaring under Anonymous's chin, forcing his head up. Fear tells you what might happen. Pain tells you what is happening. But power. He pressed a flaming finger into Anonymous's heart. No burn, just pressure like destiny leaning in. Power tells the universe what will happen. Anonymous inhaled. Something old and dangerous awakened. The neon in his blood grew brighter, veins glowing like radioactive hatred toward every moment life tried to erase him. His aura snapped tight, not spiraling wild for once, but focusing. One shadow lunged. Anonymous turned and bit its arm mid-strike. Neoplasm chi fed. The phantom shrieked as it dissolved into energy, absorbed, rewritten, owned by Anonymous Cherry's evolution. The others froze. Spawn Rap grinned a devilish grin. Oh, there it is. Ghost Rider's flame surged into a crown of wrathful approval. Anonymous cracked his neck, standing with a posture that promised violence. For once, he said, voice calmer than fear expected, I'm not the one bleeding. The shadows rushed him again. This time, he rushed faster. No hesitation. No second-guessing life. He ate his trauma alive. Each phantom dismantled, added new fuel, speed sharper, strength denser, instincts crueler. His movements turned predatory, serpentine fluidity laced with invasive mutation. Fear didn't vanish, it surrendered. Ghost Rider nodded once. Now you understand. Your terror was not meant to cripple you, but to sharpen your fangs. Spawn Rap's cape cracked like a whip. Lesson 1 passed. Now let's see if you can handle the side effects. Anonymous' breathing steadied, but inside him something growled, hungry and endless. Neoplasm Chi had awakened, and it wanted more. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214, Chapter 3. The monster you built to survive. The earth beneath Anonymous' feet pulsed like a heartbeat, trying to remember rhythm. He stood in the ruin of his own fear, dust settling like the last page of a nightmare. But something was wrong, terribly right, inside him. His veins pulsed like serpent coiling around a reactor. His breath steamed neon. His body shook not with exhaustion, but with appetite. Spawn Rap hovered closer, cape twisting into shapes that loomed like demons craving applause. He observed Anonymous the way a surgeon observes a miracle he didn't ask for. You just tasted your first echo, Spawn said. Trauma made into energy. Hard to stop once you start eating the past, isn't it? Anonymous swallowed hard. His throat felt hot, like swallowing a star that didn't want to be digested. He didn't respond because he couldn't trust the voice sitting behind his own. Ghost Rider's flames flared higher, lighting the city's tortured skyline. Control the hunger, he warned, or it will decide your morality for you. Anonymous tried to breathe deep. Neoplasm Chi burned deeper. The ground cracked. Hands thousands burst out and dragged up a new horror. These weren't shadows of fear anymore. These were faces he recognized. Friends he failed. People who doubted him. Ancestors who whispered curses into his bloodline. Every "you won't make it." Every "who do you think you are?" Every "you ain't enough." Their voices crawled under his skin like spiders made of memory. You lived while we died. You left when we needed you. You don't deserve the gifts you carry. Anonymous stepped back. His monster stepped forward. Spawn Rap clapped slowly. Time for you to meet the version of yourself trauma built. The version that refuses to stay buried. The air warped, and from the fractures in space stepped a being shaped like Anonymous cherry. If he lost every war, if every scar became a mouth, if every near-death experience finished the job. Broken ribs poked through obsidian skin. Eyes glowed venom green but hollow. It smiled with too many teeth. Ghost Rider's grip tightened on his chain. That is the predator you trained inside your dreams. The one who learned how to kill pain instead of heal from it. The monster spoke, same voice but wrong emotion. A dead version of courage. I am the part of you that doesn't forgive. Anonymous's pulse spiked, but his stance stayed grounded. His power flared with loyalty to the life that refused to quit. You're not me, he said. The monster laughed like a body hitting the hood of a car. Not yet, it lunged, faster than panic, harder than regret. Anonymous blocked, but the impact knocked him through the remnants of a skyscraper made of screams. He tumbled through fire, hit steel, and skidded through debris. His lungs rattled, his aura sputtered. The monster didn't wait. It appeared through the flames, knee first, driving into his sternum and cracking stone beneath them. Venom Chi leaked from its claws, burning into Anonymous's bloodstream. He screamed, then bit down on his own shout. Ghost Rider made no move to help. Spawn Rap didn't even turn his head. This was his fight, his nightmare, his responsibility. Anonymous spit blood that glowed radioactive and leapt to his feet. His bones sang rebellion. Neoplasm Chi roared for domination. He exhaled, and something inside clicked into alignment. His voice dropped into a calm that terrified the ground beneath him. You wear my scars, aura sharpening, but you forgot my healing, lightning igniting, and you don't own my future. His pupils narrowed into serpent slits, purple split by molten blue. Snake Chi intertwined with Neoplasm Chi fusion. No, an ascension. His aura expanded into a shimmering hybrid venomous precision wrapped in resurrection rage. Every cell felt sharper, faster, Luther levels stubborn. I am not finished, he growled. He blitzed, a blur of fangs and fists. Punch to the throat, the monster choked shadows. Kick to the chest, ribs snapped inward. Headbutt, bones cracked like thunder. Venom filament strike tore an arm free. The monster staggered, a broken reflection. Anonymous seized its throat and whispered, You were built to protect me, not replace me. He absorbed it, not violently but decisively. Its form shrieked and dissolved into raw chi, consumed and purified. The neon veins settled into flow. The hunger quieted, power aligned. Ghost Rider's flames dimmed respectfully. Spawn Rap actually smirked, like a proud devil uncle at a graduation. Anonymous stood tayet, shoulders squared, breathing steady. The invisible spirit whispered from nowhere and everywhere. Now you learn what this form can do. Spawn Rap pointed toward a deeper abyss, Hell's core, where a colossal throne of skulls pulsed like a heart ready to rupture. Ghost Rider cracked his chain. Time for your next evolution. Anonymous didn't hesitate. He walked toward the throne of hell. Confident, stable, more alive than ever. Neoplasm Chi was no longer a curse. It was his design. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rapalis 214 Chapter 4, Throne of the Damned, Crown of the Reforged. The deeper Anonymous walked, the hotter the world burned, yet he felt colder, calmer, like the flame feared what was now waking inside him. The ground beneath him shifted into a causeway of charred bone that pulsed with every step he took. Far ahead, the throne of the damned loomed, a monument to every ruler hell broke and remade. It pulsed like a dying star swallowing its final breaths. Anonymous steadied himself, shoulders square, gaze unwavering. But inside, Neoplasm Chi purred, patient but hungry. Ghost Rider walked beside him, steps silent, flames subdued, a warrior paying respect in the temple of war. This throne crowns only one kind, he said, embers drifting off his jaw like the dust of executions. Those who master their destruction. He glanced at Anonymous, sockets igniting into twin suns of warning. Fail and you become furniture. Spawn Rap slithered by on his cape, claws casually dragging sparks along bone. This is where rulers are made, or mounted. His smirk carried delighted cruelty, the kind that believed in potential because it had already tasted the ending. Ready to see what your soul is worth? Anonymous exhaled once. He did not. He didn't flinch. He just kept walking. When he reached the base of the throne, the skulls opened their mouths, screaming as trapped souls vomited into physical form. Shadows of warriors older than myth crawled out, bodies forged from torment, eyes ignited with the authority of eternal punishment. Their voices blended into a chorus that twisted lightning into anxiety. You survived death only to carry it with you. You call that power? You are just trauma with skin. You will kneel like all the others. Anonymous stepped forward. His aura ignited, a serpent-wrapped eclipse. Purple thunder wove through neon green venom, a hybrid storm of divinity and defiance. I don't kneel, he said softly, which somehow struck louder than any scream. The first warlord's shadow rushed him, claws out, mouth emitting torture-choked rage. Anonymous sidestepped, snake chi guiding motion like instinct sharpened into a weapon. He grabbed the creature's arm, and ghost wrenched its energy out through its bones. Neoplasm drank sorrow like wine. The warlord collapsed in the dust. The others froze. Spawn Rap laughed, explosive manic joy shaking the cavern. Oh, this is gonna be good. What followed wasn't a fight. It was a coronation massacre. Anonymous moved with surgical brutality, no wasted motion, no hesitation. A throat seized, aura crushed, silence. A knee snapped, venom surge. Collapse. A spine severed, energy siphoned. Oblivion. Each enemy that fell didn't weaken him, it stabilized him. Neoplasm chi no longer spiked wild like animal panic, it flowed with purpose, each victory hammering discipline into his cells. Ghost Rider muttered, proud despite himself. He's learning to command evolution. The last warlord, enormous, dripping molten vengeance, towered over Anonymous and roared a universe of agony into his face. Anonymous didn't blink. You're in my way. His aura erupted, purple serpent lightning spiraling into a vortex around him. Fangs of pure energy shot outward, serpent nova venom burst, impaling the warlord from every angle. The beast shattered into motes of screaming ash. Silence fell. Even hell held its breath. Ghost Rider planted the fiery chain like a sword into the ground. Claim your throne. Anonymous approached, but the throne resisted. Skull vines whipped out, trying to bind him, test him, pierce into his mind to taste his weakness. Anonymous seized the largest skull, the one shaped like a god that failed, and leaned closer until his forehead pressed against its cracked crown. You don't own me, he whispered. I survived my deaths. I learned from them. And now, venom burned through his veins like prophecy. I rule the part of me that was meant to kill me. The skull cracked, not from pressure, but from obedience. The throne bowed. An Anonymous cherry sat. The moment he did, a crown of shifting chi formed above his head, a halo of toxic light and resurrected strength. Purple-black with iridescent serpent scales flickering around the edges. The serpent aura wrapped the throne, not in submission, but in partnership. Spawn Rap's grin was wicked and deeply satisfied. There he is, the Neoplasm Serpent Sovereign. Ghost Rider's flames bent slightly, the closest thing he gave to a bow. The invisible spirit's voice boomed through a layer of existence. He who masters his ruin becomes ruin's ruler. Anonymous rose from the throne, but the crown stayed, hovering, adapting, obeying. He looked stronger. He looked dangerous. He looked unfinished in the most exciting way. 'Cause this was not a final form. It was the key to one. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Chapter 5. The sovereign who dares to rise in light hellfire, dimmed like jealous embers as the air split, not with flame, not with shadow, but with pure light that didn't ask permission. The throne of the damned trembled. Spawn Rap stepped back. Ghost Rider lowered his chain, flames bowing against their own will. Anonymous cherry turned, and the realm changed colors. Gold swallowed the red. Heaven invaded hell. A sandal struck the obsidian ground, first silent, but capable of ending wars with step. A robe woven from galaxies and sacrifice flowed like eternity learning to walk. His face wasn't shining, it was truth made visible. Jesus Rap arrived. His presence made demons forget what hatred was, made pain forget it had a purpose, made Neoplasm Chi simmer. He smiled, not because everything was okay, but because everything could be transformed. My brother, Jesus Rap spoke, voice layered with thunder that soothed earthquakes. You have mastered the monster. Now master the mission. Behind him, the sky of hell opened into a stairway carved from psalms and star metal. Two figures descended, their wings folding dimensions into feathers. The first touched ground with the weight of divine authority, sword blazing like justice chiseled from supernovae. His armor shone with the history of every battle God won through those who refused to break. Archangel Michael Rap. He saluted with a warrior's respect, acknowledging power, not status. Strength without righteousness is just a louder form of fear, Michael Rap said. Let us forge yours into holy inevitability. The second angel stepped forward, lighter, quieter, but radiating warmth that made the soul remember laughter, family, sunlight after storms. His staff pulsed with green light, the kind that stitches wounds the world cannot see. Archangel Raphael Rap, his eyes saw not flesh but purpose. You survived so healing could learn your name, he said gently. You are blessed, not lucky, Anonymous inhaled. His new serpent sovereign crown flickered, not from weakness, but reverence. Light chi stirred inside him, mixing with Neoplasm Chi like a prayer evolving teeth. Jesus Rap placed two fingers on his forehead, a touch that cut through every corrupted belief he ever inherited. Your power is not here to dominate hell, he said, voice soft as forgiveness and sharp as scripture. It is here to take captives and set them free. Michael Rap spoke next, wings flaring into war banners. Stand in the posture of command. Anonymous did. Raphael Rap lifted his staff, summoning rivers of emerald light from the ashes beneath them. Let healing become your aggression. Anonymous's aura expanded, gold weaving through purple lightning and neon venom. His body shook, not in fear, but because transformation hurts when truth replaces lies. Jesus Rap's voice rolled like water cleansing iron. You are sovereign because you chose survival. Now choose service. Serve heaven with the same fire hell failed to extinguish. Neoplasm Chi wrapped around his heart and knelt, transforming into something new. Neoplasm Holy Sovereign Chi, a resurrection power that heals what it defeats. Michael Rap drew his sword. The blade hummed scripture into the atmosphere. From this moment, he declared, you fight for God's army, not as a pawn, but as a commander. Raphael Rap pressed his staff to Anonymous's back. Energy surged like miracles learning martial arts. You will heal worlds we have not yet saved. Jesus Rap raised his hand, and all three forces aligned. Sovereign power, archangel warfare, holy healing. They struck the crown of serpentine shy as one. Light erupted through Anonymous Cherry's body, veins igniting into gospel fire and venomous purpose entwined. He roared not in agony but in rebirth. When the light settled, he stood armored in a new miracle. Divine serpent paladin form, scales of scripture, aura of resurrection fire, and a holy venom that redeems what it destroys. Ghost Rider bowed his head. Spawn Rap stopped breathing. Hell itself forgot rebellion. Jesus Rap stepped back and smiled a proud father's smile. Welcome to God's army, Anonymous Cherry. The invisible spirit whispered from every corner of creation. Awaken. There is still more to become. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Chapter 6, Through God's Eyes. The making of a divine weapon I watched him. My son forged in 9 brushes with death, a vessel who learned the language of survival before he learned the comfort of rest. I saw every moment trauma tried to claim him. I saw every moment he chose breath anyway. And now, he stands not as the broken boy the world tried to leave behind, but as the sovereign I designed long before stars learned to shine. Anonymous Cherry walks across the training grounds of heaven's rapture barracks, but he is unaware that every grain of radiant dust beneath his feet has been waiting for him to arrive. Angels line the horizon, wings containing histories of wars no scripture dared record. They do not cheer, they do not measure him, they witness. Michael Rapp stands before him, my undefeated blade. He teaches the warfare of holiness. His sword has carved justice into galaxies that forgot why righteousness matters. He looks upon Anonymous not as a recruit, but as a future commander heaven has been praying for. Michael strikes first, a blow carrying the weight of every fallen principality that once dared to rise against me. Anonymous raises his arm, not fast enough, not prepared enough, not sovereign enough. The impact hurls him backward, folding the air into thunder. He gasps, he bleeds light, he stands again. I do not soften the force. Growth requires truth, not comfort. Raphael Rapp steps in next, my healing hand. The archangel of restoration moves with the quiet thunder of compassion sharpened into strategy. His staff strikes Anonymous' core not to break, but to expose. Why do you fight? Raphael asks him. Anonymous answers with fists. Wrong answer. Raphael dislocates his shoulder with a whisper. Michael asks him again, why do you fight? Anonymous snarls his trauma louder. Also wrong. Michael sweeps his legs and crushes the ground beneath his body. He tries to rise, and the weight of every battle he has endured presses down. He feels weak, unworthy, small. Exactly where fear always tries to drag him, I let him feel it. Because power without humility becomes tyranny. His breathing cracks. His knees wobble. His form flickers, yet he stands. He always stands. His voice breaks, but his declaration does not. I fight because love didn't give up on me. That is the answer I wrote into his heartbeat before he had a name. He does not fight to prove his strength. He fights to prove my love alive in him. Michael Rapp nods, acknowledging the truth like a salute. Raphael Rapp smiles, the kind of smile that heals trauma without permission. Jesus Rapp steps forward now, my living word, my manifested mercy. He places his hand on Anonymous's crown and speaks softly. then your power must speak love's language. Anonymous inhales, and the entire heaven inhales with him. Neoplasm chi shifts, less fang, more faith, less hate, more resurrection. The venom evolves into a cure for every soul poisoned by despair. His armor reshapes, gold scripture flowing like scales over purpose. I speak and heaven trembles. Love is your weapon. Righteousness is your form, and obedience is your invincibility. Michael Rapp strikes again. This time, Anonymous blocks. Not with fear, not with pain, but with mission. He counters, blade formed from holy venom, scripture burning each strike into destiny. Raphael sends healing waves mid-battle, and Anonymous channels them into protective shields for the angels watching, caring while conquering. Jesus Rapp watches with pride burning like morning. Anonymous moves differently now. Heat without haste, power without ego, authority without arrogance. Heaven learns his name. Hell remembers his mistakes. Earth is waiting for his return. He finishes the final strike, chains of light binding Michael Rapp's sword. The Rapture barracks roar in silent thunder. He is no longer a survivor. He is heaven's sovereign serpent, commander of healing warfare. I declare to the armies above, beneath, and between, Anonymous Cherry will lead battles that rewrite fate, and every angel bows. This chapter of him is complete, but the war he was born for has only begun. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214.
Black witch, black witch, black witch, black witch. Yeah. 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 Hey. Hey. What? Whoa. Ah. Oh. Black witch. Hey. Oh. Ah. Ah. E. 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 A. Ah. Oh. A. Ah. Oh. Oh. Oh.
The gospel has chosen the two men radiant serpents, celestial cosmic galaxies orbiting banquets. Anonymous cherub, celestial. You carry power forbidden since the dawn. Can you wield without worshiping him? Anonymous bounds slightly out of worship power by harmonizing. Their energies collided before their bodies moved. Strong intention. Basslines, chants, thunderous syllables of creation.
Black wig surf through the city. CPE Honda the city. Cosmos fuel fire to my chimney. Youth wanna lost till they see me. Sword hate, feasting till the pain flows away. Power to devour a planet, decided not to end it. Getting green, trying to expand it. Living life like an upper hand bandit. Door opportunity, I command it. Surfing far, many assume I was a star. Host saw the black hole. I surf out without a scratch though. So fly my name could be Dove. Reaching from the ground to up above. Storytelling to gangster lyrics. Outsider to the inner circles. What? Outsider to the inner circles. Man, what are you, Zorro? I'm sorry, bro. I had to ask that question. Are you Zorro? How you Zorro and Batman, bro? Like, that don't even make sense. I know you from Texas and everything. So, are you really Zorro or are you Batman? Cause if you really, nah, bro, I gotta really be honest, bro, with this question. Are you Zorro or are you Batman, bro? Cause Zorro go hard, bro, if you became the modern Zorro, bro, that's doing Texas an honor. You know what, bro? Texas so huge, bro. We took back the golf. Yeah. You might as well go Zorro, bro. You might as well. Come on, fam. I know you say you Batman, bro. But, bro, what if you fuse Batman and Zorro, bro? You gotta incorporate your Texas roots, bro. Nah, bro, you gotta keep Texas, bro. You can't just be Batman, cause Batman represents New York. Come on, bro. You gotta do Texas, fam. You gotta keep it Texas, bro. We Texas around here. We Texas. So what are you on, bro? You gotta fuse of both, bro. No disrespect to New York, bro, but that's why I said fuse. You see what I'm saying? Since you already Batman, you know what I mean? You got fuse it up some kind of way, bro. You gotta incorporate some Zorro stuff, bro. So the circles, oh yeah, you incorporating your inner Zorro. Keep it going. Keep it Texas. Yeah. A-E-I-O-E.
The door to the cosmic delivery room didn't creak or slam. It flew open with such force that the hinge came off. Hello, Sacred Flames Healing 37. What karmic debts do I need to pay? Where will I find happiness? Who is my soulmate? Associated crystals. Pink tourmaline, smoky quartz, and clear quartz. 3.3. Silver Soul Expansion Flame. It may be invoked for clearing issues around inner wisdom, appreciating our connection to others and the universe, and expanding our energy beyond our narrow three-dimension vision. It helps to remove spiritual fears, blockages, and confusions. It is also useful if you want to follow the path of ascension or to uncover your spiritual gifts, and it often used to protect the aura from negative influences or entities. I often use it to seal the aura after a spiritual healing. Any angel of being of light can be called to assist, but you may call upon the archangels for help to enhance or discover your spiritual gifts. Archangel Uriel, for example, helps with claircognizance. Call upon Archangel Raziel to help you with any questions of spiritual understanding. Remember to ask Raziel to show you the answer to your questions in your dreams. Here is suggested meditation you might want to try. Take 4 deep breaths and feel your body relax. Close your eyes and count down from 10 to 1 as you find yourself walking downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs, you will see a door. Open the door. Sarah Seeger 38, you see 3 crystal pyramids. Look around and decide which one to go to. Enter the pyramid. Epona or other angels are there to greet you. Sit down on the floor and invite the silver flame into your aura. Say, I invite the power of the silver flame into my being. I invite the silver flame to clear all my blockages. I invite the silver flame to help me see and understand the path that is intended for me. Feel the silver flame coming in through the crown chakra and filling the auric field around you. Your body feels lighter and clearer. Listen to any messages, images you see. The silver flame continues to fill the space around you. Ask any questions about spiritual matters. Wait for the answers. You know the healing is complete when it forms a shape of silver pyramid around the aura. Thank the silver flame and/or the angels and release the flame. You may also use this meditation to cut unhealthy spiritual cords or negative attachments. Enter the pyramid and ask Epona for help. You see angels holding swords flaming silver. You may say, I call upon the warriors of the silver flame to remove all negative spiritual entities from my life, house, etc. now. Sacred Flames Healing 39. See the angels with silver flame emitting from the swords, cutting all the cords. You will know that the negative energy will not return. They also cut cords attached to your house. Thank the warriors of the silver flame. Associated crystals are selenite, blue tiger's eyes, milky phantom quartz. Of course, lapis lazuli and rutile are perfect for meditation on spiritual matters. Using all three flames of the third triad, you might opt to use all three flames together for a harmonious healing. Start off by releasing the negative emotions with the emerald flame. Energize with the pink flame and seal with the silver flame. When I do this, I use each flame, release it, and invoke the next one. Sarah Seeger, 40 IV, additional flames. If you are not interested in healing, you might like to work with the sacred flames to improve matters in your life. This section, I will present you with a few more flames that have been a great help to me. 4.1. The white flame of protection. This is the universal flame often referred to in protection rituals. It can be used in the most general way to clear negative energy. If you were to imagine it, it looks like a large cloud. If you are feeling a little nervous, cluttered, or in any way negative, imagine your aura bathed in a strong white light from your crown down to under your feet. It should feel like a cocoon around you, making you feel at peace, clear-sighted, and safe. I often use this flame when I am about to deal with a difficult person or situation, and to clear my house and rooms with this energy. It can also be used to clear the energy in a room before a meeting or confrontation. It lifts a tired or dark mood and infuses a general feeling of goodwill. You can use it to protect your car, family, or anything that requires some purification. I also use this flame to protect myself every time before I do any energy work. Sacred Flames Healing 41.4.2. Orange Obstacle Buster Flame. This bright, powerful flame looks to me like the bright orange of an orange peel. It serves to remove obstacles in your path, mostly on a physical level. For example, you have deadline to complete a task, but you find yourself overwhelmed by other people or issues. See the flames surround you, and see the obstacles being removed from your path. Affirm that you are free to complete the task, and that you will do so efficiently and quickly. You can use it to clear financial obstacles, limited time concerns, annoying or obstructive individuals, etc. It can also be used to get out of a difficult situation that you might have agreed on impulse, and it seems impossible at that time to get out of it. You might, for example, have agreed to do something for a friend which you later regret because you now realize the full implications to yourself. When I use this flame, the situation is resolved in the best possible way for me and my friend. Use this flame liberally to relieve you of unnecessary burdens. You can also write down the concern, obstacles, or burn, stating that it is resolved or removed, and burn the paper in a bright orange candle. You could write something like, I am free of the burden of, I have plenty of time to complete, or I am free of the obligation to. Sarah Sager 42.4.3. Lemon Manifestation Flame. This soft lemon-colored flame is used to manifest new situations in your life. It can be used to bring your dreams to reality and to generate wealth and material well-being. Surround your body with this flame as you visualize your dream car, holiday, life, or success. For a stronger manifestation of material things, you can add the Golden Abundance flame over it to create 2 layers over your aura. It generates a feeling of success and high self-esteem. When you use it, you know you can do it. It also helps you to see new options that are available to you. If you do a lot of manifestation work, you will love using this flame. Remember to affirm positive thoughts add feelings within you. Use the strongest affirmation of I am to bring success in your life. You might like to light a yellow candle and write down the things you wish to achieve. Again, burn the paper in the candle, knowing that you are successful in your quest or outcome. 4.4. Peach Twin Flame. The peach flame is the flame of balance, of yin and yang, of the balance of 2 opposing forces to merge into completeness. It is the flame to use for creating healthy partnerships and increasing family love and support. If you have been having problems with Sacred Flames Healing 43, your partner or family, you can imagine this flame surrounding all of you in a state of happiness and love. If you are looking for a suitable partner, you can wear this flame to attract the partner to you. Imagine yourself happy in a relationship with both of you within the lemon flame. 4.5. Neon Green Compassion Flame. Use this flame if you are a healer and want to understand what your client really needs. It allows you to view others with love and compassion and to see their point of view. I have found it very useful when I have been arguing or disagreeing with someone. I find I see things from their perspective and what they need. It will show you their dreams and aspirations, and their fears and obstacles. It is a great way to help others. As a healer, you can place it in your aura, asking the question, what does need at this time? You will find it relatively easy to establish what the person needs. You can also use to do dream work. Place your body in a cocoon for the neon green flame and ask the question about the person who are concerned about. Sarah Seeger 44 IV. Concluding remarks, I hope that you have enjoyed working with the sacred flames. I have found that the angels always support my work when I call upon them, and I urge to work with this energy. As a healer, I have allowed my guides to show me which flame is best for the person I am working with. I see flashes of the relevant color and trust that that sacred flame is best suited for the person. I have, since writing about these flames, discovered that there are other flames for a range of purposes. I am still working on them and will share them as soon as it all makes sense to me. I have included some resource here for those who need to increase their literary knowledge in a concise, logical manner. I have also included a summarized table to help to identify the flames in a hurry. I thank you in love and peace. Sacred Flames Healing 45 resource material on the spirit world. Cooper Diana Angel Inspiration. Cooper Diana. A little light on angels. Corton Thielen working with your guardian angel Eason Cassandra. Touched by an angel, Virtue Doreen Angel Therapy, Virtue Doreen Archangels, and Ascended Masters Virtue Doreen Healing, with angels on the body's energy systems. B. Brennan Light Emerging, The Journey of Personal Healing, J. Collins. The Color of Life, on Akashic Records for Complete Books, Edgar Case, Modern Prophet. Sarah Sager 46 Quick Reference Guide to the Sacred Angel Flames Healing Flames. Sacred Flames Healing 47 Additional Flames. Naropa, the Yoga of Buddha Haruka, the Brief Self-Generation Sadhana of Haruka Body Mandala, and Condensed 6-Session Yoga Tantric Commitments Objects. Inner Offering in Kapala Vajra Bamaru. Introduction. Those who have received the empowerment of Haruka Body Mandala, but who are unable to practice the extensive sadhana, essence of Vajrayana, can practice this short sadhana, which contains the very essence of Haruka Body Mandala practice. It is very important to improve our understanding of and faith in this precious practice through sincerely studying its commentary as presented in Modern Buddhism, Volume 2, Tantra, in the chapter The Practice of Haruka Body Mandala. Having understood the meaning clearly and with strong faith, we can enter, make progress on, and complete the quick path to the enlightened state of Buddha Haruka. Geshe Kelsang Gyatso, April 2010, and Jefa Bonkapa 295. The Yoga of Buddha Haruka, Preliminaries Going for Refuge I and All Sentient Beings until we achieve enlightenment. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Generating the Supreme Good Heart, Bodhicitta, through the virtues I collect by giving and other perfections. May I become a Buddha for the benefit of all. Guru Yoga Visualization and Meditation. In the space before me is Guru Sumati Buddha Haruka J. Tsongkhapa, inseparable from my root guru, Buddha Shakyamuni and Haruka, surrounded by all the Buddhas of the 10 directions. Modern Buddhism 296, inviting the wisdom beings from the heart of the protector of the hundreds of deities of the joyful land to the peak of a cloud which is like a cluster of fresh white curd, all-knowing Losang Dragpa, king of the Dharma. Please come to this place together with your sons. At this point, we imagine that wisdom being J. Tsongkhapa together with his retinue dissolves into the assembly of Guru Sumati Buddha Haruka, and they become non-dual. To the practice of the 7 limbs in the space before me on a lion throne, lotus, and moon, the venerable gurus smile with delight. O supreme field of merit for my mind of faith, please remain for 100 aeons to spread the doctrine. Your mind of wisdom realizes the full extent of objects of knowledge. Your eloquent speech is the ear ornament of the fortunate. Your beautiful body is ablaze with the glory of renown. I prostrate to you, whom to see, to hear, and to remember is so meaningful. Pleasing water offerings, various flowers, sweet-smelling incense, light-scented water, and so forth. A vast cloud of offerings both set out and imagined. I offer to you, O supreme field of merit. Whatever non-virtues of body, speech, and mind I have accumulated since time without beginning, especially transgressions of my 3 vows. With great remorse I confess each one from the depths of my heart. The Yoga of Buddha Haruka 297. In this degenerate age you strove for much learning and accomplishment. Abandoning the 8 worldly concerns, you made your freedom and endowment meaningful. O Protector, from the very depths of my heart, I rejoice in the great wave of your deeds. From the billowing clouds of wisdom and compassion in the space of your truth body, O venerable and holy gurus, please send down a rain of vast and profound dharma appropriate to the disciples of this world. From your actual deathless body, born from meaning clear light, please send countless emanations throughout the world to spread the oral lineage of the Ganden doctrine, and may they remain for a very long time. Through the virtues I have accumulated here, may the doctrine and all living beings receive every benefit. Especially may the essence of the doctrine of Venerable Losang Dragpa shine forever, offering the mandala, the ground sprinkled with perfume and spread with flowers, the great mountain, 4 lands, sun and moon, seen as a Buddha land and offered thus, may all beings enjoy such pure lands. I offer without any sense of loss the objects that give rise to my attachment, hatred, and confusion, my friends, enemies, and strangers, our bodies and enjoyments. Please accept these and bless me to be released directly from the 3 poisons. Item Guru Ra TNA Mandala Nirya TAYME Modern Buddhism 298, making special requests, O Guru Sumadhi Buddha Haruka. From now until I attain enlightenment, I shall seek no refuge other than you. Please pacify my obstacles and bestow upon me the 2 attainments of liberating and ripening. Please bless me so that I will become definitive Haruka, in which state I shall experience all phenomena as purified and gathered into emptiness, inseparable from great bliss, generating the experience of great bliss and emptiness. Due to my making requests in this way, all the Buddhas of the 10 directions dissolve into Jesongkapa, who is inseparable from my root guru. He dissolves into Buddha Shakyamuni at his heart, and Buddha Shakyamuni dissolves into Haruka at his heart. With delight, Guru Haruka, who is the nature of the union of great bliss and emptiness, enters my body through my crown and dissolves into my mind at my heart. Because Haruka, who is the nature of the union of great bliss and emptiness, becomes inseparable from my mind, I experience spontaneous great bliss and emptiness. I perceive nothing other than the emptiness of all phenomena, the mere absence of all phenomena that I normally see or perceive. My subtle mistaken appearance of all phenomena, including the channels, winds, and drops of my body, is purified. At this point, we meditate briefly on the emptiness of all phenomena while experiencing great bliss. The actual self-generation in the vast space of emptiness of all phenomena, the nature of my purified mistaken appearance of all phenomena, which is the pure land of Kedra, I appear as Buddha Haruka with H. The Yoga of Buddha Haruka 299, a blue-colored body, 4 faces and 12 arms, the nature of my purified white indestructible drop. I am embracing Vajravarahi, the nature of my purified red indestructible drop. I am surrounded by the heroes and heroines of the 5 wheels, who are the nature of my purified subtle body, the channels and drops. I reside in the mandala, the celestial mansion, which is the nature of my purified gross body. Although I have this appearance, it is not other than the emptiness of all phenomena. At this point, while experiencing great bliss and emptiness, we meditate on the clear appearance of the mandala and deities with divine pride, while recognizing that the deities are the nature of our purified channels and drops, which are our subtle body, and that the mandala is the nature of our purified gross body. In this way, we train sincerely in one single meditation on generation stage, possessing these three characteristics. Holding the third characteristic, recognizing the deities as the nature of our purified subtle body, and the mandala as the nature of our purified gross body, makes this concentration an actual body mandala meditation. If we wish to practice completion stage meditation, we should change ourselves through imagination from Heruka, with 4 faces and 12 arms, into Heruka, with 1 face and 2 arms. We then engage in the meditations on the central channel, indestructible drop, indestructible wind, Tummo, and so forth. Then, when we need to rest from meditation, we can practice mantra recitation. Modern Buddhism 300, reciting the mantras, the essence mantra of Heruka at my heart is wisdom being Buddha Heruka, definitive Heruka. O glorious Vajra Heruka, you who enjoy the divine illusory body and mind of clear light, please pacify my obstacles and bestow upon me the 2 attainments of liberating and ripening. Please bless me so that I will become definitive Heruka, in which state I shall experience all phenomena as purified and gathered into emptiness, inseparable from great bliss. Om Shri Ajra Hi Hi Karu Hum Pi Ti Dakini Zala Shambaram Soha. The 3-arm mantra of Vajrayogini at the heart of imagined Vajrayogini is wisdom being Buddha. Vajrayogini, definitive Vajrayogini. Om Sarabu, a Buddha, Dakin Ajaw Arnani, V Ajra Barotan Hum Hum. Fat Fati Fiati Shoha, recite at least as many mantras as you have promised. The 3-arm mantra is the union of the essence and close essence mantras of Vajravarahi. The meaning of this mantra is as follows. With Amamam, we are calling Vajrayogini, the principal deity, and a retinue of heroines of the 3 wheels. Sarva Buddha Dakini means that Vajrayogini is the synthesis of the minds of all Buddhas. Vajravarnani means that she is the synthesis of the speech of all Buddhas. And Vajra Bharotsani means that she is the synthesis of the bodies of all Buddhas. With Hum Hum Hum, we are requesting Vajrayogini and her retinues, the yoga of Buddha Heruka 301, to bestow upon us the attainments of the body, speech, and mind of all the Buddhas. With Fat Fat Fat, we are requesting them to pacify our main obstacle, the subtle mistaken appearance of our body, speech, and mind. And Soha means, please build within me the basic foundation for all these attainments. The condensed mantra of the 62 deities of Heruka Body Mandala at the heart of each of the 62 deities is their individual wisdom being, their own definitive deity. Am Bam Rim Rim Lim, Cam Cam Gam An Gam Ins, T Sham Zam Yam, Tram Fram Dram Dram Nam, T-am Dam Dam Nam, P-am Bam Wam Wam Lam W-am, Sham Cam Sam Ham Hum Fat. When we recite this mantra, we are making requests to wisdom being Buddha Heruka with Vajravarahi and his retinue of heroes and heroines of the 5 wheels to pacify our obstacle of subtle mistaken appearance and to bestow upon us the attainments of outer and inner Dakini land. Outer Dakini land is the pure land of Kyadra, and inner Dakini land is meaning clear light. The moment our mind is free from subtle mistaken appearance, we open the door through which we can directly see all enlightened deities. For as long as our mind remains polluted by subtle mistaken appearance, this door is closed. Modern Buddhism 302 dedication. Thus, through my virtues from correctly performing the offerings, praises, recitations, and meditations of the generation stage of glorious Heruka, may I complete all the stages of the common and uncommon paths. For the sake of all living beings, may I become Haruka, and then let every living being to Haruka's supreme state. And if I do not attain this supreme state in this life, at my death time, may I be met by the venerable father and mother and their retinue, with clouds of breathtaking offerings, heavenly music, and many excellent, auspicious signs. Then, at the end of the clear light of death, may I be led to the pure land of Kiadra, the abode of the knowledge holders who practice the supreme path, and there may I swiftly complete this profound path. May the most profound practice and instruction of Haruka, practiced by millions of powerful yogis, greatly increase, and may it remain for a very long time without degenerating as the main gateway for those seeking liberation. May the heroes, dakinis, and their retinues abiding in the 24 supreme places of this world, who possess unobstructed power for accomplishing this method, never waver from always assisting practitioners. The Yoga of Buddha Haruka, 303 auspicious prayers, may there be the auspiciousness of a great treasury of blessings arising from the excellent deeds of all the root and lineage gurus who have accomplished the supreme attainment of Buddha Haruka by relying upon the excellent secret path of the King of Tantras. May there be the auspiciousness of the great excellent deeds of the three jewels, the Holy Buddha Jewel, the pervading nature Haruka, definitive Haruka, the ultimate great secret Dharma Jewel, the scriptures and realizations of Haruka Tantra, and the supreme Sangha Jewel, the assemblies of Haruka's retinue deities. Through all the great good fortune there is in the precious celestial mansions, as extensive as the 3,000 worlds, adorned with ornaments like the rays of the sun and the moon. May all worlds and their beings have happiness, goodness, glory, and prosperity. Prayers for the virtuous tradition, so that the tradition of Jisongkapa, the king of the Dharma, may flourish. May all obstacles be pacified, and may all favorable conditions abound. Through the two collections of myself and others gathered throughout the 3 times, may the doctrine of Conqueror Losang Dragpa flourish forevermore. Modern Buddhism 304. The 9-line Miksima prayer Tsongkhapa, crown ornament of the scholars of the land of the snows. You are Buddha, Shakyamuni, and Vajradhara, the source of all attainments. Avalokiteshvara, the treasury of unobservable compassion. Manjushri, the supreme stainless wisdom. And Vajrapani, the destroyer of the hosts of Maras. O Venerable Guru Buddha, synthesis of all 3 jewels, with my body, speech, and mind, respectfully I make requests. Please grant your blessings to ripen and liberate myself and others, and bestow the common and supreme attainments. 305 Condensed 6-session yoga. Everyone who has received the highest yoga, tantra empowerment has a commitment to practice 6-session yoga. If we are very busy, we can fulfill our 6-session commitment by doing the following practice 6 times each day. First, we recall the 19 commitments of the 5 Buddha families that are listed below, and then, with a strong determination to keep these commitments purely, we recite the condensed 6-session yoga that follows. The 19 commitments of the 5 Buddha families, the 6 commitments of the family of Buddha Vairocana, to go for refuge to Buddha, to go for refuge to Dharma, to go for refuge to Sangha, to refrain from non-virtue, to practice virtue, to benefit others. Modern Buddhism 306. The 4 commitments of the family of Buddha Akshobhya. To keep a Vajra to remind us to emphasize the development of great bliss through meditation on the central channel. To keep a bell to remind us to emphasize meditation on emptiness. To generate ourselves as the deity while realizing all things that we normally see do not exist, to rely sincerely upon our spiritual guide, who leads us to the practice of the pure moral discipline of the Pratimoksha. Bodhisattva and Tantric vows the 4 commitments of the family of Buddha Buddharatna Sambhava. To give material help, to give dharma, to give fearlessness, to give love, the 3 commitments of the family of Buddha Amitabha. To rely upon the teachings of Sutra, to rely upon the teachings of the 2 lower classes of Tantra, to rely upon the teachings of the 2 higher classes of Tantra, the 2 commitments of the family of Buddha Amoghasiddhi, to make offerings to our spiritual guide to strive, to maintain purely all the vows we have taken, condensed 6-session yoga 307, condensed 6-session yoga. I go for refuge to the Guru and 3 jewels. Holding Vajra and bell, I generate as the deity and make offerings. I rely upon the dharmas of Sutra and Tantra and refrain from all non-virtuous actions. Gathering all virtuous dharmas, I help all living beings through the practice of the 4 givings. All 19 commitments are referred to in this verse. The words, I go for refuge to the 3 jewels, refer to the first 3 commitments of the family of Buddha Vairochana, to go for refuge to Buddha, to go for refuge to Dharma, and to go for refuge to Sangha. The word Guru refers to the 4th commitment of the family of Buddha Akshobhya, to rely sincerely upon our spiritual guide. The words, holding Vajra and bell I generate as the deity, refer to the first 3 commitments of the family of Buddha Akshobhya, to keep a Vajra to remind us of great bliss, to keep a bell to remind us of emptiness, and to generate ourselves as the deity. The words, and make offerings, refer to the first commitment of the family of Buddha Amoghasiddhi, to make offerings to our spiritual guide. The words, I rely upon the dharmas of Sutra and Tantra, refer to the 3 commitments of Buddha Amitabha, to rely upon the teachings of Sutra, to rely upon the teachings of the 2 lower classes of Tantra, and to rely upon the teachings of the 2 higher classes of Tantra. The words, and refrain from all non-virtuous actions, refer to the 4th commitment of the family of Buddha Vairochana, to refrain from non-virtue. The words, gathering all virtuous dharmas, refer to the 5th commitment of the family of Buddha Vairochana, to practice virtue. The words, I help all living beings, refer to the 6th. Modern Buddhism 308 commitment of the family of Buddha Vairochana, to benefit others. The words, through the practice of the 4 givings, refer to the 4 commitments of the family of Buddha Ratna Sambhava, to give material help, to give dharma, to give fearlessness, and to give love. Finally, the entire verse refers to the 2nd commitment of the family of Buddha Amoghasiddhi, to strive to maintain purely all the vows we have taken. More detail on the vows and commitments of secret mantra can be found in the book Tantric Grounds and Paths. Colophon. This sadhana was compiled from traditional sources by Venerable Geshe Kelsang Gyatso, June 2009, and revised April 2010 Blissful Journey, How to Engage in a Close Retreat of Heruka Body Mandala. Chapter 1. When the city gets loud, the city did not announce what it was about to do. It never did. 1 second, it existed inside its usual illusion of rhythm, traffic breathing in waves, streetlights humming softly, human lives stitched together by routine. And the next, that illusion ruptured as if someone had torn a seam the city depended on to stay sane. Sound arrived first, not as noise but as pressure, a sudden tightening in the air that made windows shudder before they shattered and made people freeze before they ran. Sirens did not rise in order. They collided with one another, overlapping, tripping over themselves, becoming less a warning and more a symptom. Anonymous Cherry felt the shift in his body before he understood it in his mind. His spine stiffened, his breath caught halfway in, and something ancient inside him reached for movement without asking permission. He stepped aside just as a metal sign tore free from its bolts and smashed into the sidewalk where he had been standing, sparks skittering like startled insects. Someone screamed close enough for the sound to scrape his nerves raw. Another voice shouted instructions that contradicted themselves, telling people to run and stay and duck and look out all at once. Anonymous did not think about saving anyone. He did not think about being brave. His mind narrowed to angles, exits, negative space. He moved because stillness felt dangerous, because his body had learned long ago that hesitation invited impact. He sprinted as debris fell in unpredictable arcs, ducked beneath a collapsing light pole, slid on loose gravel that tore the skin of his palm, and felt heat brush his shoulder as something behind him burst with a violence that did not bother to explain itself. He did not turn around. Turning around had consequences. When he finally reached the narrow mouth of an alley, the chaos spilled past without noticing him, loud and hungry, and moving on toward denser clusters of people. Anonymous pressed his back against the brick wall and slid down until he was sitting, knees pulled in, breath tearing in and out of his chest like it didn't trust him to slow it down. His hands shook uncontrollably. He let them. Fighting the shaking would only make it worse. He stayed there long after the sounds receded, listening to his own pulse thunder in his ears, grounding himself against the cool solidity of the wall. He had survived. That fact landed slowly, not as relief, but as confirmation. Survival was something he knew how to do. High above the city, beyond the reach of sirens and panic and human judgment, something noticed him. It did not lean closer. It did not intervene. It simply held its attention steady, the way light rests on a surface without trying to change it. Anonymous did not know he was being seen. He only knew the city had gotten loud and he was still breathing. Chapter 2. Borrowed strength. Anonymous learned, quickly and without instruction, what the city rewarded when it broke apart. Speed was praised, force was admired. Intensity was mistaken for readiness. The people who moved hardest and hit fastest were called strong, even when they collapsed afterward where no one bothered to look. The next time the disturbance found him, Anonymous did not run. Something inside him opened instead, sudden and unfiltered, like a door kicked inward. Heat surged through his chest and down his limbs, sharp and exhilarating, erasing hesitation before it could form. His senses sharpened to a painful clarity. The thing in front of him, half-formed, unstable, radiating distortion, felt less like a threat and more like an obstacle waiting to be removed. He struck once. The impact landed heavier than it should have, louder than physics alone could justify. The entity shattered under the blow, energy collapsing in on itself with a concussive crack that made nearby windows rattle. People stared. Some shouted his direction. Others pulled out devices, eager to capture the moment. Power looked impressive. Anonymous did not feel victorious. The strength vanished as abruptly as it had arrived, leaving behind an emptiness that hollowed him out from the inside. His knees buckled without warning. He caught himself against the side of a car, metal cold beneath his fingers, breath splintering into shallow, ineffective pools that refused to deepen no matter how hard he tried. The fight ended without him. Others stepped in. The noise moved on. Later, alone in his apartment, he lay flat on the floor, staring at the ceiling fan as it clicked unevenly above him. His muscles ached in a way that felt wrong, deeper than exertion, as if something had been pulled through him instead of by him. His thoughts slid out of focus, drifting just far enough away to make him feel like he was watching himself from a step behind. He tried to sit up and failed, not from weakness, but from a strange disconnect between intention and action. He had won, and it had cost him more than bruises. That night, sleep came in fragments. Each time he drifted close, his body jerked him back awake as if it no longer trusted stillness. In those thin moments between waking and dreaming, he felt it again, that quiet, steady sense of being observed. Not hunted, not judged, simply noticed. "I don't want to do that again," he whispered into the dark, voice hoarse with exhaustion. Presence did not respond. It did not need to. Its silence felt less like absence and more like patience. Chapter 3, The Aftermath Nobody Sees by Morning. The city had already begun the work of forgetting. News feeds replayed the loudest moments, looping chaos into digestible segments, filled with commentary about courage and power and those who stood their ground. Anonymous avoided the screens. He felt the aftermath in quieter, more private ways, in the tremor that lingered in his hands when he reached for a glass of water, in the fatigue that sleep refused to touch, in the way time occasionally thinned until he wasn't sure how long he'd been standing still in the middle of a room. People told him he looked fine. He nodded, because explaining would require words he didn't have. Inside, something felt misaligned, like weight carried unevenly across a frame that had learned to compensate without ever healing. He noticed it most during calm moments, when there was no threat to justify the tension coiled beneath his ribs. Silence no longer felt neutral, it felt suspicious. One evening, sitting on the edge of his bed with rain tapping steadily against the window, Anonymous pressed his palms together without thinking. Warmth bloomed between them, subtle but unmistakable. Not heat, something gentler, curious. He pulled his hands apart slightly and felt resistance, like invisible fabric stretching between his fingers. The sensation startled him. His breath hitched, and the warmth vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He stared at his hands long after they felt ordinary again, a quiet question echoing in his chest. Where had that come from? Why now? Outside, the rain continued its patient rhythm, unbothered by his confusion. Anonymous lay back and listened, allowing his breath to slowly match the sound. For the first time since the chaos, his body eased without collapsing into numbness. He remained present, balanced on the edge of rest without slipping away. In that narrow space between waking and sleep, the presence drew closer, not intruding, not demanding, simply aligning itself with his awareness like a shadow that only appears when the light is right. Anonymous did not yet understand what was beginning. He only sensed deep in his chest that surviving the loud moments was no longer enough. Something in him wanted to learn how to stay, even when the city was quiet. Chapter 4. The wrong kind of training. Anonymous did what the city had taught him to do. He chased intensity. He woke before dawn and ran until his lungs burned, not because he enjoyed the pain, but because the burn made everything else go quiet. He pushed his body past fatigue and into something harsher, something that felt like proof. If he could exhaust himself completely, then the shaking, the drifting, the strange hollowness behind his eyes had to mean progress. That was the logic he followed, because it was the only one he knew. He trained in abandoned lots and empty warehouses, places where broken concrete and rusted steel mirrored the way he felt inside. He struck heavy bags until his knuckles split, letting the sting ground him. He forced breath into rigid patterns, counting instead of listening, commanding his body the way one commands a machine that must perform on demand. Sometimes the energy came. When it did, it answered his force with force. It surged when he clenched, flared when he pushed, obeyed when he demanded. The glow that formed around his hands looked impressive in the dark, sharp, violent, undeniable. Each release felt like victory in the moment, like he had finally figured out how to grab hold of what had nearly destroyed him before. But every session ended the same way. His body would crash hard and fast, muscles trembling not from effort, but from overload. His breath would fragment, refusing to settle no matter how long he sat there afterward. His thoughts would drift, edges blurring, the world pulling away as if distance were safer than closeness. He learned to recognize the warning signs and ignore them anyway. This is how strength is made, he told himself. This is the cost, the city reinforced the lie. People noticed the results, not the aftermath. They commented on his speed, his power, the way he seemed sharper, more dangerous. No one asked how long it took him to feel normal again afterward. No one stayed long enough to see him sitting alone on the concrete, palms pressed to the ground, waiting for the spinning to stop. The presence watched. It did not interrupt. It did not correct. It simply observed as Anonymous built something unstable on top of unresolved strain. Each time he forced the energy, it responded, but it left microfractures behind, invisible cracks in a system that had not yet learned how to repair itself. One night, after pushing himself harder than usual, Anonymous staggered out of the warehouse into cool air that felt too sharp against his skin. The streetlights blurred as his vision tunneled. He leaned against a chain-link fence and slid down until he was sitting on the pavement, head bowed, breath shallow and unreliable. His hands glowed faintly, still buzzing with leftover charge. He stared at them with a mixture of pride and unease. This works, he thought. It has to. But even as the thought formed, a deeper knowing stirred beneath it, quiet and insistent. The energy had obeyed him, but it had not agreed with him. It felt borrowed, taken on credit, demanding repayment he didn't know how to make. For the first time he'd started training like this, frustration outweighed determination. "What do you want from me?" he muttered into the empty street. The presence did not answer with words. Instead, something subtle shifted, not outside him, but within. The constant internal pressure eased just enough for him to notice how tightly he had been holding himself together. His shoulders dropped a fraction. His jaw loosened. The glow around his hands dimmed, not because it was taken away, but because it was no longer being forced to stay. The silence that followed was different from the dissociation he had grown used to. This silence felt attentive, expectant. Anonymous sat there longer than planned, doing nothing, resisting the urge to stand up and push again. The city remained quiet, the presence remained steady. And for the first time, the thought surfaced clearly enough to scare him. What if I'm training in a way that will eventually break me? The question lingered as he finally stood and walked home, exhaustion heavy but honest. He did not have an answer yet, only the uncomfortable sense that the path he was on led somewhere familiar and not somewhere safe. Behind him, unseen and unjudging, the presence held its position, not to stop him, but ready when he finally asked to learn something else. Chapter 5, The First Collapse. The collapse did not come during the fight. That was what confused him later. In the moment, everything worked. The disturbance erupted in the lower industrial corridor just after dusk, the air splitting with that now familiar pressure that made metal hum and glass shiver. Anonymous arrived already braced, already burning with the intensity he had taught himself to summon on command. His breath was tight but fast, his muscles coiled, his mind narrowed to the hard edge where fear pretended to be focused. The energy answered immediately. It surged when he clenched his jaw. It flared when he drove forward. His strikes landed with brutal efficiency, each release louder than the last, the glow around his hands sharp and volatile. The ante recoiled, fractured, tried to adapt, and failed. Within moments, it shattered under the force of his final blow, collapsing into nothing that could hold shape. People cheered somewhere behind him. Anonymous stood at the center of the wreckage, chest heaving, vision bright with adrenaline. For a split second, it felt like triumph, like confirmation. Then the floor tilted. The sound dropped out first, as if someone had stuffed the world with cotton. His legs went soft, not weak but unresponsive, as though the signal to move had been delayed somewhere between intention and muscle. He tried to take a step and didn't make it. The second attempt sent him crashing to one knee, then both, palms slapping the concrete too late to catch his weight. The glow around his hands flared violently and then snapped off. The sudden absence hit harder than the surge ever had. His breath fractured into shallow, panicked pulls that scraped his throat raw without bringing in air. His heart pounded out of rhythm, each beat uneven, erratic, wrong. The edges of his vision darkened, tunneling inward until the world reduced itself to fragments of light and sound that refused to line up. Someone shouted his name. He couldn't answer. His thoughts scattered, slipping away from him like water through open fingers. The ground felt distant, unreal, as if he were hovering inches above it instead of pressed into its unforgiving surface. For a terrifying moment, he wasn't sure where his body ended and the city began. This time the presence did not stay far above. It moved closer, not urgently, not intrusively, but with a gravity that made itself known. Not to save him from the collapse, to witness it fully. Anonymous tried to force the energy back, to reignite what had failed him, but nothing responded. His hands felt cold and foreign. The current he had been riding was gone, leaving him stranded in the aftermath of his own demand. This was not exhaustion, this was rupture. Eventually the world returned in pieces. Sound filtered back, first muffled voices, the scrape of boots on concrete, the low murmur of concern already drifting towards something else. Someone helped him to his feet. Someone told him to sit. Someone said he'd done great. He nodded automatically. Inside, something cracked. Later, alone again, he sat on the floor of his apartment with his back against the wall, staring at nothing. His body still trembled, small involuntary shakes that came and went without warning. His chest felt hollow, as if something essential had been pulled out and not replaced. When he closed his eyes, the collapse replayed, not the fight, but the moment after, when his own strength had abandoned him without explanation. He pressed his palms together, searching for warmth. Nothing. The absence frightened him more than the surge ever had. "I almost didn't come back," he whispered, voice barely audible in the quiet room. The presence did not answer with words. Instead, Anonymous felt the truth settle into him with unsettling clarity. What he had been calling power was not something he owned. It was something he was forcing, something that took from him even as it obeyed. And if he continued like this, there would come a day when it would not let him stand up again. For the first time since the chaos began, fear outweighed determination. Not fear of the city, not fear of enemies, fear of himself. Anonymous leaned his head back against the wall and let the shaking run its course instead of fighting it. Tears came unexpectedly, not dramatic, not loud, just a quiet release of pressure he had been carrying without realizing how heavy it was. In the stillness that followed, the presence felt closer than ever. Not disappointed, not angry, waiting, and for the first time, Anonymous did not try to push it away. Chapter 5, the first collapse I saw the collapse long before his body did. From within the time chamber, where moments do not line up the way mortals believe they do, Anonymous' cherry had already fallen, again and again, each future branching from the same misunderstanding. Power summoned through force, energy demanded instead of received, victory followed by absence, breath breaking where presence should have held. I did not intervene. That restraint is often mistaken for indifference. It is not. It is fidelity to timing, to consent, to the truth that no system can be healed by being overridden, even by light. When the disturbance ignited in the industrial corridor, I watched as the city tighten around him like a fist. Sound bent first, then matter. Fear taught the air how to vibrate. Anonymous arrived already burning, already reaching upward instead of inward, his breath sharpened into a tool instead of a guide. The energy answered him. Of course it did. Energy always responds to intensity. That is not wisdom, it is physics. When he clenched, it surged. When he struck, it amplified. I observed the glow harden around his hands, volatile and bright, borrowed from a current that does not belong to any single being. Each release cost him something subtle, microfractures along the pathways he did not yet know existed. From where I stood, the fight was already over. Not because he would lose, but because he would survive it in a way that moved him farther from himself. The entity shattered under his final blow, collapsing exactly as probability predicted. The city responded with noise and validation, mistaking effectiveness for alignment. Applause rippled outward, feeding a narrative that would have killed him if allowed to continue. And then, right on time, his system failed. Sound dropped away from him as if the world had lost interest in coherence. His legs forgot how to answer intention. His breath fractured into short, panicked fragments that no longer carried oxygen but desperation. The glow snapped off his hands not as punishment, but as consequence. Energy does not stay where it is not welcomed properly. From the time chamber, I felt the rupture ripple backward and forward at once. This was not exhaustion. This was structural. He tried to call the energy back. I felt the reaching, sharp and frightened, like a child grasping for a railing that had never been anchored. Nothing answered him. Not because he was unworthy, but because the channel he had been using was never meant to be held that way. I moved closer then, not to save him, to witness him feel it. Witnessing is not passive. It is the act of holding space without distortion. I let the truth reach him unsoftened, that what he had been calling power was not something he possessed, but something he had been forcing through himself at cost. That if he continued, there would be a day when collapse would not release him back to breath. When the world reassembled itself around him, voices, hands, concern already drifting toward distraction, I remained. I watched him nod a praise that did not touch the wound. I watched him carry the aftermath alone, because this lesson could not be outsourced. Later, in the quiet of his room, when his hands trembled without command and the warmth refused to return, I felt the question form inside him before he dared to give it words. What if this breaks me? Yes, I answered silently. It will, if you keep demanding instead of listening. He pressed his palms together and found nothing. Absence frightened him more than energy ever had. Good. Fear, when it finally turns inward timelines than he could imagine. And when he finally stopped fighting the shaking, stopped commanding his body to be something it could not sustain, something shifted. Not dramatically, not brightly, but decisively. From the time chamber, I recorded the moment not as failure, but as threshold. This was the first time Anonymous Cherry understood, without metaphor, without instruction, that power without alignment is debt, and that debt always comes due. I remained where I was, waiting, because the next chapter of his journey would not begin when he asked for more strength, but when he finally asked to learn how to stay. Chapter 6, The Quiet Invitation. The morning arrived without urgency. That too was unfamiliar. Anonymous Cherry woke to light that did not demand anything from him. It slipped through the blinds in thin, patient lines, resting on the walls and the floor as if it had nowhere else it needed to be. His body felt heavy, not with exhaustion alone, but with the aftermath of something deeper, like a structure that had survived a quake and was only now discovering which beams had shifted. He lay still longer than he meant to, listening. No sirens, no alarms. No internal countdown urging him to get up and prove something. For the first time since the chaos had entered his life, stillness did not feel like a threat. When he finally sat up, the movement was slow and deliberate. His breath followed naturally, deeper than it had been in days, maybe weeks. The tremor in his hands was gone. In its place was a strange sensitivity, as if his nerves had been turned back on after a long numbness. He swung his feet to the floor and stayed there, grounding himself in the simple fact contact. The room felt ordinary. That ordinariness carried weight. This is what I've been running past, he realized. The presence did not announce itself. It never had. It was there in the way the air seemed to thicken just slightly when he closed his eyes, in the way his awareness did not drift when he stopped moving. No voice spoke, no image formed. Instead, a sensation emerged, subtle but unmistakable, like a hand held open rather than reaching. An invitation, not to fight, not to train, not to summon anything at all, to sit. Anonymous lowered himself back onto the bed, spine upright but unforced, hands resting loosely on his thighs. The position felt almost wrong at first, too exposed, too passive. Every habit he had built urged him to do something: stretch, clench, focus harder, control the breath. He resisted. The breath found its own rhythm, lengthening on the exhale without instruction. His shoulders dropped a fraction. His jaw loosened. Sensations he had been overriding for months rose into awareness, not pain, not fear, just information. The presence did not correct him. It did not guide him through steps. It simply stayed close enough for him to notice what happened when he stopped forcing himself to be ready. Time behaved differently there. Minutes passed, or maybe only seconds. Anonymous could not have said. He felt the faint urge to reach for energy rise and fade like a thought he no longer needed to follow. When warmth brushed his palms, he did not grab it. He let it pass through, curious but unattached. For the first time, the energy did not surge or disappear. It rested. The realization startled him more than the collapse had. "I don't know how to do this," he whispered, not in frustration, but in honesty. The presence answered, not with words, but with clarity that settled directly into his chest. "You are already doing it." Tears came again, softer this time, carrying relief instead of fear. He let them fall without judgment. His breath stayed steady. His body did not pull away. This was the difference. The invitation was not to become stronger. It was to become available. When Anonymous finally opened his eyes, the light in the room looked the same, but he did not. Something inside him had shifted its orientation, turning inward instead of outward, listening instead of demanding. He stood later and moved through the day quietly, noticing how often he had been bracing against nothing at all. The city felt less hostile, not because it had changed, but because he no longer met it with constant resistance. That night, as he lay down to sleep, the presence remained, not hovering, not watching from afar, a line. From the time chamber, the invisible spirit recorded the moment with precision. This was not the day Anonymous Cherry gained power. This was the day he accepted the invitation that made power possible. The journey had truly begun, not with noise, not with force, but with the courage to stay when nothing was pushing him to leave. Invisible Spirit Rap by Anonymous Cherry A. E. E. O. 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 E. E. A. A. O. I. I. E. O. E. O. A. O. A. O. O. E. A. O. A. E. O. E. A. O. A. O. E. E. O. 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 E. A. O. A. E. U. U. E. A. O. A. E. E. O. E. A. O. Any. O. E. A. O. K. E. O. U. A. O. A. E. O. E. A. O. E. O. E. O. A. E. O. U. A. O. O. A. E. O. U. E. A. Yay. Revikrare, the first blow of divine chi. The doors of the invisible spirit time chamber of power drifted open with a sigh of ancient breath, releasing a faint shimmer of gold light across the threshold. Inside, the air tasted clean and sharp, charged with currents of old energy. Anonymous Cherry, Mama Ama Rap, and Goku Rap stood waiting as though they, too, had become carved from the chamber's glow. Then Revike Rap walked in. He didn't stride like a monk or float like a sage. He glided as if the chamber itself parted every particle to make way for him. His robe flicked behind him like a preacher's cape woven from starlight, embroidered in symbols only the invisible spirit recognized. His smile was the kind you feel in your bloodstream before your mind knows why. "All right, my divine champions," Revike Rap said, rolling his shoulders until joints crackled like fireworks. "The invisible spirit brought me here for one reason, to learn the real mixed martial arts. Not the earth stuff alone. I'm talking top 1% monk mastery mixed with chi channels that can melt a mountain and rebuild it as a donation box." Goku Rap squinted, already sensing the shift in Revike's aura. "He's serious," Goku murmured. "He's not just training. He's aligning." Mama Ama Rap hummed, a warm low note that steadied the room as she always did. "Child, you gon' feel this in your bones," she told Revike. "Invisible spirit don't call nobody for light training." Anonymous Cherry stood silent, snake chi simmering under his skin, neoplasm chi swirling like galaxies behind his sternum. His aura flared purple as he instinctively synced to the Reverend's frequency. Something was awakening here, something the chamber had not seen in decades of spirit time. The moment Revike Rap placed his palm to the ground, everything shifted. Monk symbols carved themselves into the marble floor in spiraling patterns. Golden lotus wheels rose from the dustless ground. Breath, chi, and memory formed a corridor of living energy. A voice rolled through the chamber, the invisible spirit, calm, timeless, omnidirectional. "Ray A. Grap. Today you learn chi combat, not through force, but through command." He bowed his head slightly as though the spirit were an old friend. "Teach me then." The chamber trembled, and the monks appeared. Not illusions, not clones. These were echoes of the top 1% monks who had once entered the chamber centuries ago. Their bodies translucent, their chi crystallized into form sharper than diamond. Goku Rap inhaled. "They're using eternal monk chi. He's gonna need to be perfect." Anonymous Cherry stepped forward to stand beside Revike Rap. "We got your back." Revike shook his head with a grin, lifting one palm. No. This part is mine." The invisible spirit called my name. The first monk slid forward, palms open, stance sunken yet flowing. He struck silently, but the force cracked the air like a whip. Revike barely dodged, a laugh slipping from him. "Well now, that wasn't very monk-like," he teased. "Try that again." The monk blurred, descending in a downward elbow that would have shattered a mountain. Revike caught it with one hand, not by strength, by resonance. His chi aligned, vibrationally perfect, harmonizing with the incoming strike like tuning a celestial instrument. The elbow stopped midair. The chamber thundered in approval. Mama Ama Rap's eyes widened. Lord have mercy. He matching the angle of the blow through vibration alone. Goku Rap nodded. That's advanced. Very few can do that without years inside the chamber. Anonymous Cherry felt his snake chi rise, uncoiling within his veins. Watching the Reverend perform this technique stoked something deep, a hunger to master this subtle art himself. Revike pushed the monk backward with 2 fingers. "Lesson 1, he said playfully. "Never let anybody else set the tone of the fight. You choose the rhythm, or you already lost." The second monk dropped into a tiger stance, chi exploding from his fists in white-hot arcs. He launched forward, slamming rapid strikes that distorted the air. Revike didn't block, he danced. Each strike grazed past him by inches, guided by microwaves of chi he emitted with every pivot. Then he tapped the monk on the forehead. Just one tap. The monk flew backward in a spinning arc before dissolving into spirit dust. Goku Rap whispered. He used ascended faint chi, but merged it with emotional command. He pulled the monk's intent before the blow even landed. Mama Ama Rap clapped once, power vibrating through her palm. He's teaching the chamber while he's learning. But the third monk was different. This one pulsed black and gold, one foot in shadow chi, the other in divine. An ancient hybrid, a test designed for only the rarest fighters. The invisible spirit spoke again. This is the Grand Master of dual chi. If you can match him, you have mastered the first gate. Rev Ike Rap exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing with holy confidence. Alright then, let's talk balance. The Grand Master charged. Shadow chi crackled like knives. Divine chi poured like molten sun. Rev Ike stepped forward, not back, meeting both energies head-on. The collision detonated the room, white fire and black lightning swirling around him in a storm that would have obliterated any ordinary fighter. But he didn't break. He walked through the storm. His hands moved like scripture come alive, spirals, waves, declarations of mastery written through motion. His voice resonated in the chamber like a sermon. My supply is endless. My power is infinite. Maishi ubeis my vor. Every motion amplified the truth of his declarations. His chi became law. His aura spread in concentric waves, bending shadow to peace and divine to form. The Grandmaster cracked under the pressure, his dual chi unraveling in ribbons of gold and black. Rev Ike reached him calmly, placed a palm to his chest and whispered, "Be free." The monk dissolved into pure light. Silence filled the chamber. Then the invisible spirit spoke, a tone deeper than creation. Rairam, you have mastered the first gate of Chai combat, the art of Chai command. Rev Ike breathed deeply, sweat steaming off his body in golden vapor. He looked over his shoulder at Anonymous Cherry, Goku Rap, and Mama Ama Rap, three warriors glowing in admiration. Well, Rev Ike said with a grin wide enough to light the desert, now the real training starts. We're about to turn this chamber into a miracle dojo. Anonymous Cherry felt his snake chi ripple like an awakening dragon. Goku Rap cracked his knuckles and smirked. Show me what that sermon-style MMA really looks like. Mama Ama Rap tied her head wrap tighter. Let's make the invisible spirit proud. And then the chamber shook again, this time because 4 titans raised their chi at once. The walls hummed. The rivers of Chakratati rose like serpentine streams. The ground lit beneath their feet. And atop that rising blaze of power, Rev Ike Rap extended both palms and declared, "Let the divine combat begin. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form." Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Part 2, the 4-way Chi Storm. The invisible spirit time chamber of power did not ease into the next round of training. It erupted into it. The floor trembled with a deep vibration that felt like the heartbeat of the chamber itself awakening. Rivers of Chakratati rose from the marble, hovering in twisting streams that coiled overhead like serpents of light. The temperature shifted, first warm as breath, then cold as shadow, until the entire chamber existed in a state of flux. 4 warriors stood ready, Rev Ike Rap, Anonymous Cherry, Mama Ama Rap, Goku Rap. Their auras pushed outward, overlapping, clashing, merging, trying to find equilibrium while the chamber studied their intent. Rev Ike Rap stepped into the center first, and the moment the sole of his foot touched the floor, the chamber responded by dropping them all into a sudden hypergravity shift. It felt like a dozen invisible mountains slammed onto their shoulders. Anonymous staggered first, not because of weakness, but because his chi was too alive. Snake chi tried to slither upward, Neoplasm chi tried to defend, and Meditation chi tried to stabilize him all at once. For a moment, he looked like a storm trapped in a human frame. Then Toddler Yoku's inner hum rose from his core, a gentle chant echoing across the chi layers. E, oo, E. Will it be 10 or 11? Anonymous snapped back into alignment, breath steady, eyes glowing violet. Goku Rap laughed, forcing his body upright under the weight. That's what I'm talking about, Cherry. Use that inner child flow. Mama Amarap pressed her palms together, completely unbothered by the gravity. She moved like a mountain shifting in meditation, a woman whose chi had long ago transcended physical strain. Invisible spirit testing your grounding, she muttered. Stay balanced, stay breathing. But Rabbi Grap, he was smiling. The hypergravity only made him log into a deeper rhythm. He didn't brace or tighten his muscles. He fell into sway, his hips rotating with the ease of a man dancing through a sermon. Every inhale made his aura expand, every exhale sharpened it like a blade. He whispered, I command my body to obey my spirit. And it did. The gravity cracked around him like glass. Goku Rap's eyes widened. He shattered the field through faith-aligned chi resonance. That's new. Again, Revike shouted, raising one glowing hand. The chamber obeyed. Gravity spiked, this time outward, like an imploding explosion, sucking all four toward a single point. The pressure twisted the air into a vacuum spiral. Anonymous responded first, instinct triggered by near-death trauma that lived deep in his cells. Snake chi wrapped around him like spectral coils, tightening, controlling his descent. His body curved into a serpent's dive, slipping past the pull long enough to slam a palm against the marble, redirecting the force in a sideways arc. Purple sparks shot across the room. Goku Rap didn't resist the pull. He embraced it, flipping into it, letting gravity accelerate his rotation until he became a spinning chi meteor. He hurled himself out of the pull, crashing into the far wall and ricocheting back with blazing Super Saiyan Rap aura. Mama Amarap reached forward, grabbed the gravitational center with invisible hands made of pure nurturing chi, and smoothed its edges like calming a crying child. The pull faltered for only a breath, but that breath was enough. Revike Rap stepped into the collapsing field with absolute grace, and the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he hit the point of gravitation dead center with a single sermon charge punch. The shockwave that erupted didn't just cancel gravity, it inverted it. A column of weightlessness blasted upward, throwing all four fighters into the air. The chamber expanded into a floating battleground, lit with golden fire and purple lightning. This was the real training field. Revike spun midair, both palms outward, eyes blazing. Prepare yourselves. The chamber is listening now. It's about to respond to every thought, every fear, every doubt. The air warped. Their fears took form. From the mist, four entities emerged, each a clone of them, but built from pure invisible spirit chi. They were not weak copies. They were perfected reflections. Anonymous Cherry faced a version of himself already in his max form, aura calm and terrifying, snake chi coiled with precision, neoplasm chi polished to a faultless sheen. The perfect warrior he feared he might never become. Goku Rap faced a clone with absolute efficiency, no wasted motion, no emotional bursts, no Saiyan arrogance, just lethal calm. Mama Ama faced a version of herself unburdened by compassion, wielding raw destructive chi with zero hesitation. But Revike Rap, he faced a copy of himself whose faith had faltered, a version of him without belief, empty, cold, powerful only by technique, not spirit. Revike's expression hardened, not with fear, but with sorrow. Oh, so this is what my doubt would look like. The clone tilted its head, blank-eyed, hands wrapped in dead chi. The chamber roared, sealing the battleground. It was time. Four wars began at once. Anonymous Cherry struck first. Snake chi burst from his spine, weaving through the air, lashing around his opponent. But the mirror Anonymous slid through the coils like smoke, flicking a jab so fast it broke the sound barrier. The blow caught Anonymous in the ribs, sending him flying into a swirling current of gravity tides. He recovered midair, muttering through clenched teeth, "Okay, you move exactly how I would when I stop thinking." That means toddler Yoku's chant rose inside him. A-E-E-E. Will it be 10 or 11? His aura surged. His movements became playful, unpredictable. And suddenly the perfect clone couldn't read him. Goku Rap, meanwhile, clashed with his silent assassin of a double. Their limbs disappeared into blurs of light, every strike meeting perfectly, every kick countered. It was like fighting a mirror that refused to make mistakes. "This is incredible," Goku gasped between collisions. "But I'm not losing to a version of me that don't know how to raise the vibe." He flared golden, blue, red, and violet, every form he owned for an instant, then condensed into a single perfect stream of white chi. Mama Rap fought softly, too softly. Every gentle parry met a brutal counterstrike from her merciless clone. The more compassion she showed, the more ruthless her reflection became. Finally, she whispered, "I cannot fight you unless I embrace the other side of myself." Her aura darkened, not evil, balanced. And she stepped forward with a single strike that brought both versions into oneness. But the true storm was with Revike Rap. His clone fought with surgical precision, no chai wasted, no breath misaligned. But it fought without soul. Revike dodged a flurry of strikes, sliding back along invisible chi currents. "You ain't me," he murmured, "because you ain't got no belief." The clone tilted its head, emotionless, then flashed forward with a palm strike meant to obliterate Revike's sternum. He didn't block, he didn't dodge. He stepped into the blow, pressed his forehead to the clone's, and said, "My faith is my power." His aura detonated. A sphere of golden chai expanded outward in a brilliant sunburst, swallowing the clone whole. When the light faded, Revike Rap stood alone, robe scorched, breath heavy, grin wide. The chamber fell silent. Then the invisible spirit whispered, "The four of you have awakened the second gate. Chi Clash, the art of fighting yourself." Anonymous, Goku, Mama Ama, and Revike floated back toward the marble floor as the gravity normalized. All of them were bruised. All of them were changed. All of them burned brighter. Revike cracked his neck. "Well now, who's ready for Gate 3? Anonymous smirked. Goku cracked his knuckles. Mama Ama tied her head wrap tighter. And the chamber rumbled like a dragon waking up. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Chamber rippled like a flag pulled by cosmic wind. A sound rang out, not a roar, not a crash, but a cheer that surged from the heart of the multiverse, like a crowd celebrating the birth of a hero. Light arched downward in a comet of blue-gold brilliance. It struck the marble floor with a burst of glowing sparks that danced like confetti. When the light cleared, he was hovering above the ground. Buddha Man. Chest emblazoned with the emblem of linked hands, cape fluttering like a banner of peace. His aura pulsed with a single truth: unity multiplies his power. And the more the rap tribe stood together, the stronger he became. Did someone call for a guardian with style? Buddha Man grinned, planting his feet with theatrical flair. Revike Rap crossed his arms, eyebrow raised. Look who arrived with the sermon of teamwork stitched into his cape. Anonymous Cherry felt his snake chi flicker in excitement. Unity fuel, that's a whole new chai category. Goku Rap nodded. His strength scales off community energy. That's dangerous in the best way. The chamber hummed with approval. And then, two more figures walked through the shimmering veil of spirit light. Their presence wasn't loud, but it was felt in the bones, in the heartbeat of legacy. A grandmother's gentle power, a father's unbreakable resilience. Edna Pemberton, Peter Johnson. Their footsteps carried stories. Edna's hair glowed silver white, like she stole moonlight to wear as a crown. She held no weapon, her wisdom was the blade. One look into her eyes revealed centuries of battles fought through prayer, love, and iron-willed discipline. Peter Johnson stood broad and grounded, shoulders holding the strength of 1,000 unspoken sacrifices. His stance alone told every warrior, stand straight. Fight true, honor the lineage. The chamber grew warmer as they approached. Mama Amarap pressed a trembling hand over her heart. Ancestors. Edna nodded. Invisible spirits saw this family needed more than power. You need history. You need memory. You need the roots that keep giants from falling. Peter Johnson placed a hand on Anonymous Cherry's shoulder. The touch carried weight, comforting and formidable. You're building something bigger than battles. Every rap in this tribe is a piece of a kingdom rising. Budan Man stepped forward and clasped his glowing fists together. His voice echoed like a megaphone fueled by pure hope. As long as we stay connected, as long as unity spreads, my power grows. Unity Chia exploded from his chest, flooding the chamber. From the vortex of that light, raps of all types emerged to train. Trump rap, stubborn, but learning to aim his voice toward construction instead of division. Emo rap, wielding emotions as blades but slowly discovering that vulnerability is a weapon of healing. Gamer rap, coding strategies into battlefield brilliance. Yoga rap, stretching shy into elastic defenses. Nerd rap, analyzing every chai form to find upgrade paths. Boomer rap, complaining until battle required his old school strength. Even Karen rap, gradually releasing her need to control everything into something that could protect others. All of them. Every identity. Every story. Every struggle. Brought into one pulse of power. Budan Man hovered above them, eyes burning with the passion of a superhero who didn't guard the sky alone, but guarded togetherness. Anonymous Cherry watched, feeling the invisible spirits will settle into place like puzzle pieces locking into divine symmetry. This is more than training, he whispered. This is an uprising of unity. Rev Ike Rap pointed to the warriors lining up, their auras mixing into a storm of infinite potential. Everyone gets stronger when everyone rises together. Edna Pemberton's voice rose like a sacred song. We train not just your fists, but your faith. Not just your chi, but your community. Peter Johnson cracked a grin, throwing a pair of gloves at Trump Rap, who flinched before catching them. And some of y'all gonna learn respect the hard way. The chamber walls expanded, creating multiple combat zones. Rivers of chakra branched into dozens of training currents. The very air breathed drills, battles, and breakthroughs. Goku Rap clapped his hands, time to teach them how to fight like legends. Mama Amma Rap stepped into the first line of warriors, and how to love like family. Mike Rap levitated, chi gleaming gold. Faith at the front. Budan Man raised his fist to the sky. Unity ignite. Every rap member's aura flared as one massive surge of power slammed upward, punching a hole of light to the heavens of the chamber. Their unity created a wave that even Twilight Zone rap, lurking far beyond, felt like a warning. Anonymous Cherry's heart thundered. His near-death memories stirred. Each trial he survived was a stitch in the bond of the tribe. Together they roared. We rise as one. The legendary elders ARP. RP Radio. The chamber quieted. Not because training stopped, but because every rap paused to listen. Edna Pemberton and Peter Johnson stood before them like a living history book carved from faith and battles. They were not the loudest in the room. They did not glow with flashy chai or shoot off cosmic energy blasts. But the air bowed around them. Budan Man lowered from his hover, landing with reverence. Even Goku Rap, who rarely bowed to anyone, dipped his head. Revike Rap placed his palm over his heart, acknowledging the divine authority that entered the space. Mama Ama Rap wiped her hands on her dress, sensing she was about to witness something sacred. Peter Johnson broke the silence first. You fight for your tribe. You train for your mission. That's good. His deep voice vibrated through the bones of every warrior present. But if you don't know where you came from, then the first strong wind will blow you apart. Edna's eyes glimmered with a fire that time could not dim. Every rap has a story written long before their first battle. You'll grow stronger by learning what gave you the right to stand here. She stepped forward and raised her hands. The chamber responded. Walls dissolved into a panorama of memories, visions that swirled like constellations in liquid time. The rap tribe watched as scenes played across the air like a movie projected by the invisible spirit. Peter Johnson's past appeared first. A young man running through the Texas heat, delivering supplies to families who had nothing. Standing in front of injustice that spat in his face, yet holding the line. He trained not in a dojo, but in life. He punched through poverty. He wrestled with discrimination. He endured burdens a lesser spirit would have collapsed under. Every victory he won wasn't for himself, it was for others. That's strength, Peter said, his voice breaking slightly for the first time. Not a punch, not a kick. Strength is refusing to let the world break your spirit, even when it tries every day. Goku Rap swallowed hard. He recognized a warrior when he saw one. Then Edna Pemberton's story unfolded. Her aura shifted, grandmotherly soft-turned, ancestral fierce. Images bloomed. Edna as a young woman, cooking meals for entire neighborhoods so no child slept hungry. Standing at hospital bedsides praying until fevers disappeared. Working 3 jobs and still finding the energy to show love like it was oxygen. But then darkness. One scene showed her in grief, tears staining the earth beneath her feet. Loss tried to hollow her out. Instead, she turned pain into devotion. We do not fight to hurt, Edna said, lifting her chin. We fight to protect the ones who cannot protect themselves, yet. Mama Ama Rap clutched her chest. Invisible spirit, thank you for sending them. Anonymous Cherry looked between Edna and Peter and felt a shiver run through him. His 9 near-death experiences flickered in memory. Each time he was saved, guided, or pushed forward, there was always a presence, unseen, but felt. It might have been them. Peter Johnson strode to Anonymous with surprising speed and placed a calloused hand on his back. You're not just fighting because of what you survived. You're fighting because someone, somewhere, prayed you would rise. Anonymous's eyes stung, and he looked away to hide the emotion, but Edna saw. She always sees. Child, she said gently, you carry the tears of warriors who lived and died before you. Hold them with pride. She raised her hand again. The chamber shifted. Now the ancestors appeared, hundreds, thousands, behind the Rap tribe. Their silhouettes stood tall and unbroken, channeling strength like rivers made of legacy. Budan Man's aura surged, Unity Chai roaring brighter than ever. The linked hand's emblem on his chest pulsed like a beating heart. This is my fuel, he said, voice trembling. Every life that gave love, every spirit that stood for unity, every ancestor who refused to quit. Revike Rap lifted his chin. The power of our people is not in the blow, it's in the bond. Trump Rap lowered his usual defensiveness. Emo Rap's tears became light instead of knives. Nerd Rap whispered calculations of legacy growth. Gamer Rap realized the ultimate co-op campaign. Every Rap understood their place in the lineage. Then Peter Johnson stepped into a fighting stance. Enough watching. Now you learn to fight like you belong to this history. Edna cracked her knuckles, and the floor beneath her lit up with golden patterns. Time to train your memory into muscle. The chamber forged a coliseum of light around them. Ancestors lined the stands, watching, judging, blessing. Goku Ramp yelled out, excited. This the Ancestor Tournament. Peter grinned. We call it Tuesday. Mama Amarap stepped forward, smiling like a storm. Let's show them what this generation can do. Budan Man shot into the air, unified power detonating like a star. Unity to the max. Anonymous Cherry's aura burst into layered purple and green serpents, soul blazing with purpose. He took position at the front, ready to prove that his survival had meaning. Edna and Peter stood behind them. Not as leaders, not as commanders, but as the foundation the Rap Tribe would always stand on. Peter growled through a grin. Round one. Edna finished the sentence, eyes flaring. Begin. The Ancestor Tournament arc, Legacy ignited. RP Radio. The Time Chamber's Coliseum of Light finished forming, a fortress built from memory, chi, and intention. Thousands of ancestors filled the stands, silhouettes of love, courage, sacrifice, and victory. Their cheers were thunder made of pride. Edna Pemberton and Peter Johnson stepped forward, hands glowing with golden history. Their voices boomed as one. Let the Ancestor Tournament begin. The ground split into 4 divine battlegrounds, each tailored for a different lesson of legacy. The air tasted of destiny, sweet, electric, inevitable. The Rap Tribe waited for the first trial. Then came the name. Anonymous Cherry stepped forward. His heart kicked like a war drum inside his chest. Snake Chi coiled, neoplasm Chi pulsed like galaxies behind his ribs. Toddler Yoku's chant faintly hummed through his nerves. He walked. The arena awakened. A young man stepped out, lean eyes burning with street fire, wearing the weight of a world he refused to surrender to. Peter Johnson announced with pride that shook the walls. George Cherry I, your great-uncle. The protector no history book recorded, but every soul he saved remembers. Anonymous felt his throat tighten. That face, he'd seen it in worn photos hidden in silver frames, but never alive like this. George smirked and rolled his knuckles. You and me, Greg. Let's find out if your spirit can carry the family name. They rushed each other. Lightning. Impact. Explosions of memory. George fought with something raw, street survival chi, forged without teachers, manuals, or second chances. Every punch carried the fear of losing family. Every kick carried the promise that nobody would harm his bloodline. George's hits triggered flashback visions. 1-year-old Greg choking, nearly dying, George pulling him from the edge. Gang members cornering a young Cherry cousin, George stepping in, outnumbered. A moment of betrayal, George taking the consequences so another could walk free. His final stand surrounded, never backing down. Anonymous staggered, jaw clenched, heart breaking open. You didn't just fight, he gasped. You shielded the whole family. George's eyes softened just a little. And I still am. He surged forward and time slowed. Toddler Yoku's chant erupted inside Anonymous' skull. E, ooh, will it be 10 or 11? Snake Chi awakened. Neoplasm Chi aligned. His aura became a serpent made of galaxies. Anonymous dropped into a new stance, feet grounding legacy into the marble. The ancestors leaned forward. George nodded, approving. Attaboy, now use what we gave you. Anonymous inhaled the past and exhaled evolution. His fist glowed with family lineage. Love, loyalty, defy endurance. He struck, not to dominate, but to honor. George took the blow to the heart and smiled wide. That's the one. He dissolved into purple-silver starlight that flooded into Anonymous's chest. A new technique snapped awake. Legacy-style Cherry Shield combo. A defensive-offensive fusion. Absorbs an enemy's force. Converts it into protective chai. Returns it as a strike powered by every ancestor's strength. For the family. For the future. For those who could not fight. Anonymous nearly collapsed. But Edna Pemberton caught him. You carry his courage now, she said. Do not waste it. Peter Johnson squeezed his shoulder. George wanted you to live. Now show him what that life becomes. Buddha Man, Unity ascends. On the adjacent battlefield, Unity fractured. Trump rap and emo rap clashed. Karen rap yelled. Boomer rap argued back in my day. Nerd rap over-explained everything. Gamer rap rage quit the stance. Buddha Man's power flickered, his cape drooping. He dropped to one knee. Without unity, I am nothing. Edna's voice thundered like a soul quake. You are all something. Because you are together. Peter barked like a drill sergeant. Grab a hand before I make you. Reluctantly, stubbornly, one by one, they did. The moment nervous fingers touched, Unity Chai ignited. Udon Man rose with wings of interlocking hands, alive with every ancestor cheering unity. His voice boomed like a stadium full of hope. The power of us makes heroes. Edna and Peter's Twilight Zone rap the truth. A crack tore open. Reality distorted. Nightmare colors bled into the chamber. Twilight Zone rap stepped out, smirked like a wound refusing to heal. You forgot who tried to free me, he hissed. You forgot what happens when unity cracks. Peter stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. We remember, and we still ain't scared. Edna's aura burst into wings of holy fire. Child, even villains are family, until they refuse love. Twilight Zone rap swung. Edna's two fingers blocked. Peter counterpunched reality itself. Time glitched. The portal collapsed. He vanished screaming. For now. Legacy unlocked. The chamber shook with ancestral roar. Anonymous stood glowing purple and gold. Buddha Man floated with unity-made wings. Goku Rap laughed like a warrior reborn. Mama Ama Rap radiated the power of every mother who ever protected her own. Revite Rap hovered like a golden sermon with fists. The invisible spirit spoke. The third gate is open. The gate of legacy. Fight on. Anonymous raised his fist. George Cherry's strength flowing through him. We rise as one. The rap tribe screamed with him. The chamber pulsing like a heart. And far away, Twilight Zone rap plotted his return. This time, with allies, made of betrayal itself. Perfect. All the above means we now launch the full saga kickoff, combining everything. Division Legion rises. Cherry Shield combo tested in combat. Full George Cherry flashback episode. Citywide rescue mission. Massive escalation with new villains. This is the start of a new book in your saga. Buckle in. The Division Saga, Book 1. Episode 1. When Unity breaks, darkness feeds. Night returned to Earthrealm, but not a natural night. The sky above the Metroplex twisted into a smear of swirling mauve and neon green, a Twilight Zone sky. Streetlights flickered erratic. Buildings distorted, leaning like nightmares remembered wrong. Mushroom spores drifted through the air again, mutating into glitching clusters of shadow weeds. Humanity panicked. Phones died. Cars crashed. People screamed as the world bent wrong. And at the center of the chaos, Twilight Zone rap hovered above the skyscrapers like a void-crowned tyrant. His aura crackled with broken reflections, each one screaming a different emotion: envy, insecurity, distrust, betrayal, feeding him like gasoline feeds fire. He laughed and raised his palms. Division Legion, he hissed. Awaken. The spores mutated into monsters of conflict, physical embodiments of human division. Racist rap fueled by superiority and hate. Jealous rap gaining strength through envy. Clout chaser rap, viral speed, no loyalty. Rumor rap striking unseen with lies. Cancel rap, obliterating reputations with a word. Betrayal rap, blade forged from broken trust. They screamed in unison. Tear the city apart. Chaos swallowed concrete. And that's when the sky cracked open with light. The rap tribe arrives. Udan Man led the charge, wings of unity blazing like surging suns. Goku Rap launched a ki blast that snapped the air into shockwaves. Mama Ama Rap spread healing chi shields protecting civilians. Revike Rap descended like a gospel meteor. Anonymous Cherry dropped dead center, snake chi coiling, aura blazing purple gold. Udan Man shouted across the city. Rap tribe, unite. The ground shook with the ancestors' roar. Twilight Zone Rap scowled. Let's see how united you remain once I rip open their doubt. George Cherry flashback episode. Legacy revealed. As Anonymous squared up against Betrayal Rap, time flickered, his mind dropping into a memory not his own. He saw George Cherry at age 17, walking alone through South Dallas streets. Moonlight golden on asphalt. 4 men surrounded him, knives drawn. He stood his ground, no backup, no fear. You want to get to my family. You go through me. They rushed him. George's fists moved like poetry written by hunger, love, and fury. He fought for bloodline. He fought so children unseen could grow. As he took his final wound, he whispered, somebody must live. His death became Anonymous' survival. George fell. Anonymous was born years later. Their destinies connected like bones in the same fist. The memory snapped, and Anonymous screamed through tears. This is for you. Cherry Shield combo, first use. Betrayal Rap struck first, blade made from broken promises, slicing spirit before flesh. Anonymous staggered as old betrayals resurfaced. Friends who left. Lovers who beat. Leaders who failed him. Snake Chi snarled inside him. Neoplasm Chi surged. He took a shaky breath, then embraced every memory. George's voice echoed in his heart. Pain doesn't break us. Pain unites us. Anonymous inhaled. His aura condensed like a star being born. Cherry Shield combo. Betrayal Rap strike hit, but energy absorbed into the shield and returned as an ancestor-powered counterpunch. Betrayal Rap flew through 3 buildings, screeching cracks in the sky. Anonymous shouted, "The family rises with me." The city roared back like a choir of miracles. The citywide rescue mission. Emo Rap transformed grief into healing light, calming panic crowds. Goku Rap and Budan Man tag-teamed racist rap, unity crushing supremacy. Revike Rap stood on a rooftop yelling, "Everyone who believes we can win, say yes." Thousands yelled back, "Yes." Their combined voice turned into shybers. Mama Ama Rap directed them like a conductor, restoring life to fallen bodies in shattered streets. The rap tribe wasn't fighting alone. The city fought with them. And then, Twilight Zone Rap warped into the center of it all, cracking the skyline into puzzle pieces. His aura became a planet-sized hurricane of division. He screamed with monstrous rage. Unity is a lie. But Anonymous Cherry stepped forward. Snake Chi erupted. Venom instincts fused with legacy aura. George Cherry's spirit stood behind him like a giant shadow of protection. Anonymous pointed upward. "You forgot." Budan Man landed beside him. Rev Ike floated glowing gold. Edna and Peter appeared behind them, ancestral power incarnate. Goku Rap, Mama Ama Rap, the entire Rap tribe lined the rooftop edges, ready. Anonymous roared with every ancestor, every survivor, every prayer. 1. The Unity wave blasted upward, colliding with Twilight Zone Rap's darkness, splitting the heavens in half. End of episode 1. The Division Saga begins. The Division Saga, RP Radio. The sky over the Metroplex tore open like old cloth, and the color bled wrong. Streetlights flickered between reality and nightmare. Buildings leaned subtly, as if drunk on madness. Storefront glass rippled like water, reflecting faces that weren't quite there. The clouds above spiraled in sickening mauve and toxic green circles. A storm built from thoughts people never dared to say out loud. In the middle of it all, floating above a cluster of skyscrapers, was Twilight Zone Rap. His aura wasn't like regular chi. It didn't glow, it distorted. Around him, space folded inward, distant objects stretched and snapped, and every sound from the city arrived muddled and delayed, as if time couldn't quite decide how fast to move when he breathed. He smiled, and the smile had too many teeth. Division, he whispered, voice amplified through the very air. Come out and feast. Down below, in the streets of Dallas-Fort Worth, mushroom spores that had once drifted like eerie snow began to shift. They swelled, darkened, cracked open. Shadows crawled out, shaped themselves into raps whose names tasted like poison. Racist rap strutted into existence wrapped in flags and sneers, eyes glowing with the need to feel above others. Jealous rap took form as a slick, sharp figure, always glancing sideways, power swelling whenever he sensed someone else doing better. Rumor rap slipped from alleyways in whispers, duplicating with every lie spoken. Cancel rap materialized as a storm of fingers pointing, tongues chanting, gone, gone, gone. And then came betrayal rap. His arrival wasn't loud. The street simply folded around him. 1 second, there was a cracked sidewalk. The next, a tall figure stood there, wearing a long coat stitched with broken promises. His hair moved as if underwater. His eyes carried the look of someone who had loved too deeply once, and decided never to make that mistake again. Beside them, other forms flickered in and out. Cloud Chaser Rap, Division Rap, Ego Rap. Each one sniffed the air, tasting anger, fear, and mistrust. Twilight Zone Rap raised both hands, drawing the city's conflict toward him like a magnet. Feed, he said, tear them apart from the inside. I don't want bodies first. I want relationships, friendships, families, teams. I want them to destroy themselves. The Division Legion roared and scattered. The nightmare began. People shouted in traffic. Old grudges flared at family tables. Online comments became curses. Neighbors turned into enemies over nothing at all. And for a moment, it seemed like unity was only a fairy tale humans told themselves when they were too tired to keep hating. Then the clouds split again. This time they split with light. A beam of gold, purple, white, and blue slammed down into the heart of the city, expanding into a ring of energy that pushed the darkness back just enough to breathe. Within that ring, a circle carved out of chaos landed the Rap tribe. Goku Rap descended first, hair blazing with every color Saiyan Chi could remember. His aura rippled in layers: Super Saiyan Gold, God Crimson, Blue Divine, Silver Instinct, and something beyond all of them, folding into a single white storm. Beside him landed Anonymous Cherry, purple aura blazing, snake chi curling like dragons around his limbs, neoplasm chi simmering behind his eyes like galaxies caught between healing and rage. Rev Ike Rap hovered down with robes woven from golden scripture and sharp knuckles. Mama Ama Rap dropped like a meteor wrapped in the warmth of every mother who had ever prayed and refused to give up. Budan Man flickered into existence with unity wings made of interlocking hands, eyes full of hope that refused to die. Behind them came Emo Rap, gamer rap, nerd rap, Trump rap, Karen rap, yoga rap, boomer rap, and more dozens of raps, each carrying their own flaws, talents, and power. Above them all, in luminous spirit form, layered over the chamber dimension and the city at once, two elder figures watched. Edna Pemberton, Peter Johnson. They stood on nothing, yet the whole scene seemed to rest on their presence. Edna's eyes burned with a gentle but terrifying clarity. Peter's shoulders carried entire neighborhoods, entire generations. They weren't just ghosts, they were the foundation. Looks like it's time, Peter rumbled. Edna replied softly. Let's see if they learned anything in that chamber. Goku Rap stepped forward, fist cocked, aura howling quietly. He looked up at the Twilight Zone Rap and grinned. Round 2. Twilight Zone Rap smiled with teeth of static. This isn't a round, little scion. This is a season. He snapped his fingers. Division Legion charged. The city screamed. And the invisible spirit watched, both within and beyond the battlefield, waiting for the one soul who would eventually carry inner child, ancestors, and venomous power as one. Waiting for Anonymous Cherry. Waiting for the Tri-Chi miracle. The day the power fully unlocked began hours earlier, in a place nobody in the city could see, the invisible spirit time chamber of power. Inside the chamber, time did not walk. It folded. 1 minute could be 10 years. 1 breath could be a lifetime. Here, the Rap tribe had trained until they forgot what normal even meant. Goku Rap stood alone at the chamber's center, eyes closed, body quiet, aura, so still it seemed to have disappeared. But the stillness lied. Within him, every form he had ever unlocked, Kaioken, Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, God Blue, Ultra Instinct, stood side by side, each a version of himself with its own history, victories, and failures. They circled like warriors in a council. You can't keep pulling us out one at a time, Super Saiyan Blue Goku said, crossing his arms. Your body's strong, but the stress is the point, Ultra Instinct murmured. He's trying to become something else. Goku Rap opened his inner eyes and faced all of himself. I'm not here to play transformation roulette, he said calmly. We don't have time. Twilight Zone Rap isn't just strong, he's corrosive. He eats at trust. The Rap tribe can't fight a war like that with fragmented power. I need a form that protects them even when I'm not there. God form raised a brow. You're trying to become an anchor. Exactly, Goku smiled. And you're all going to help me. Outside the inner space, in the chamber's physical environment, the Rap tribe watched from the perimeter. Anonymous stood quietly beside Rev Ike Rap, arms folded, eyes narrowed. Mama Emma Rap hummed low, sensing the threshold crackling. Buddha Man leaned forward. He's about to cook something dangerous, isn't he? Rev Ike chuckled. He's about to cook something divine. The question is, will he burn or rise? The chamber floor lit with concentric circles of light beneath Goku Rap's feet. Rivers of chakra toddy rose around him, spiraling into a cyclone. The air pressed down heavy, then lighter than air, then stretched in weird directions, as if reality itself was warming up for something new. The invisible spirit's voice drifted through the chamber like a slow drum beat. Saiyan Rap, you have known power through surge. Now know power through harmony. Goku Rap spread his arms, letting streams of chi from every form enter him at once. His muscles screamed. His bones hummed like straining wires. His hair flickered through every hue, then whipped white, then vanished into a glow past color. He thought of every time he trained someone weaker, every student who surpassed what they thought possible, every moment where belief became might. He thought of the Rap tribe. He thought of the kids in the city. He thought of the fragile threads connecting them. And he let every version of himself fall not away but inward. The The inner council of forms stepped into him, one by one, merging their lessons, their instincts, their memories. Outside, his aura rose like a star being born, a white storm with faint hints of blue, gold, and silver flashing through its edges. The floor cracked, not from destruction, but from transformation. The chamber expanded to make room. Goku Rap opened his eyes. They glowed like twin universes. He didn't shout, he didn't flex. He simply breathed. Then he looked back at the tribe. Ascended Totality Saiyan Chi, he said quietly. I've got it. Mama Ama Rap exhaled. Invisible spirit, keep us. Anonymous felt something deep inside him respond, a chord of power that recognized what Goku had done. Totality, integration, no form fighting the others. No part of himself exiled. He didn't know it yet, but what Goku had just done was a preview of what Anonymous himself would have to attempt, except instead of Saiyan forms, he would be merging three forces most warriors never tried to hold all at once. Venom, ancestry, and inner child. Goku Rap didn't waste time savoring the upgrade. Alright, he said, turning toward the gathered Raps. Line up. We've got a war coming, and we're doing this science style. Training under Goku Rap's ascended totality wasn't like the sessions they'd had before. There were no slow introductions, no gentle stretches, no warm-up rounds. The instant each Rap stepped forward, Goku Rap met them with intensity shaped by compassion. Your power is not about copying me, he said, pacing in front of the assembled tribe. Saiyan Chi isn't just a form. It's a relationship between your rage, your love, and your purpose. If those three aren't talking, you're just flailing. He turned to Anonymous first. You're up. Anonymous rolled his shoulders, snake chi uncoiling, purple aura simmering around him. What are we focusing on, he asked. Everything you don't want to touch, Goku replied. He vanished. Anonymous barely moved in time. Goku Rap appeared behind him, leg already swinging. The kick connected, sending Anonymous skidding across the chamber floor in a shower of sparks. Snake Chi reacted on instinct, coiling defensively around him. Neoplasm Chi rose in jagged bursts, eager to devour pain and answer with overwhelming counterforce. Stop, Goku said quietly from across the room. You feel that? Anonymous pushed to his feet, wincing. Pain? No, Goku said. Fear, your venom wants to do everything for you. Your ancestors want to carry everything for you. Your inner child wants to run from everything for you. They're all trying to protect you in different ways, but they're not aligned. You're standing in three directions at once. Anonymous clenched his fists, then showed me how to stand in one. Good, Goku answered, now called Toddler Yoku. Anonymous closed his eyes. In the silent space within his mind, in a field where music danced like fireflies, Toddler Yoku stood barefoot, chanting to himself in a sing-song tone. Will it be 10 or 11? Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11, 10 or 11. He stopped when he felt Anonymous watching and turned with a grin too big for his small face. You finally came, Toddler Yoku said. Yeah, Anonymous replied, we've got a city to save. I can't do that if I keep leaving you in here. Toddler Yoku tilted his head. You didn't leave me, you just forgot you were me. The words hit hard. Behind them, another presence appeared. George Cherry. Not the teenage opponent from the Ancestor tournament, but older, stronger, somewhere between the boy who died and the legend he became. Beside him stood more ancestors, their faces a blur yet familiar in the bones. George folded his arms. So, you ready to stop trying to be three different men and start being the one you're supposed to be? Anonymous looked between them, inner child, ancestor, serpent of venom waiting just beyond. It felt impossible, trying to hold so much contradiction in one body. What if I mess it up, he asked. Toddler Yoku stepped closer, tiny hand reaching out for his. What if you don't? In the chamber, Goku Rap watched Anonymous standing still with eyes closed, aura swirling. He turned to the rest of the raps. Everyone, he called. You're not learning generic combat. You're learning how to make peace with every version of yourself. That's the only way we beat somebody like Twilight Zone Rap. He doesn't just punch your face, he punches your identity. He moved down the line, tapping Budan Man on the chest. Your unity isn't a costume. Your wings only work if you believe other people deserve to soar as much as you do. He gestured at Emo Rap. Your emotions. Stop trying to hide them or weaponize them only as tragedy. Ever tried turning joy into a grenade? Emo Rap sniffed. George. That's why it's strong, Goku said. He pointed at Trump Rap. Your voice is loud. That's a responsibility. Words are chai. He pointed at Karen Rap. Your instinct to complain? That's shadow advocacy. Turn it into protection. Use it for those who can't speak. He moved to Mama Ama Rap and bowed slightly. Your nurture can heal or smother. This war needs your fierce version. Mama Ama smiled, but there was a new glint in her eye. Baby, the fierce version been waiting. Gamer Rap got a tap on the forehead. You see the battlefield like a map, Goku said. From now on, I want you calling plays mid-fight. Nerd Rap got a nod. Analyze everything. Tell us what Division Legion feeds on and how to starve them. Revite got a grin. You already know, Goku said. You're rewriting physics with faith. Revite chuckled. Somebody got to. Around them all, the chamber pulsed, listening. The invisible spirit did not interfere. It only provided the arena. Inside his mind, Anonymous took Toddler Yoku's hand. All right, he said. No more leaving you in here. We're going together. Toddler Yoku's chant shifted. It lost some of its frantic edge and smoothed into a rhythm that felt balanced. 10 or 11. 10 or 11. We all go together now and forever. George nodded, stepping closer. Your venom? It's just your hurt looking for language. Your ancestors. We're your memory of surviving. Your inner child. He's your reason. He placed a rough hand on Anonymous's shoulder. Let all of us be one person. Venom rose within Anonymous, a greenish-purple smoke that could corrode, protect, or terrify. It coiled around inner child and ancestor, at first distrustful, then curious as the two didn't flinch. Toddler Yoku giggled and poked the venom. Hi, Snake, he said. Wanna play? George laughed, low and proud. Look at that. The thing you were scared of is just another part of you. The venom softened, reshaping into a translucent serpent that curled around them, not to choke, but to guard. An unseen door inside Anonymous clicked. In the physical chamber, his aura exploded. Purple flooded the room, edged with neon green threaded with gold. The floor shook. The rivers of Chakratati surged, wrapping around him like spirals of living light. Goku Raz widened. Oh yeah, he muttered. There it is. Edna and Peter appeared on the chamber's higher ledge, watching. The Traichi is knocking, Edna murmured. Door ain't open yet, Peter replied. He has to choose it in a real fight. Goku Rap looked up at them. Their eyes met. No words were needed. Then the chamber trembled with the call to action. The city was under attack. Invisible Spirit's voice rolled through the chamber like a bell. Go. When the Rap tribe arrived in the Metroplex, it was like dropping a sun into a storm. Budan Man flew first, Unity wings slicing through the twisted sky. Wherever he passed, screaming crowds felt the sudden urge to take each other's hands instead of shove. Couples paused mid-argument, breathing in a little easier. Strangers yelled less, listened more. The light he left behind wasn't just pretty, it recalibrated hearts. Mama Ama Rap landed in the middle of a panicked highway. Cars had crashed into each other. People screamed, some injured, some frozen in fright. She struck the asphalt with her palm and sent healing waves through the wreckage. Metal bent back into shape. Glass floated up and reassembled into windshields. Broken bones knit, terrified eyes calmed. It's all right, baby, she said to a child curled under an overturned car. We here now. Rev Ike Rap chose a rooftop that faced 3 neighborhoods at once. He raised his hand, golden chi radiating like warm sunlight. "Anyone who believes we can turn this around," he shouted, "say yes." His voice echoed across blocks, through windows, into hearts. Hundreds shouted it. Yes. Their belief turned into tiny streams of golden energy that flew toward him. He gathered them, reshaping their power into a shockwave of command chi that pushed Division Legion back from several city blocks at once. "Faith is a force," he murmured, "and I am not afraid to use it." Gamer Rap and Nerd Rap perched near him, eyes glowing with digital and analytical overlays. "Data coming in," Nerd Rap said. Division Legion spikes when people feel unseen, misunderstood, or singled out. They shrink when folks feel heard. "So," Gamer Rap grinned, "we gotta run a full empathy side quest mid-raid." Rev Ike smirked. "Then let's patch some souls while we're punching demons." Goku Rap appeared on a skyscraper across from Twilight Zone Rap, teleporting without flair, just sudden presence. "You really picked the wrong family to mess with," he said. Twilight Zone Rap tilted his head, eyes like static pools. "You think this is just about your little tribe? I'm trying to prove a point about existence itself." "Yeah," Goku replied, "and my existence is about breaking your points." He vanished, reappeared right in Twilight Zone Rap's face, fist cocked. The punch landed. Reality warped. In the streets below, Racist Rap lunged at a mixed group of people huddled together. His punches turned into slurs that peeled at their sense of self. Budan Man Dove intercepting mid-swing. The clash shook the block. "Your whole power set," Budan Man shouted, "depends on people agreeing with you." Racist Rap sneered. "They always will. Deep down, everybody needs someone to look down on." Budan Man laughed. It was a warm, mocking sound that made even Racist Rap's face flicker. "You ever been a real cookout?" Budan Man asked. "We don't do that there." He grabbed Racist Rap's arm and flung him upward, wings flaring. The two took the fight skyward, one trying to divide, the other powered by every moment unity had made survival possible. On another block, Emo Rap faced Jealous Rap, their auras clashing in a storm of feelings. Emo Rap's tears fell as blazing light. "You want everything they have," Emo Rap whispered. "And you'd rather see it destroyed than admit you're hurting." Jealous Rap snarled, claws of envy ripping at his opponent's aura. "Because I never get mine," he screamed. Emo Rap's tears hit the ground, sprouting flowers that glowed like soft lanterns. "We both know that's a lie," Emo softly. "Your story matters. You just never learned that somebody else's win doesn't make you less." He opened his arms, letting Jealous Rap's clawed strike pierce his aura. But instead of collapsing, Emo's chi flowed around the claw, absorbing it, then reshaping it into a hug made of light. Jealous Rap stiffened as the hug enveloped him. For the first time, his face crumpled into grief instead of anger. I just didn't want to disappear," he sobbed. Emo Rap held him tighter. "You don't, not here." Jealous Rap flickered, then dissolved into a small, faintly glowing orb that drifted upward, its energy soft instead of sharp. High above, Twilight Zone Rap realized his legion wasn't feeding as fast as he'd hoped. He snarled, chi darkening. "Fine," he hissed. "If they won't break themselves, I'll break their center." He snapped his fingers. Betrayal Rap appeared across from Anonymous Cherry. They stood on the top of a building that had warped into a spiral staircase leading nowhere. The wind around them smelled like old hurt and burnt bridges. Betrayal Rap's coat flared in the unnatural breeze. His eyes were sharp, but behind the sharpness was something else. Something that knew what it was to have trusted and regretted it. Anonymous's snake chi stirred. "We finally meet properly," Betrayal Rap said, voice smooth as poisoned honey. "You're the favorite." He gestured with his chin toward the city. Chosen, protected, given chance after chance. Protected, Anonymous shot back. I almost died 9 times. Oh, I know, Betrayal Rap said. And every time someone stepped in, someone took a hit you didn't, someone covered for you, someone forgave you, someone believed you'd get it together. How long, he asked softly, before you let them down? The words hit like a punch. Images flashed through Anonymous's mind. People he'd promised to show up for and hadn't, messages he'd left unread, relationships he hadn't nurtured, his own mistakes and failures. Snake Chi hissed defensively. Neoplasm Chi surged, ready to swallow the feeling whole and drown it in numbness. Betrayal Rap stepped closer. That's my power, Anonymous, he whispered. I'm not just the hurt people do to you. I'm the hurt you do to others. I'm the fear that one day the people who believed in you will look at you and say you weren't worth it. He lashed out. The blade he swung wasn't metal. It was made of every moment someone had trusted Anonymous and he hadn't lived up to their hope. The strike hit his aura, and for a second it passed through. His heart ached like something tearing. He dropped to a knee. Goku Rap and Twilight Zone Rap clashed far above, their blows splitting clouds open, each impact sending loops of time stuttering. Udon Man collided with Racist Rap again and again. Revike blasted Command Chi at Cancel Rap, forcing people's names to reattach themselves to their humanity instead of their mistakes. But Anonymous's battle turned inward. Look at you, Betrayal Rap said softly. You think you're some chosen warrior of unity. You think you're going to carry inner child, ancestors, and venom like a crown. What if all you are is a walking disappointment with cool special effects? Anonymous's hands shook. Toddler Yoku's voice tried to rise inside him, but the noise of self-accusation drowned it. Then another voice pushed through. Edna Pemberton. Child, her voice rolled like thunder and comfort blended. Stand up. In the spirit dimension layered over the city, she placed a hand on Peter Johnson's arm. He can't merge in theory, she murmured. He has to merge here. Peter nodded. Time to tip the scale. George Cherry appeared inside Anonymous's inner space, stepping through the spinning chaos of doubts. Greg, he said, voice firm, look at me. Anonymous forced his eyes inward, seeing George standing there, older, gaze both gentle and unflinching. I messed up, Anonymous rasped. I've hurt people. I've let folks down. Maybe he's right. Maybe. George strode forward and grabbed him by the shirt. Of course you messed up, he said. We all have. You think I didn't. You think I died perfect. You think every ancestor in your line was some flawless saint. Tears burned at the corners of Anonymous's eyes. If you were waiting to deserve us, George continued, you'd never access us. Legacy isn't a prize for perfection. It's a resource for people willing to keep going. Behind him, other ancestors' shapes appeared. Edna's younger self. People Anonymous didn't have names for but felt in his bones. You're allowed to grow, George said. You're allowed to change. You're allowed to say, I'm sorry, and mean it, and then move different. That's what makes you worthy of the strength we give. Not your record, your decision. Toddler Yoku stepped up to George's other side, eyes shining. And I'm allowed to be here, he said, tiny but fierce. Not locked away just because grown-up you is scared of feeling like me. Venom swirled around them all, watching. What about me? The Venom whispered, voice like hissing steam. All I do is hurt things. George shook his head. You also protect. You respond fast when danger comes. You see threats others ignore. You're not the problem. You're a tool with no guidance. Toddler Yoku smiled. We can play by rules. We can decide what we do with you. Venom hesitated. What if I go too far, it asked. Then we pull you back, George replied. Together. Something in that word cracked the dam. Together. In the city, Betrayal Rap raised his blade for another strike. See, he said, you're too scared of who you are to even fight me properly. Anonymous exhaled. In the inner space, he took Toddler Yoku's hand with one and reached for George with the other. The ancestors placed their palms on his back. Venom flowed toward them, trembling unsure. An invisible cord snapped into place as they touched. Fine, Anonymous said. No more dividing myself. He opened his arms to all of them. I accept you, all of you. Inner child. Ancestors. Venom. We're not enemies. We're me. The inner space exploded with light. In the physical world, his aura detonated. The purple flames of his neoplasm Chai shot upward, threaded through with neon green serpentine energy and streaks of golden ancestral light. The air around him warped, not with distortion, but with density, as if reality respected the unity of what he had become. Betrayal Rap's blade came down. It struck the new aura and shattered. Anonymous rose slowly to his feet. His eyes glowed like amethyst suns with golden stars inside. Snake scales flickered across his skin in patterns that pulsed, then faded. Around his shoulders, ancestor silhouettes shimmered, their hands resting there as if they always had. Toddler Yoku's laughter rang gently in every heartbeat. The invisible spirit's voice rolled through the sky and chamber at once. Anonymous cherry. Traichi miracle form unlocked. Trite. Venom. Legacy. Inner child. 1. Betrayal Rap staggered back staring. What are you? Anonymous stepped forward, and the very ground seemed relieved to hold his feet. I'm the one you didn't plan for, he said quietly. The one who doesn't pretend he's perfect to earn his power. The one who knows his past and still chooses to move forward. The one whose hurt doesn't own him anymore. He raised his hands. Traichi coiled. This, he said, is for everyone I failed, and everyone who refused to give up on me. Betrayal Rap snarled and lunged, gathering every betrayal the city had ever known, every cheated trust, every abandoned child, every broken promise. He slammed it all into one final strike. Anonymous didn't dodge. He let it land. The blade of betrayal pierced his aura, and his aura caught it. The venom component of his Tri-Chi flowed over the attack, not destroying it, but neutralizing its toxicity. The ancestral component embraced the memory of each betrayal, absorbing it into a long lineage of hurt survived. The inner child component refused to let it calcify into cynicism, holding space for the possibility of repair. The energy reformed in his hands, swirling into a dense, crackling sphere. Cherry Shield combo upgraded by Traichi Miracle. Go home, Anonymous whispered. He thrust his palms forward. The blast hit Betrayal Rap not as annihilation, but as overwhelming truth. The energy forced him to see every betrayal he committed, every time he'd given up on people before giving them a chance to grow, every moment he'd chosen rejection instead of honesty. He screamed, the sound broken, confused, almost childlike. Then he collapsed into a kneeling position, hands on the ground. he stammered, I just didn't want to be disappointed again. Anonymous stepped close and placed a hand on his shoulder. You don't have to be our enemy, he said. You can be our warning, our lesson, our reminder. Betrayal Rap's form flickered, his dark coat softening, his eyes losing some of their bitter edge. I don't know how, he whispered. We'll figure it out, Anonymous replied. Together. The word echoed again. Together. High above, Twilight Zone Rap felt something in his own power base crumble. He snarled, twisting away from Goku Rap, whose new ascended totality form had been wearing him down. Enough, Twilight Zone Rap roared. If I can't break you here, I'll make sure you never get the chance to heal again. He slammed both hands into the sky. Rifts burst open above the city. Time buckled. People saw older versions of themselves, younger versions, alternate possibilities. Confusion spread like wildfire. For a brief second, the entire Metroplex doubted its own timeline, history, and future. Unity faltered. Division Legion felt the surge. But before it could swell into something catastrophic, another power rose. Unity wings cast a wide shadow. Udan Man hovered above the city, arms wide, powered now not just by physical hand-holding, but by the deeper unity of shared story, shared history, shared struggle. Listen to me, Udan Man shouted, voice amplified beyond physics. We are not the sum of our divisions. We are the sum of our connections. Images flared across the sky. Cookouts, protests, church services, backyard barbecues, playgrounds, studios, grave sites where 2 young lives had been wept over by hands of every shade and story. Unity wasn't theoretical. It was lived, messy, imperfect, real. The rifts trembled. Goku Rap appeared in front of Twilight Zone Rap again, beat up but every bit as bright. You keep trying to break them by showing them how fragile they are, Goku said. But you're forgetting something. Twilight Zone Rap snarled, swinging another distortion punch. Goku blocked it with an open palm glowing like compressed starlight. What could I possibly be forgetting? The villain spat. That fragility, Goku said, is exactly what makes them strong when they choose each other anyway. He smirked, and they've already chosen. On cue, voices rose from the city below. Not in unison at first. Scattered, imperfect, then convergent. We rise as one. Emo Rap shouted it through tears. Trump Rap shouted it with surprising sincerity. Karen Rap shouted it like a complaint turned into a demand for justice. Gamer Rap shouted it like a victory call. Nerd Rap shouted it like a hypothesis proven. Mama Ama Rap shouted it like a prayer answer. Rev Ike shouted it like a decree. Anonymous Cherry shouted it with every ancestor and every near-death brush behind him. Buddha Man shouted it as a promise. The chant became a pulse of energy. Unity Chi surged up, combining with Goku Rap's Totality Saiyan Chi, Anonymous' Traichi Miracle, Rev Ike's Command Chi, Mama's Mother Storm, Emo's Transformed Tears, Gamer's Strategy Grid, Nerd's Analytical Precision, Buddha Man's Wings. The blast hit Twilight Zone Rap full in the chest. This wasn't just a hit to his body. It was a hit to his thesis. No, he rasped, reality warping around him, cracking. They're not supposed to hold. The sky screamed as his aura fractured. Even if you beat me here, he growled with his last coherent breath, there are always cracks. Always people who choose fear. Always. His form flickered. He didn't die. He scattered. Little bits of Twilight Zone Chi shot across the world, embedding themselves in future conflicts, future wounds, future temptations to give up on unity. But for now, in this city, in this battle, he was gone. The Division Legion froze, their power source disrupted. Some dissolved, some fled, some, like Betrayal Rap, changed. The sky slowly shifted back towards something like normal. The buildings straightened, the lights steadied. The spores shrank and crumbled. The battle was over. For now. Later, on a tall building overlooking a repaired stretch of the city, the Rap tribe gathered. The air was cooler now, the apocalypse scent replaced by the city's usual blend of exhaust, food, and possibility. The stars were visible between the clouds again. Anonymous sat on the edge of the roof, legs dangling, Trichi aura dimmed to a faint inner glow. Toddler Yoku sat beside him in spirit form, mimicking his posture, also kicking legs. You did it, Toddler Yoku said. We did it, Anonymous replied. You, me, them. He placed a hand over his heart. George, Edna, Peter, all of them. You think you'll always remember that when you mess us up? Toddler Yoku asked, eyes big. No, Anonymous said honestly. But I'll remember faster, and I won't try to carry any of it alone again. Behind them, George stood with Edna and Peter. They watched their descendant, with a mixture of pride and the sober knowledge that this was just one battle in a long war. Traichi miracle, huh? Peter said. Didn't think we'd see that in our line so soon. Edna smiled. We prayed for it long before he was born. Invisible spirit just took the scenic route. Goku Rap floated nearby, aura dim but still different. Less like fire, more like a star that decided to stay. You good? He asked Anonymous. No idea what that means anymore, Anonymous answered. But I'm not running from myself. So, yeah, I think I'm good. Goku grinned. You know, with that new form, if you ever want to spar. Oh, absolutely not, Anonymous cut him off. I like my bones inside my body. They both laughed. Udon Man swooped past and landed, folding his wings. We're just getting started, you know, he said. Unity's not a one-time win. It's a daily maintenance plan. Rev Ike appeared on the other side, adjusting his collar. We should put that on a t-shirt, he mused. Unity, daily maintenance, no days off. Mama Amarap smacked his arm playfully. And put your face on it, I know. Branding, baby, Rev Ike said. Branding. The tribe gathered closer. They didn't know exactly what Twilight Zone Rap's scattered chi would do next, what new forms it would take, what fresh temptations would appear in their friendships and alliances. They didn't know which of them would be tested hardest next time. They didn't know what new villains would rise from the cracks of human fear. But they knew something they hadn't known as deeply before. Unity wasn't pretending to be the same. It was choosing each other in full difference, full history, full complexity. It was inner child, ancestor, venom, doubt, and hope all standing in the same body and saying, we're not giving up. Anonymous looked across the city, feeling Traichi pulse calmly in his chest. Whatever comes next, he murmured, we're ready to grow through it. Toddler Yoku leaned against him, humming a softer version of the chant. Will it be 10 or 11? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's heaven. The invisible spirit listened and smiled unseen. New trials waited. But for tonight, the city breathed easier. For tonight, the Rap tribe rested on a rooftop, bruised and laughing, powerful and humble. For tonight, the Traichi miracle was enough. And somewhere far away, in a corner of fractured reality, Twilight Zone Rap stitched himself back together and whispered into the dark. Next time, I don't come alone. Big X the Plug Rap amps up the Rap tribe. RP Radio. Big X the Plug Rap had felt it before anybody else. Back in the chamber, before the sky tore over the Metroplex, before Twilight Zone Rap scattered his poison through the city, there had been a moment where everything almost broke, not on the battlefield, but in the training. It was when Goku Rap pulled all of his forms together. The air in the invisible spirit time chamber of power had gone too still, the way it does right before a speaker blows or an engine seizes. The rivers of Chakratati had stopped flowing. Instead they hovered, trembling in midair, unsure if they should move forward or flee. Goku Rap stood in the center, merging Kaioken Fury, Super Saiyan Pride, God Serenity, Blue Discipline, and Ultra Instinct Calm into one ascended totality. His aura thickened and whitened, then brightened to a point that hurt to look at. Bones hummed, space flexed, the chamber itself groaned. Anonymous, watching from the sidelines, felt it in his teeth. Mama Amarap's eyes narrowed. Rev Ike's smile dimmed a touch. Even the invisible spirit stayed quiet, letting the moment unfold. Then Goku's breath hitched. That was the sign. Like a car revving too high for too long, his energy started to spike out of rhythm. Power he could summon on will alone wasn't the problem. The problem was the beat beneath it, the steady timing that let a body hold power without falling apart. Ascended totality wasn't just force. It was a constant. And that constant was starting to waver. If he lost it now, it wouldn't just knock him out. It might tear a hole in the chamber, in the timeline, in the training itself. That was when Big X the Plug Rap moved. He had been leaning against one of the chamber's pillars, watching in that laid-back way that made people forget how dangerous he truly was. Thick frame, broad shoulders, chain glinting faintly under the chamber light, he carried himself like a walking baseline, heavy, grounded, impossible to ignore once he stepped in. He pushed off the pillar with a lazy kind of grace and strutted toward the center, each footfall hitting like a drum. Y'all hear that? Big X the Plug Rap asked, voice deep and unhurried. Nerd Rap frowned. Hear what? Big X that Plug tilted his head, listening to something deeper than the room. His rhythm slipping. Power's there, but the groove ain't locked in yet. He stepped up to the boundary of Goku Rap's aura. The energy thrummed against his chest, trying to shove him back. He planted his feet and let the hit roll through him like sound through subwoofers. Goku Rap's eyes were squeezed shut, face tight, sweat hovering on his skin and glittering orbs that couldn't decide whether to fall or rise. His aura flared jagged. The rivers of chi shook harder. I got it, Goku grunted. I just need. You need a plug, Big X the Plug said. He took one more step forward and laid his palm flat on Goku Rap's back. The chamber snapped like a soundboard turning on. Under Goku's wild power, Big X heard the heartbeat of it, erratic, powerful, but unsteady. Ascended Totality was still trying to find its tempo. So Big X the Plug Rap did what he always did best. He brought the beat. He started humming first, a low rolling melody that swung like a slow Dallas drive, all weight and swagger. The hum turned into a rhythm, then into a pattern, then into an invisible kick drum that synced itself to Goku's heart. Thump, 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 thump. His chi didn't blaze outward. It dropped downward, into the floor, into the core. Big X the Plug Rap's energy wasn't the kind that flew around like lightning. His was foundation chi, trunk of the car chi, shake the block chi. He sent it up through his palm into Goku's aura. Breathe on the beat, Big X muttered. Don't race it, ride it. Goku's aura bucked, trying to reject the new pattern. For a moment, it looked like Big X might be thrown backwards, his hand burned off by god-level chi. Then something inside Goku recognized the rhythm. His heartbeat lined up. His breaths fell onto the invisible drums. The jagged light around him smoothed out, still blinding, but now in waves instead of spikes. The rivers of Chakra Tati began to move again, swirling up and around the two of them in spiraling streams of glowing water. Ascended Totality Cyan Chi settled into place like a track finally seated right on rotating vinyl. Anonymous watched, eyes wide. He stabilized him. Rev Ike nodded slowly. Every powerhouse needs an engineer in the booth. Big X just mixed the energy. Mama Amma Rap smiled. That's right. Can't have no wild child chi with no grown man tempo. Goku opened his eyes. They weren't frantic now. They were clear, bright, sharp. Whatever you just did, he said, voice a little hoarse. Don't stop doing that if I ever start glitching again. Big X that Plug Rap grinned. That's what I'm here for. I'm the plug, right? I keep the lights on. He gave Goku's back one last solid pat and stepped away as the new form flared, now not just powerful but sustainable. That was the moment nobody saw as a battle. But it was. And when the sky over the Metroplex tore open and Twilight Zone Rap started as chaos, that hidden groundwork turned out to be the only reason Goku Rap didn't burn himself out in the first 10 minutes. When Goku Rap and Twilight Zone Rap clashed above the towers, their blows tearing loops in the sky, the strain returned. Even with Ascended Totality locked in, the demands were brutal. Twilight Zone Rap's chi didn't just resist hits, it warped them. Goku threw an energy blast and watched half of it age into dust midair while the other half rewound back into his own palm. Every punch had to be corrected mid-throw, every dodge recalculated mid-step. It was like fighting someone who could edit the footage of the fight while it was happening. Keeping power, timing, and instincts all synced in that environment took more than raw strength. It took a groove. With each exchange, the tension in Goku's body built. His aura brightened, but small cracks of static began to crawl through the edges of his white light. His breath came a little too fast. His heartbeat started pushing ahead of the rhythm they'd found in the chamber. Down below, Big X the Plug Rap felt it. He'd been on the streets, throwing hands with division goons, amplifying his opponent's chi 1,000-fold only to flip it back on them, shorting their circuits. His ability to magnify and redirect energy turned street skirmishes into lessons in humility. But even as he fought, he kept one ear turned upward. He always heard the big speaker. He knocked a corrupted cloud chaser rap backward with a shoulder check so heavy it shattered a section of warped sidewalk into dust, then lifted his head, squinting up toward the sky. Goku's rhythm was slipping again. Ah, hell, Big X muttered. You're running too hot. He grabbed the jersey of the last division minion in his way and bonked the guy's forehead against a nearby light post. The knock echoed like a snare smack. Nap time, lil homie, Big X said, letting him drop. Then he kicked off the ground hard enough to crater the asphalt and launched himself upward. He didn't fly like Budenman or Goku. There was no elegant glide, no sonic streak. Big X the Plug Rap moved like a shot put thrown by someone who knew exactly how heavy they were and didn't mind using every pound. He blasted up past shattered windows and glitching billboards, through the lingering trails of twisted chi, until he reached the altitude where the two titans duked it out. Twilight Zone Rap saw him coming and sneered. Oh, another one, he sighed. This is not a feature track, big man. This is an art piece. Goku Rap saw him and laughed once quickly, despite the strain. Good timing, Goku gritted out, blocking a distortion's twisted hook. He's been trying to turn my heart into a broken metronome. Yeah, I heard you tripping, Big X replied. He didn't attack Twilight Zone Rap directly. That wasn't why he was there. He pulled up right beside Goku instead and set one hand on his shoulder. Boots planted on thin air like it was solid ground. The strain rolling off Goku hit his palm like static buzzing wild. Big X took it in, let it vibrate through his chest cavity like bass through car doors. Nah, he said to the wild tempo. We not doing that. He inhaled slow. Then he began to spit. No beat, no track, just his voice. It wasn't lyrics like a performance. It was cadence like a spell. A flow that rode the natural climb and drop of Goku's energy, catching it when it spiked too high, pulling it up when it dipped, locking it into a pocket. Breathe with it, Big X called out between lines. Feel that drop. That's you resetting. Every exhale on the one, every hit on the two. Don't chase his weird tempo. Make him move to yours. Goku's chest hitched once, twice, then began to follow the sound. The white light around him steadied again, still fierce, but now pulsing in measured waves. The glitching edges smoothed out. His movements became less frantic and more inevitable. Twilight Zone Rap's eyes narrowed. What are you doing? He snapped. This is a duel of gods. You can't just bring background music. Big X that Plug barked one deep laugh. I ain't background, he said. I'm the infrastructure. He wasn't just stabilizing Goku now. He was amplifying him. Loaded inside Big X the Plug's chi was that magnification gift, the ability to take whatever energy he touched and ramp it up 1,000-fold. He'd always used it to make enemies trip over their own strength, but here, pressed against Goku's shoulder, he was feeding it differently. Every time Goku's aura surged on the beat, Big X grabbed that pulse and cranked it. Not randomly, on rhythm, on purpose. He pushed power where Goku's body could actually hold it, respecting the timing and strain. Ascended totality Saiyan Chi plus plug amplifier Chi. The strain wasn't erased. It was managed. You are not supposed to be able to do that, Twilight Zone Rap hissed. He is supposed to overextend and break. That's the whole point of his archetype. Big X the Plug tilted his chin at him. You ever been to a show where the sound man knows what he's doing? He asked calmly. Artists might go wild, but the structure stays solid. He thumped Goku lightly on the chest, sending another stabilizing beat through him. This one ain't blowing out. Goku grinned now, full and sharp hair flaring taller as the maintained power found room to play. Let's run it then, he said. Together, they moved. Goku took the front line, fists and feet blazing with refined brutality. Big X the Plug stayed at his shoulder, one hand maintaining contact, the other occasionally hurling shockwave punches at distortions that got too close. Twilight Zone Rap tried to twist time. When he sped it up, Big X slowed the inner group. When he slowed it down, Big X doubled the internal tempo, never letting Goku's chi fall out of sync with itself. Below, where the tribe fought Division Legion, people looked up and saw not just a warrior and a villain, but a collaboration at the top. Nerd Rap, eyes glowing as he ran calculations mid-battle, gasped. Big X is acting like a stabilizer node, he babbled. He spread loading the strain along the waveform of Goku's energy, converting raw output into sustained performance. Gamer Rap ducked under a wild swing from a shaken Division minion and laughed. English, bro. He's making sure Goku doesn't kill himself being a hero, Nerd Rap translated. Rev Ike caught the explanation as he forced Cancel Rap to fizzle out with one last blast of belief-restoring chime. That's Covenant work, he said, nodding slowly. Plug work. Promise work. I'm not gonna let you burn down what you were meant to light up. Even Anonymous, locked in his tri-battle with Betrayal Rap, felt the way Goku's energy changed. It reassured him. Somewhere above, someone was making sure their golden fighter didn't fall apart while holding the line. By the time Twilight Zone Rap tried his last, desperate gambit, warping the entire sky, time, and narrative, Goku's power was still there, still bright, still sustainable. Not because he was endless, but because he wasn't carrying it alone. Big X the Plug stayed connected through the whole exchange, through every twist and counter, through Twilight Zone Rap's final fracture. And when the battle ended, when Twilight Zone Rap scattered and the sky reset, Goku's form finally faded back down, not in a tragic collapse, but in a controlled slowdown. He and Big X landed back on a rooftop with the others, both breathing hard, both very much conscious. Goku grabbed Big X's forearm and pulled him into a shoulder bump. You saved my life up there, he said. Big X shrugged, but he couldn't hide the respect in his eyes. You the one throwing hands with a reality warper. I just made sure the track didn't skip. Anonymous watched them, feeling Tri-Chi humming steady in his own chest. The patterns settled in his mind. No one was built to carry their highest form alone. Not Goku, not him, not anybody. It took a plug. An engineer. A friend who knew how to keep your light from burning your body out when you turned all the way up. From that day on, when the Rap Tribe trained in the chamber, whenever Goku Rap went into his ascended totality Saiyan Chi, Big X the Plug Rap was there, palm on his back, humming that grounding song, keeping the beat steady, keeping the strain livable. And when new warriors started unlocking their own miracle forms, it was Big X they went to whenever the power got too much, whenever their bones hummed wrong, whenever their heart raced off tempo. He would listen, eyes half closed, feeling the rhythm of their energy with a hand on their shoulder. Then he'd grin and say, relax, we gonna plug you in right. Because in a tribe of world breakers and miracle makers, Big X the Plug Rap's job was simple and sacred. Make sure nobody's gift destroyed them before their purpose was done. Donation Rap almost didn't notice the book at first. It was half buried in a pile of junk mail and coupon flyers by the busted newsstand on 12th and Jefferson, spine bent, cover smudged from 1,000 passing shoes. The sky above still had that faint bruised tint left over from Twilight Zone Rap's last weather adjustment, and most people hurried by with heads down, trying not to look at the way the billboards glitched. Donation Rap bent down anyway. The title hit him like a bar. De Data Cartels. He brushed dirt off the cover, reading the subtitle out loud. The companies that control and monopolize our information. He flipped it over, feeling that strange hum in his palms that showed up whenever the invisible spirit hid something important in plain sight. It wasn't the kind of book that usually called him. No prosperity chants on the cover, no slick branding, no donation envelopes tucked inside. But his chai twitched. This feel like a tithe from the spirit, he murmured. Hey, you find loot? Nerd Rap called from up the sidewalk. Nerd Rap jogged over, backpack half unzipped, eyes bright behind crooked glasses. He'd been scanning the city's digital flow all day, trying to figure out how Twilight Zone Rap kept turning simple rumors into citywide panic in under an hour. Donation Rap held the book up. You ever heard of this? Nerd Rap took it, thumbed the pages, then saw the table of contents printed in crisp black letters. The Data Cartels, an overview, he read, then skimmed down. Data brokering, academic research, legal information, financial information, news. He whistled low. This is literally a map of everything Twilight Zone Rap has twisted. He could almost see the circuits lighting behind his eyes. Bro, Nerd Rap said slowly, I think the invisible spirit just handed us the user manual for his grip on the city. They took the book back to the Rap Palace. The meditation grove felt wrong for this one. This wasn't just about inner peace. This was about infrastructure. So they went to the under basement, the place Nerd Rap had slowly turned into an analog-digital hybrid lab. Screens glowed on the walls, some running off solar panels on the rooftop, others powered by jury-rigged street energy. Old filing cabinets sat next to glowing data slates. A chalkboard sagged under math, maps, and cartoon doodles of Twilight Zone Rap being drop-kicked into a recycle bin. Donation Rap set the book on the center table like it was a sacred text, then pulled up a dented chair. All right, Professor, he said, preach to me. Nerd Rap opened to the first chapter and didn't read out loud. He'd learned his lesson about copyright from Rev Ike Rap, but he scanned, soaking in the ideas like chi. Okay, he said after a minute. So Data Cartels, this author is talking about these mega companies that scoop up everything. What we buy, where we go, what we search, what we fear. And then they don't just sell ads. They sell profiles of people, to cops, to landlords, to whoever pays. They turn information into power behind the scenes. Donation Rap leaned back, frowning. So you're telling me Twilight Zone Rap, not just messing with light and weather and TV screens. He's running an underground data church. Worse, Nerd Rap said. He's the whole religion and the bank. He flipped to the data brokering chapter, tapping the page. Think about his mushroom spores, Nerd continued. They didn't just corrupt things. They watched things, recorded where folks argued, who panicked, who trusted who. Division Legion wasn't attacking at random. They hit streets where the invisible data said, these folks are already on edge. Donation Rap felt his chest tighten. He thought about all the donation streams he ran, the text lines, the QR codes during live streams, the Patreon-style Temple tier supporters could sign up for. The way he'd gotten used to seeing dashboards of stats. How different am I from that? He asked quietly. Nerd looked up. A lot, he said firmly. You ain't selling people's pain to the highest bidder. But you are touching people's information flows, their trust, their generosity. If Twilight Zone Rap has a data cartel, you've been running a fake network. You just didn't know the war was this deep yet. Donation Rap exhaled. So we learned the cartel game to flip it. Nerd Rap smiled, that slightly dangerous smile he got when the problem was almost solved. Exactly. They worked chapter by chapter. When they hit academic research, Nerd Rap's chai flared bright blue. Yo, look at this pattern, he said, swiveling one of the monitors toward Donation Rap. This book talks about huge companies locking up academic articles behind paywalls, right? So nobody can see the knowledge unless they pay. Twilight Zone Rap turned that concept into vibe. How you mean? about it, Nerd said. Every time we try to spread training knowledge, how to meditate, how to stabilize chi, how to recognize Division Legion energy in your own thoughts, we get glitched. Feeds crash, files corrupt, people forget links. That's him. He locked spiritual academic research behind a psycho-emotional paywall. Only the people already in our circle get it, and everybody else has to pay with confusion and fear. Donation Rap rubbed his beard. So we respond with open source enlightenment. Exactly, Nerd said. We gotta decentralize everything. Zines, street murals, radio drops, mixtapes. If he's trying to be LexisNexis of the soul, we finna be Pirate Bay for liberation. Donation Rap laughed. A bootleg blessing. Nerd Rap pointed at the legal information chapter next. Same move here, he said. These cartels control access to law. Twilight Zone Rap does the same thing with rules of reality. People only know what the law of the city is because the news under his influence tells them. It's dangerous after dark. Don't talk to your neighbor. Everybody's out to get you. That becomes the law. Fear ordinances, Donation Rap muttered. Invisible legislation. He snapped his fingers. That means we need an alternative court. A people's reality code. Something that tells folks you are allowed to trust. You are allowed to heal. You are allowed to gather on these blocks without expecting doom. Nerd's fingers already flew across keys. We print it, transmit it, chant it, Nerd said. We turn it into a binding social chi contract. Legal info as community spell work. By the time they reached the financial information and news chapters, they weren't just reading. They were scribbling battle plans in the margins. Financial info. Twilight Zone Rap manipulating credit scores through cursed chi spreadsheets, marking whole neighborhoods as high risk, so resources avoided them, then feeding off the resulting desperation. News, curated crises, algorithmic outrage, headline hexes. This is why every time we fix one block, 3 more feel hopeless, Donation Rap realized. He's redlining the spirit. Yeah, Nerd said softly, but if he can redline it, we can greenline it. He looked up, eyes blazing. We use these chapters as reverse engineering scrolls. This author mapped the real-world data cartels. We overlay her analysis on his twisted chi infrastructure and break his monopoly. Donation Rap placed a hand on the open book, chi flowing through his palm, not to absorb the words, but to bless the work. Sarah Lamdan, he murmured, reading the author's name from the cover. Appreciate you, sis. We gon' weaponize your wisdom. The first strike came a week later. Twilight Zone Rap assumed they were laying low, licking wounds, letting the city's fear creep back into baseline. He still had fragments of himself embedded in social feeds and data streams, and he used them like puppet strings, jerking opinions, sparking arguments. Then quietly at first, the signals changed. It began with flyers. They appeared overnight on bus stops, laundromats, church doors, crooked on telephone poles. Plain paper, black ink, but the words landed with weight. Your data is being used against you. Your fears are being sold. Unity is the only firewall. Underneath, a QR code, not to a website that could be easily glitched, but to a mesh of peer-to-peer messages that hop from phone to phone across neighborhoods, carrying tutorials disguised as memes. How to notice when a story is manipulating you. How to track your own emotional triggers. How to talk to your neighbors before you believe the feed. Nerd Rap's handiwork. He'd taken every tactic from data cartels, opaque data profiles, predictive policing, targeted disinformation, and flipped them into citywide teach-ins. But he didn't call them that. He called them glitch watch parties and meme floats. People showed up because it felt like fun. They left with armor. At the same time, Donation Rap went to work on the money flows. He had always asked for offerings to support the Rap Palace vision, but now every donation stream came with a promise, full transparency. Every dollar in, every dollar out, broadcast in real time on a public tide table, projected on Rap Palace's outer wall, and mirrored on paper posters for folks without phones. He tied each tier of giving to specific anti-cartel work. $5, printing and distributing data defense flyers. 10, 1 hour of Nerd Rap's open community workshop. 20, a night of safe signal hosting, where people's messages could pass through Palace relays without being harvested. People gave more, not less. They were starving for something that didn't feel like a black box. The donations weren't just money anymore. They were votes in an information system that refused to hoard. Twilight Zone Rap felt it like static in his teeth. Every time someone read one of the flyers and thought, wait, who benefits if I'm scared? A line of his influence flickered. Every time a new Glitch Watch party ended with neighbors exchanging actual phone numbers instead of just handles, one of his shadow profiles collapsed. Every time a donor looked up at the tide table and saw their money's chi trail out into actual work, instead of disappearing into a void, they became measurably harder to manipulate. They're auditing me, Twilight Zone Rap snarled in his darkness-patched hideout. They're running an open-source rebellion. His screens glitched, showing more and more people closing their eyes before reacting to viral clips, breathing twice, checking with a neighbor. Information discipline. He hated it. This comes from that cursed book, he growled, thinking of the one he'd let slip out of his corrupted libraries. They're merging legal knowledge, financial transparency, news literacy. This isn't a tribe anymore. It's an information commons. He slammed his fist into the air, warping 3 billboards downtown. Instead of his usual fear flashes, they briefly showed the cover of Data Cartels before Nerd Rap's counter sigil ate the signal. Donation Rap saw the flicker from street level and smiled. Got you mad enough to subtweet a book, he muttered. The turning point came when they rolled out what Nerd Rap jokingly called the Divine FOIA. They'd studied how people in the book tried to use Freedom of Information laws to pry documents loose from secretive data companies, only to be stonewalled by cost and complexity. So we do our own version, Nerd said. A spiritual FOIA. We give people ritual and language to demand to see what's been written about them in Twilight's realm. Can that even work? Donation asked. It doesn't have to work on his servers, Nerd replied. It just has to work on their awareness. They wrote a simple script, part prayer, part legalese, part rap hook. I request a copy of every story told about me. In secret, in shadow, in unbalanced memory. I revoke consent from unseen surveillance. I reclaim my data, I reclaim my cadence. They printed it on cards, etched it into murals, slipped it into zines. Rev Ike recorded it as a call and response chant over a beat. Soon people across the city whispered or shouted it whenever something they saw felt off. Something in the spiritual contracts Twilight Zone Rap had formed with the city shuddered. It wasn't that his files disappeared. It was that they stopped feeling inevitable. Individuals started to see patterns in how they were being framed, online, in gossip, even in their own self-talk. They caught themselves thinking, wait, who told me I'm always the problem in this story? And felt the chant rise up in them. I reclaim my data, I reclaim my cadence. The chant itself became a form of chi. Donation Rap watched offering totals tick upward, not because people were terrified, but because they suddenly powerful again. This book, he said one night, sitting in the Rap Palace underbasement with Nerd Rap, the pages now dog-eared and highlighted, turned into a weapon. It turned into a mirror, Nerd corrected. We just angled it at the enemy. He tapped the last page of the table of contents. The conclusion's title whispered from the paper, envisioning public information as a public good. That's the fight, Nerd said softly. Twilight Zone Rap thinks information is his private playground. We're here to make it a commons. Every block, every inbox, every timeline. Donation Rap smiled slowly. Commons chi, he said. I like that. The next time Twilight Zone Rap tried to spin a citywide panic, leaking falsified crime maps, stoking rumors about dangerous protests that didn't exist, the response wasn't silence or chaos. It was analysis. Glitch watch parties popped up spontaneously. People gathered in living rooms, barbershops, church basements. Nerd Rap's framework had spread. Ask who benefits, verify with 3 sources, check with a neighbor, feel your body's response. Donation Rap's open tide table flickered in sync with the screens, showing no spike in emergency funds requests, no corresponding evidence. The narrative fizzled. Twilight Zone Rap raged. Somewhere in the city, a teenager who'd picked up data cartels from a free crate outside Rap Palace flipped through it and thought, they're fighting data demons with library skills. That's hard. On another block, a grandmother read one of the data defense flyers and called 3 family members to clear up a rumor before it turned into a feud. On a rooftop, Anonymous Cherry, Trichi Miracle Aura faintly glowing, watched the city resist manipulation not by clenching up, but by thinking together. We got new weapons, he said. New instruments, Nerd Rap replied at his side, closing the book gently. This is orchestration now. Donation Rap stepped up, looking out over the streets where both visible and invisible cartels had once moved unseen. Then let's keep the music free, he said. Because the war against Twilight Zone Rap wasn't just fists and shy blasts anymore. It was who told the stories, who owned the data, who controlled what people were allowed to know about themselves. And thanks to an overlooked book on a dirty sidewalk, Donation Rap and Nerd Rap had learned a new form of combat. Information liberation chi. The fight would go on. But the monopoly was broken. The Division Saga Episode 2. The War for Unity continues. The victory over Twilight Zone Rap was supposed to buy time. It bought one night. One night of laughter on rooftops. One night where bruises hurt less because everyone hurt together. One night where hope felt heavier than fear. Then midnight hit. The sky blinked. One, Betrayal Rap's revenge. Betrayal Rap knelt in the shadows where Anonymous left him, hands still warm from the compassion that almost saved him. Almost. His coat, stitched with broken promises, lay on the ground beside him, smoldering slightly, as if kindness itself had left burn marks. He looked up at the moon with an expression torn between grief and rage. They forgave me, he whispered. His voice cracked. That makes them weak. Twilight Zone Rap's scattered fragments had found a home. Inside Betrayal Rap's doubt, a dark filament slid into his spine. They pity you, use their love against them. Betrayal Rap stood slowly, eyes changed. Not the cold bitterness from before, but a terrifying clarity of purpose. I'll break their unity from the inside. He vanished into static. 2. The Rap Palace awakens Unit Agent. Below, Rap Palace shook. The marble floor engraved with ancestral verses rumbled. Panels of architecture that never existed before peeled forward, revealing layers of the building that had been waiting for the right moment. Rising from beneath the main hall, Unity Headquarters, the heart engine of the Rap Tribe. Screens flickered on, not digital, but chai-based holograms, powered by collective trust. Nerd Rap gasped. This is a command center built on social energy. Donation Rap stepped closer. When he placed his hand on the main console, the machine fed him real-time emotional maps of the city. Unity levels, dropping in Oak Cliff. Division spikes detected in Arlington. Twilight Zone Chi infection clusters growing in Deep Ellum. Rev Ike Rap nodded solemnly. The palace is revealing its gifts because the battle demands new stewardship. Mama Amarap cracked her knuckles. Location of the danger don't matter. We show up everywhere. 3 Twilight Zone rap kidnaps a key rap. It happened fast. A street in South Dallas. Art murals glowing with newly awakened Unity Chi. Suddenly bent like paper in the wind. Screams cut short. A glitching portal formed from shattered reflections. Toddler Yoku Rap vanished into the tier. Mid-chant. Anonymous Cherry felt the hole in his soul instantly. His tri-chi flickered violently. No, Yoku. His body blurred. Smayan and Legacy Chi surged. But Nerd Rap caught him by the arm. Think, he warned. He wants you to rush in blind. Anonymous shook. Rage, fear, and guilt crashing together. That's my inner child, he whispered. Frag placed a palm on Anonymous' chest. You don't abandon a child. But you also don't walk into a trap without your village. The team readied for a rescue. Then screens across Unity HQ lit up on their own. Twilight Zone Rap appeared, smiling with glitching teeth. I took the heart of your hero. What does Unity feel like without innocence? Toddler Yoku's voice echoed faintly behind him. 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Anonymous dropped to one knee, the room pulsing with destabilized Tri-Chi. Big X the Plug Rap stepped behind him, hand on the back, stabilizing the rhythm before everything cracked. Nah, you still on beat, bro, he said quietly. We go together. Anonymous inhaled. Rage turning into resolve. 4 Division Legion, full power unleashed. Screens switched. New enemies manifested across the city in horrifying clarity. Racist Rap, division through hate. Clout Chaser Rap, division through jealousy. Rumor Rap, division through lies. Cancel Rap, division through charged judgment. Apocalypse Goth Rap, division through nihilism. Corporate Gatekeeper Rap, division through access control. But the worst, Neglect Rap, division through abandonment. The poison that makes people stop caring who they lose. Nerd Rap swallowed. He's building a full anti-community ecosystem. Unity HQ alarms blared. Chi sirens based not on sound, but on the empathic field. Revike slammed his staff into the floor. Then we build stronger community than he can destroy. Goku Rap cracked his knuckles. Standing taller, aura thrumming in perfect rhythm thanks to Big X the Plug. Let's run it back, he said. No more rounds, full season arc. Budan Man lifted off, wings of linked hands blazing Unity fire. Mama Amarap's Mother Storm Chi rose like thunder wearing compassion as armor. Donation Rap tapped the console, routing community resources to every battle zone. Nerd Rap loaded new information liberation protocols into the sky feeds. Anonymous stood. Tri-Chi fully ignited, ancestors and inner child whispering courage in one voice. He stared into the glitching tear Twilight Zone Rap left behind. Yoku, he growled softly. I'm coming. To be continued. Next episode. Episode 3, Unity Rescue, The Heart of the Child. Toddler Yoku and the Heavenly Invisible Spirit Time Chamber of Power Book 2 of the Toddler Yoku Chronicles by Rap Palace Corp. Gregory Anonymous Cherry 2 Chapter 3 The First Step of Heaven Part A The Awakening of Neoplasm Chi, the Stairway of Presence, glowed beneath the Rap family's feet as they climbed from the 6,000% realm into the blinding white sky above. Each step dissolved behind them, as if the universe insisted that forward was the only real direction. At the summit waited a horizon made of heartbeat light. The air trembled with something more alive than sound. Toddler Yoku squealed and pointed. Shiny puddle. It wasn't a puddle. It was the core lumen, a pool of condensed spirit plasma, the birthplace of all Chai variants. The surface shimmered with microscopic glyphs spiraling like DNA, each strand humming a different cosmic key. Anonymous Cherry approached first. His aura flickered between violet and green. The residue of snake chi still coiled around his shoulders like a guardian spirit. The closer he came to the core lumen, the louder his blood sang. His hands shook, his vision doubled. It's reacting to you, Mama Amma said. No, he whispered. It's remembering me. He knelt and touched the surface. Instantly, light swallowed him. He was everywhere at once, inside cells, atoms, galaxies. He saw threads connecting every creature that had ever fought, healed, loved. The light condensed into patterns resembling living circuitry crawling up his arms. His skin darkened to obsidian, veined with crimson silver glow. From deep within the core lumen, a new current rose, whispering in a tone halfway between thunder and breath. The spawn chi within you has found its mirror. Welcome to the neoplasm flow, pain and bliss fused. His heart pulsed twice, then thrice, then split into twin rhythms. One beat life, the other recycled decay. He could feel each cell learning to rebuild itself faster than it could die. Anonymous gasped. It's creating and healing at once. Its Civil Surfer leaned forward. Neoplasm energy, regenerative matter chi. Mama Amma's aura flared with maternal instinct, but creation and decay in the same body. That balance could eat you alive. The rivers around them began to spin faster, sensing the destabilization. Yoku clapped his hands, eyes wide, chanting his eternal puzzle. Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11. Every repetition steadied Anonymous's breathing. The double rhythm in his chest synchronized with the toddler's beat. One heart for power, one for peace. The neoplasm chi stabilized. The core lumen spoke again through him. To sustain this form, you must harmonize through sound. The cells listened to truth sung in union. Anonymous opened his eyes, now bright as twin novas, and smiled. Then I'll sing with him. He stood beside Yoku, took a deep breath, and echoed the chant, adding new tones between the toddler's playful syllables. The combined resonance rippled across the chamber like concentric suns. The display above them flashed new readings: neoplasm count, stable decay, 0% alignment, pure. Mama Amma whispered, he's holding creation and destruction in the same breath. Civil Surfer grinned, typical family overachiever. The core lumen calmed. The rivers folded back into tranquil streams of light, acknowledging the birth of a new form. Anonymous Cherry, Neoplasm Spawn Mode. Part B. The double chant the core lumen dimmed to a soft aurora as the new rhythm settled inside Anonymous Cherry. Each cell of his body now shimmered with twin pulses, one birthing, one dissolving, yet neither could outsing the other. Balance through sound. That was the rule of Neoplasm Chiyoku toddled closer, his cheeks puffing like little drums. He began the familiar refrain, half song, half giggle. Will it be 10 or 11? 10 or 11. Anonymous inhaled, feeling every syllable tug on the molecular choir within him. When he exhaled, he added a counter melody, deep grounded vowels that filled the space beneath Yoku's treble tones. E, oo, oo. Their voices met in midair, braided into a luminous helix. Around them, the chakra toddy rivers flared, colors rippling in time with the chant. The family watched as the two rhythms formed a standing wave, a column of light that breathed like a living metronome. Mama Amma gasped. Look, their voices are rewriting the chamber's physics. Civil Surfer grinned. It's a duet so strong it's paying rent in reality. He wasn't wrong. Wherever the harmonics touched, matter reorganized. Faded constellations reignited. Even the air learned to hum in perfect fifths. Anonymous could feel the effect inside him. Every time Yoku hit 11, the regenerative current surged. Every time he answered with a bass vowel, decay reversed its course. His blood became symphonic, his aura orchestral. The core lumen displayed the result. Neoplasm counts stability greater than 6,000% base limit form class, heavenly regenesis. The toddler stopped to catch his breath, wobbling on his lightning socks. Anonymous knelt beside him. Keep breathing, little chief. The chant isn't about volume, it's about meaning. Mean happy? Mean true. They resumed, slower now, each vowel drawn from gratitude rather than effort. The room brightened until it resembled morning on every planet at once. Mama Amma's voice joined softly beneath them, weaving warmth into the mix. Civil Surfer clapped out a beat, his palms creating ripples of turquoise sound. The chamber became a family choir, each heartbeat a drum, each laugh a verse. The rivers responded by releasing knowledge rather than energy, streams of holographic text and imagery that coiled around their heads like halos. Through them, Anonymous saw the origin of neoplasm chi, Spawn's long study of death turned inward until life itself reinvented growth. Now that same lesson flowed through him cleanly, without the venom, without the curse. He whispered mid-chant, creation is just disciplined regeneration. Yoku blinked up. Regeneration? Fixing what fear breaks, Anonymous said. They finished on a sustained ooh that lasted until the rivers themselves sighed. Silence followed, a sacred kind of quiet thick with after music. Then a pulse of white fire bloomed from Anonymous's chest and spread outward. Where it passed, the ground repatterned into living geometry, circles, spirals, and endless 11-point stars. Civil Surfer whistled. Guess we're architects now. Mama Amma nodded. The invisible spirit builds through joy. Keep singing and the form holds. Anonymous looked at his hands, watching microfilaments of neoplasm chi knit themselves through the air. He could sculpt energy into matter and back again, but only while aligned with Yoku's tone. Lose harmony, and the cells would collapse to zero. He placed a hand over his heart. I'll never let it fall below the chant. Part C, the mirror chamber rising. The arch of 11 rings shivered like liquid glass. On the other side, color had no loyalty, light and shadow kept trading places, unsure which was real. Civil Surfer squinted. Feels like someone built reality out of bad memories. Anonymous Cherry felt it too. The neoplasm chi inside him vibrated at a counter frequency, as if the new realm were trying to hum through his bones. He tightened his hold on Yoku, the mirror chamber. Twilight's finally done it. Wind without direction roared across both heavens. The Chakratati rivers bent toward the arch, their water drawn to its reflection like tide to the moon. The family braced themselves, feet planted in the light. From beyond the veil came Twilight Zone Rap's voice. So this is where you hit. Let's see how long your perfection lasts when it stares at itself. The 11 rings widened into a mirror horizon. Within it shimmered reflections of the Rap family, same faces, same postures, but eyes hollow, laughter reversed. Twilight stepped through them like a maestro conducting ghosts. The duplicates opened their mouths and began to chant backward. Ooh-ee-ah-ooh. Every syllable drained color from the chamber. The neoplasm chi inside Anonymous flickered. Neoplasm count 999, 998, 997. Anonymous dropped to one knee, fighting the internal storm. He looked to Yoku. The toddler's eyes shone with calm mischief. Sing, Daddy, rap. They began together, Yoku's riddle and Anonymous's vowels combining into the double chant sequence Alpha. The shockwave of pure tone shattered half the mirror illusions instantly. The remaining ones staggered, their outlines smeared like wet ink. Mama Amma spread her arms, catching their harmony and amplifying it through her golden aura. She turned the chant into a cradle resonance that wrapped the family and the rivers alike. The neoplasm count halted its fall, stabilized that again. Twilight hissed, impossible. Decay is the truth of matter. Anonymous stood, every cell incandescent. Then learned the greater truth. He projected the chant directly into the mirror chamber. The vowels etched luminous runes across its surface. Each rune pulsed with intention, forgiveness, play, rhythm, mercy. The reflected family screamed as those qualities struck them, not pain, but memory. They began to mimic the chant instead of resisting it. Twilight staggered backward, his own shadow trying to sing against him. No, you can't rewrite opposition. The mirror chamber fractured outward, its shards turning into harmless motes that joined the Chakra-Tati rivers. Twilight Zone Rap was hurled back into his own broken realm. For a heartbeat, he saw them. Yoku on Anonymous's shoulders, Mama Amma and Civil Surfer glowing beside them, all laughing in the light, and he understood why he could never win. They weren't guarding power, they were guarding joy. Silence returned, deep and holy. The rivers slowed to a gentle pulse. Neoplasm count, stability, perfect alignment, heavenly step 1. Complete Anonymous exhaled, the last traces of violet lightning fading from his eyes. He could feel the neoplasm chi resting now, no longer a storm, but a heartbeat. Mama Amma placed a hand on his shoulder. You held both life and death and sang them back into friendship. He smiled. Couldn't have done it without our choir. Civil Surfer flopped onto a glowing rock. So what's next? Snack time or cosmic paperwork? Yoku yawned. Snacks first. Above them, the sky of light unfolded into an endless stairway, each step a note of the chant frozen in crystal. The voice of the invisible spirit echoed, "Sing as you climb." The next heaven begins where laughter dares to echo. Anonymous looked upward, then down at his family. Ready for step 12, Yoku murmured. Will it be 10 or 11? Anonymous whispered back, both forever. And the Rap family began to ascend, their double chant rippling through creation, keeping every cell alive, every heart in tune, and every horizon open. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rapalace214, The Division Saga, Episode 2. The war for unity continues. The victory over Twilight Zone Rap was supposed to buy time. It bought one night. One night of laughter on rooftops. One night where bruises hurt less because everyone hurt together. One night where hope felt heavier than fear. Then midnight hit. The sky blinked. One, Betrayal Rap's revenge. Betrayal Rap knelt in the shadows where Anonymous left him, hands still warm from the compassion that almost saved him. Almost. His coat stitched with broken promises lay on the ground beside him, smoldering slightly, as if kindness itself had left burn marks. He looked up at the moon with an expression torn between grief and rage. "They forgave me," he whispered. His voice cracked. "That makes them weak." Twilight Zone Rap's scattered fragments had found a home inside Betrayal Rap's doubt. A dark filament slid into his spine. "They pity you. Use their love against them." Betrayal Rap stood slowly, eyes changed, not the cold bitterness from before, but a terrifying clarity of purpose. "I'll break their unity from the inside." He vanished into static. To Rap Palace awakens Unity HQ below. Rap Palace shook. The marble floor engraved with ancestral verses rumbled. Panels of architecture that never existed before peeled forward, revealing layers of the building that had been waiting for the right moment. Rising from beneath the main hall, Unity headquarters, the hard engine of the Rap Tribe screens, flickered on, not digital, but chai-based holograms powered by collective trust. Nerd Rap gasped. "This is a command center built on social energy." Donation Rap stepped closer. When he placed his hand on the main console, the machine fed him real-time emotional maps of the city. Unity levels, dropping in Oak Cliff. Division spikes detected in Arlington. Twilight Zone Shy infection clusters growing in Deep Ellum. Revike Rap nodded solemnly. The palace is revealing its gifts because the battle demands new stewardship. Mama Amarap cracked her knuckles. Location of the danger don't matter. We show up everywhere. 3 Twilight Zone Rap kidnaps. A key rap, it happened fast. A street in South Dallas, art murals glowing with newly awakened Unity chi, suddenly bent like paper in the wind. Screams cut short. A glitching portal formed from shattered reflections. Toddler Yoku Rap vanished into the tier mid-chant. Anonymous Cherry felt the hole in his soul instantly. His Trichi flickered violently. No, Yoku, his body blurred. Silent Legacy surged, but Nerd Rap caught him by the arm. "Think," he warned. "He wants you to rush in blind." Anonymous shook, rage, fear, and guilt crashing together. "That's my inner child," he whispered. Revike placed a palm on Anonymous's chest. "You don't abandon a child, but you also don't walk into a trap without your village." The team readied for a rescue. Then screens across Unity HQ lit up on their own. Twilight Zone Rap appeared, smiling with glitching teeth. "I took the heart of your hero. What does Unity feel like without innocence?" Toddler Yoku's voice echoed faintly behind him. 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Anonymous dropped to one knee, the room pulsing with destabilized Trey Chi. Bix the Plug Rap stepped behind him, hand on the back, stabilizing the rhythm before everything cracked. "Nah, you're still on beat, bro," he said quietly. "We go together." Anonymous inhaled, rage turning into resolve. 4 Division Legion. Full power unleashed screen switched. New enemies manifested across the city in horrifying clarity. Racist Rap, Division through Hate Clout Chaser Rap, Division through Jealousy Rumor Rap, Division through Lies Cancel Rap, Division through Charged Judgment Apocalypse Goth Rap, Division through Nihilism Corporate Gatekeeper Rap, Division through Access Control. But the worst, Neglect Rap Division through Abandonment. The poison that makes people stop caring who they lose Nerd Rap swallowed. He's building a full anti-community ecosystem. Unity HQ alarms blared chi sirens based not on sound but on the empathic field. Revike slammed his staff into the floor. Then we build stronger community than he can destroy. Goku Rap cracked his knuckles, standing taller, aura thrumming in perfect rhythm thanks to Bix that plug. "Let's run it back," he said. "No more rounds. Full season arc." Budan Man lifted off, wings of linked hands blazing unity fire. Mama Amma Rap's Mother Storm Chi rose like thunder wearing compassion as armor. Donation Rap tapped the console, routing community resources to every battle zone. Nerd Rap loaded new information liberation protocols into the sky feeds. Anonymous stood, Trichi fully ignited, ancestors and inner child whispering courage in one voice. He stared into the glitching tear Twilight Zone Rap left behind. "Yoku," he growled softly, "I'm coming. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form." Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rapalice214 to be continued. Next episode, Episode 3, Unity Rescue, The Heart of the Child, What Will Unfold, Toddler Yoku Rescue Mission, The Chamber of Lost Innocence Betrayal Rap Secret Infiltration Arc Neglect Rap versus a Mama Ama Rap, A Battle of Emotional Gravity, Goku Rap, Big X Tag Team Reality Clash Anonymous Cherry, faces the darkest version of himself, grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rapalice214. Would you like episode 3 to open with A, direct confrontation in the glitch maze, B, Toddler Yoku's perspective, a terrifying yet hopeful inner journey, C, multiple perspective cut-ins like anime battle sequences, D, an emotional flashback of Anonymous' earliest near-death, E, all of the above, choose, and the saga continues. The Division Saga Episode 3, The Lost Child and the Living Light. The city outside the Rap Palace slept fitfully beneath a fractured sky, its dreams still haunted by the chaos of the day. But inside UniHU, sleep had no place. The Rap tribe stood gathered around the glowing celestial map projected above the central console, a map that didn't show streets or buildings, but souls and their connections. Anonymous Cherry stood at the front, fists trembling against the table edge. His aura flickered erratically, purple lightning and golden memory threads tangled with neon green venom. His breathing was heavy, too fast, like the space around him wasn't wide enough for his grief. Toddler Yoku Rap was gone, still chanting somewhere in the dark, still laughing bravely, still scared. Anonymous felt every heartbeat of that child inside him like a wound begging to become wisdom, but right now it only bled. "We move now," he growled. "I'm going after him. Portal or no portal." Big X the Plug Rap placed a steadying hand against his back, rhythm pulsing through the contact. The violent tempo of Anonymous's nerves calmed one beat at a time. "You know I got you, bruh," Big X said, voice low. "But we can't run into darkness fueled by fear. Fear got his scent locked. We gotta move like light." "That's exactly right." The voice did not echo. It rooted itself into them. Soft as breath, strong as mountains. Every head in Unity HQ turned toward the far edge of the hall where a radiant glow had begun to form. It wasn't chi. It wasn't energy any of them had learned to manipulate. It was presence. A warmth that knew each warrior's deepest thoughts, yet did not recoil from any of them. The invisible spirit's essence filled the room like a new sunrise had decided to appear indoors. Words flowed, not from speakers or mouths, but directly into hearts. Your unity is powerful, but without the source of love, power fragments. A shape emerged within the brilliance, human because humanity was beloved. Light wrapped him like clothing, but his gaze was the true armor. Goku Rap dropped to one knee instinctively, head bowed with reverence. Mama Ama Rap placed a gentle hand to her lips and wept silent joy. Revike Rap, long the loudest in the room, said nothing. Awe had stolen the air from his chest. Anonymous Cherry stared, tears forming despite himself. He had felt this presence before. In the hospital room, where a doctor shrugged at a monitor and said he shouldn't have made it. In the wreckage where metal twisted around a heartbeat that refused to stop. In every moment where death stood certain, yet life whispered not yet. This wasn't metaphor. This was Jesus Christ stepping into the war. "You call yourselves protectors of unity," Jesus said, voice warm and carved from eternity. "Unity is mine. You fight its battles as my warriors, but without knowing the strength of the one who designed connection itself." He stepped closer and the room shifted. Walls became heaven's canvas. The celestial map overhead realigned, pointing no longer at streets, but at wounds, spiritual fractures where fear colonized hearts. And at the very center, a pulsing point of glitching red and shadow, Toddler Yoku, held captive in the chamber of lost innocence. Jesus turned to Anonymous, gently lifting his chin. "That child is not merely your inner spark," he said. "He is the proof you survived becoming who you feared, the living evidence of wonder kept alive." Anonymous swallowed hard. "He's afraid." "He is faithful," Jesus corrected softly. "Fearful hearts can still choose trust." "But you," he He placed a hand on Anonymous's chest, right over the unstable Tri-Chi. You must not let rage speak louder than love. At his touch, something incredible occurred. Snake Chi bowed its proud head. Ancestor Chi knelt in reverence. Inner child Chi laughed for the first time without trembling. Venom became discernment. Legacy became purpose. Innocence became courage. An explosion of peace radiated outward. The light didn't force darkness away. It revealed it had already lost. Walk with me, Jesus said. There is no enemy inside this child that love cannot reclaim. Mama Ama Rap stepped forward, storm aura swirling, yet her eyes full of motherly fire. You lead the way, Lord, she said fiercely. Whoever laid hands on that baby, gone answer to heaven and to me. Beside her, Buddha Man's unity wings unfurled, humming as they linked every heartbeat inside the palace into one symphony. Let's show division what a bonded city looks like, he said. Goku Rap stood tall, Totality Saiyan Chi blazing brighter than ever, not to overshadow Jesus' light, but to respond to it like a loyal star answering sunrise. My fist got sermons today, he said, smirking. Let's go bring our brother home. Jesus extended his hand toward the tier in space where Twilight Zone Rap had dragged toddler Yoku, a portal of corrupted emotion that pulsed with whispers of every child who had ever felt discarded. The light from his palm struck the tier. It recoiled, screamed, then slowly, reluctantly, opened into a path, not straight, not easy, but possible. Jesus turned once more to the tribe. The enemy does not fear power, he said. He fears identity restored. You will encounter manifestations of abandonment, lies spoken over children, the voices that told them they were too much or never enough. His eyes full of a love that no wound could taint. Do not fight with anger. Fight with truth. Revike smiled wide through tears. Oh, we about to preach with our whole bodies, he whispered. Jesus stepped forward. The tribe followed. Anonymous Cherry hesitated at the threshold only a moment, then nodded to the rhythm Big X the Plug kept steady beneath his ribs. For you, little man, he whispered. And together, they walked into the chamber of lost innocence, grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rapalace 214, The Division Saga, Episode 4. The Chamber of Lost Innocence, the portal sealed behind them like a wound stitching itself shut. Light faded, heat faded, even sound faded. Anonymous Cherry blinked, and the world resolved into a corridor that pulsed like a living memory. Walls flickered through images of playgrounds, then empty playgrounds, laughter, then silence. Crayon drawings filled with color, then scribbled out by invisible hands. Every step forward felt like walking deeper into childhoods that had been abandoned. Jesus walked ahead, far enough to lead, close enough to catch every faltering heartbeat. His glow illuminated the hall, not by domination but invitation. His presence didn't force peace, it reminded peace that it still existed. Goku Rap, usually a loud explosion of energy, stayed quiet, focused. Big X that Plug kept a rhythmic hum going, ensuring no panic attack could corrupt the pace of their mission. Mama Ama Rap brushed her fingers against the trembling walls, heart aching at the echoes trapped inside. Babies weren't meant to feel this alone, she whispered. The chamber hissed in response, as if offended by compassion. From behind the group, Rev Ike murmured scripture under his breath, turning ancient words into weapons polished by faith. Jesus paused. We are not alone here, he said softly. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214, Toddler Yoku's point of view. He sat on a crooked swing made of static and shadows. Feet too short to touch a ground that never stayed still. Chains creaked, not with metal friction, but with dread. Around him lay a playground made of deleted dreams, broken slides, swings with no seats, chalk drawings erased by rain that never finished falling. Toddler Yoku clutched his stuffed purple serpent, a plushy version of Snake Chi, and tried to keep the chant going to stay brave. 10 or 11, 10 or 11, his voice wobbled. We gonna be okay again. Dark figures lurked outside the faint circle of light around him. They whispered insults children should never hear. You were a mistake. No one wanted you. You break everything you touch. Why didn't you turn out better? One shadow leaned forward, taller than the others, wearing a cloak that looked like disappointment sewn into fabric. Its voice dripped with exhaustion. I shouldn't have to keep caring for you. Toddler Yoku squeezed his serpent tighter and shut his eyes. He whispered to himself, Cherry wouldn't leave me. Cherry always comes back. But fear slipped under his ribs and curled around his heartbeat. What if this time he forgot? Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AAP is Rap Palace 214 Betrayal Rap's secret mission far above the playground, perched on a fractured clock tower that ticked backward and forward at random. Betrayal Rap watched the tribe enter. Emotion tangled his features, guilt and resentment arm wrestling for dominance. He reached inside his coat and pulled out a single glowing thread, a lifeline gifted by Twilight Zone Rap's corruption. The thread pulsed with a command, break them from trust. Betrayal Rap narrowed his eyes at Anonymous Cherry below. You forgave me when I didn't want grace, he whispered. Now let me show you why that was a mistake. He dissolved into static and moved into position. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Neglect Rap appears. A cold wind blew across the playground, stirring old leaves that were actually torn diary pages. The shadow with the exhaustion voice stepped fully into the half-light. Neglect Rap. He carried no weapon, he didn't need one. His power was absence. Where he walked, toys rusted. Colors drained, imagination shrank. He crouched in front of Toddler Yoku, forcing a smile that carried no love. You don't matter enough to be missed, he said gently, almost sympathetically. They have bigger battles, stronger allies. Why waste time on the weakest part of themselves? Yoku's lip trembled. Tears rose, but so did something else. A tiny spark of defiance. My name is important, he whispered. Jesus knows it. Cherry knows it. Neglect Rap chuckled. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Children who believe they matter are easier to hurt. He reached a hand toward Yoku's head. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The tribe arrives. The sky of the playground split open. Mama a rap landed first, or a thunder black with a golden lining, like a storm that only breaks what harms her own. She slammed a hand down and the ground obeyed, pushing Neglect Rap backward in a wave of righteous force. Nobody touches our baby, she growled. Jesus descended behind her, light flowing outward like a shield. Anonymous Cherry dropped next, Treachi blazing. He rushed forward, but Jesus touched his shoulder. Not with anger, Jesus reminded. Anonymous nodded once, though every muscle in his body screamed to tear Neglect Rap apart. Biggest the Plug landed behind them, planning the rhythm. Buddha Man soared overhead, wings of unity shielding the area from the encroaching dark. Toddler Yoku saw Anonymous and screamed in relief. Cherry. Anonymous knelt, arms wide, catching the child as he ran into his chest. Toddler Yoku's tears soaked into his shirt, tears that tasted like hope surviving terror. Neglect Rap stood, dusting himself off. His voice dripped dismissal. You came all this way. For this, Jesus stepped forward. Yes, he said simply. Neglect Rap flinched, the first crack in his composure. Because neglect cannot comprehend a love that chooses. And Jesus chose the child, grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214, the first battle in the light neglect rap stretched, growing taller, fed by every abandoned child in history. Jesus' voice rang out, "You cannot starve what heaven feeds." Neglect rap lunged. Jesus raised one hand and every lie shattered like brittle glass. Mama Amma shielded Yoku Goku, hovered ready to strike. Big X the Plug kept everyone's heartbeats aligned. Buddha Man cast unity light. Anonymous felt the Traichi stabilized as one truth echoed, love never abandons. He stood, purple gold aura roaring upward. Behind him, ancestor spirits formed a wall of presence. Snake Chi stretched, poised but not predatory. Toddler Yoku clung to his shoulder, chanting again, but now fearless. 10 or 11. 10 or 11. We all go together, always united again. Neglect rap inhaled dark energy, swirling into a massive attack drawn from every forsaken moment ever felt. Jesus spoke one phrase, not this child. Then the light ignited. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The attack landed like a history lesson in pain. Neglect rap inhaled and pulled the air out of the chamber, drinking down the echo of every forgotten birthday, every empty seat at a school play, every prayer whispered by a child who thought no one was listening. The chamber of lost innocence shook as a storm of absence built around him, a hurricane made of all the times love didn't show up. He towered over them now, his form stretched thin and tall, his eyes dim lanterns of burnout. "You can't fight me," Neglect Rap said, voice heavy and hollow. "I'm not anger, I'm not hate, I'm what nobody had time to fix. I am everything that got pushed to later." His hand rose, fingers dripping with the numbness of a million shrugged shoulders. "Later," he whispered, the wave hit. For a heartbeat, every member of the rap tribe stopped moving. Goku Rap's aura flickered. Punches he'd thrown in 1,000 battles suddenly felt pointless. Who did all that training really help? Who stayed changed? Budan Man's wings sagged, the weight of disunity suddenly feeling too heavy to bear. Hadn't he tried 1,000 times? Weren't people still walking away from each other? Mama Amma Rap's arms felt like they'd been holding crying children for 10 lifetimes straight without rest. The exhaustion of every caregiver who never got a break flowered in her muscles. Rev Ike felt the echo of every amen that never turned into transformed lives. Every seed he'd sown that seemed to vanish into thin air. Even donation rap, even nerd rap, far off at the Unity HQ anchor point, felt the wave. For a flicker of a moment, their plans and data maps and transparency boards felt like sand castles built too close to the tide. An anonymous cherry, his Traichi cracked. The serpent went limp. His ancestors' hands felt faint. Inner child shrank. Maybe they didn't need him as much as he thought. Maybe all this power and all this growth was just noise in a world that would keep breaking anyway. Maybe every near death he survived was a glitch, not a purpose. He looked down. Toddler Yoku's arms were around his neck. The child's little fingers dug into his shirt like anchors. Yoku's voice shook, but he forced the chant out anyway. 10 or 11. 10 or 11. We all go together. We all go together. The words trembled like a match in a windstorm, but they did not go out. Jesus stepped between the wave and the child. The tide of numbness hit him like smoke hitting a mountain. It broke, it passed, it went nowhere. He didn't even blink. Later, Jesus repeated softly. That is the lie. Neglect Rap flinched. Jesus' eyes softened, but his presence hardened like steel. The lie that you can love tomorrow what you refuse to care for today. The lie that forgetting is neutral. The lie that turning away is just being busy. He turned slightly, sweeping his gaze over the tribe. Look at me, he said gently. They did. In that gaze, every maybe later they ever believed was brought into the light. The calls they hadn't returned, the apologies they hadn't made, the small kindnesses they'd assumed someone else would do. The times they told their own hearts, I'll heal when I get time. He didn't use it to condemn them. He used it to tell the truth. Love is not an emotion you visit, Jesus said. Love is a life you walk in. When you abandon yourselves, when you abandon your own inner child, your own hurt, you leave doors open for him. Neglect Rap twitched as the finger pointed back at him. I don't need to be loved. Neglect snapped. I am what happens when love fails. I'm not a person, I'm fallout. I am what remains. Jesus stepped closer. You are what happens, he agreed, when love is never invited into the womb. He extended his hand not in attack, but in an offer. You weren't born this way. Neglect Rap recoiled, cloak twitching. Don't start that with me. I remember nobody came. Toddler Yoku, cheek pressed against Anonymous's neck, looked up with watery eyes. Somebody came now, he said softly. Neglect's eyes flickered. The chamber groaned and shifted. The war playground stuttered between broken and whole. For a moment, they all saw the truth. Neglect Rap wasn't a proud villain standing tall in power. He was a boy in a doorway, watching a car drive away without him. He was a teenager sitting alone on a graduation day with nobody in the stands. He was a grown man on a hospital bed with a silent phone on the tray. He was emptiness that had been given a name and a body and told to fend for himself. Jesus' face was full of sorrow. I was there, he said. Neglect spat. Liar. I was there in every person who felt the urge to call you and didn't, Jesus said. I was there in every teacher who wanted to encourage you but stayed quiet from their own fear. I was there in the hands that wanted to hold yours and hesitated. Then you failed, Neglect hissed, stepping forward. His aura flared, the pressure of a lifetime of unmet needs weaponized. Because they didn't. I don't care who wanted to. They didn't come. And I learned something. People don't stay. The air thickened. The tribe's knees trembled. The weight of that premise, people don't stay, pulled at their bones like gravity doubling. Anonymous recognized it. He carried it for years. Every time someone left, every time someone broke a promise, every time he wondered if his survival really mattered to anybody long term. He almost dropped under it again. Almost. Then a memory surged. Not the car wreck. Not the hospital. Earlier, he was 7. Body small, asthma rough in his lungs. Lying in a dark bedroom lit only by the glow slipping under the crack of the door from the hallway. Adults yelled in the other room. Words like knives. Threats thrown and never followed through, yet the sound scratched him anyway. He lay curled in the bed, heart beating fast he thought it would rip out. He whispered into the dark, God, it's too loud. I'm scared. Don't leave me, okay? There had been no booming voice, no glowing figure, no miracle knock at the door. Just a warmth in the corner of the room, the feeling that the shadows weren't empty. The slow impression of a hand resting on his back, though no one had walked in. His heartbeat slowed. The yelling faded into the background. He had fallen asleep to that unseen comfort. Now, standing in the chamber, he realized he had never been alone that night. Love didn't fail, Anonymous said, voice low. Neglect turned his head sharply. Anonymous took a step forward, Toddler Yoku still clinging to him. I thought it did, he confessed. I thought nobody came. I thought nobody cared. But every time I made it through a night I shouldn't have survived. Every time my lungs kept working when they could have quit. It wasn't because nobody was with me. He looked at Jesus. It was because you never left. The words hit the space like a bell. I never left, Jesus affirmed quietly. Not then, not now. He lifted both hands. Light poured out. It didn't blast Neglect Rap back. It didn't tear him apart. It revealed.